Huh. All right. Well, then I'll come over here. Can you address a bit more about working with dogs in their new homes that go home before 10 weeks? So the biggest thing that you have to watch out for when you're sending, or somebody gets a puppy before 8 weeks, or I'm sorry, before 10 weeks. So let's say they get them at 8. And we're going to stick with 8 because generally before 8 is a different story. But let's say they get a puppy at 8 weeks, 9 weeks, somewhere in there. The only real difference is in terms of really keeping an eye on that fear period. With an inexperienced owner, there is far more of a potential for that to go wrong. And really, if you're working with them from, pretty much close to day one of them bringing that puppy home around 8 weeks, then education is the biggest thing. As a breeder, if you decide not to keep your puppies until 9-10 weeks after that fear period, education's the biggest thing. Talk to your puppy buyers or your client that has a puppy then, that fear periods happen between 8 to 10 weeks, and they really need to keep an eye out for it. We do cover fear periods much more in depth in terms of how we handle them. So yes, we will be talking about that aspect. If you have a owner who has purchased a puppy, let's say 5, 6, 7 weeks old, and 7's not as big of a deal, just kind of like 8's not. We just kind of talk more about what to prepare for in terms of the fear period stuff. But if we have an owner that's purchased a puppy at 5, 6, 7 or 5, 6-ish weeks old, then we're more talking into 5-week-old puppy syndrome. And 5-week-old puppy syndrome is a term coined by Marina Ozuna. She has a really, really fantastic article that was put out in the IACP journal. I mean, it's been a few years now, but I actually think we posted it. It's in the support group. So if you want to read, and I recommend following her suggestions in terms of how to work puppies like that. Remember how we talked about all of that tactile and proprioceptive touch that those puppies get from climbing over each other and rubbing on each other and constantly bumping into each other. Those are the things that 5- and 6-week-old puppies are missing. And those are the things that as the new owner and as the trainer of these puppies, we are going to be having to do with that puppy now, to making sure that they get all of those tactile and proprioceptive touches where we are just constantly firing those different neurons and triggers in their brain from what those touches that they're missing. But her 5-week-old puppy syndrome write-up is just fantastic. It is in the support group. I've posted it there before. So I'm pretty sure I posted the full thing, not the abbreviated, and now I will check that just to make sure. We had another comment up there. I don't know if
it says, wait, that's the same comment. Oh wait, no, I have a female that is the best dog temperament wise and has passed health tests. She's on her last litter and had a singleton yesterday. Her first litter, she had 4 and 4, now 2 singletons in a row. I would love to keep the pup to carry on her lines as it was her last planned litter. Do you think having 2 singletons in a row would mean she wouldn't be the best to keep?
So is that from Pam?
Yes.
Okay, she asked me that privately yesterday, and I said that you two would be better to answer that question than me.
She had 2 litters of 4, and you're saying, and then 2 singletons. So that would maybe lead me to believe that her fertility is low, but not singleton, because she was capable of having larger litters than a singleton.
Did she say what breed?
No.
What breed is it, Pam? We can answer that.
Cocker Spaniel.
Okay.
So I believe Cocker Spaniels can have decent sized litters. So yes, her fertility might be low. So you just have to be aware of that if you're planning on breeding the puppy that is kept. But it's not the same as a dog who has only had singletons.
I want to ask Pam, what are you feeding your bitch?
I was going to say it could be a food issue or a thyroid.
A nutrition or thyroid issue. So what are you feeding your bitch? Did she answer? Yeah, they said
she only ovulated 1 egg.
All right. So I'm sorry. I thought I read something about egg as food.
How do they know that? Like what testing did they do? Kirkland from Costco. So fine.
Is there a way we can get her to speak?
I believe so.
Can we have
She's
her-
feeding Kirkland from Costco, Beth.
Yeah, which is what I feed, and I have decent sized litters. So,
But some dogs can be more finicky because, you know, Beth was having issues with
Pam,
Pam.
allowed to talk.
Huh?
I allowed her to talk.
Okay, Pam, can you try speaking? Do you have a speaker hooked up? Oh, my other moms are great.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, Pam.
Hi.
All right. Okay, so you're feeding Kirkland. All your other moms are doing great. So Beth here can probably talk a little bit about it if she wants.
Oh, sorry.
No, I was just going to say because she was struggling with really small litters as well.
Yeah.
And I'll let her take it over from here since there's no reason for me to say it. She knows better.
So I was struggling with small litters for quite a while. And for the most part, I think I've ruled it down to two factors. One, the main factor was thyroid. You'd have to maybe talk to some mentors or somebody that knows a little bit more about thyroid and Cocker Spaniels, because I'm not sure if it's the same with Berners, but Berners specifically, their thyroid should be closer to about 3 in order to have nice, healthy litters. And I talked to several, you know, big, very long time breeding Berner breeders that all kind of came to that same conclusion. And a lot of my Berners, my girls were closer to like 1.2, so they were still like in the normal range, but you know, low normal. And so I got them on thyroid meds, got their thyroid up closer to 3, and that has considerably helped my litters. So that could be one of the issues as far as litter size. I also switched all my girls to raw, and that I feel has considerably helped my litter sizes as well. So because I've always fed a really good quality kibble, but when I first started breeding, I fed only raw, and
Always had big litters.
always had really nice big litters. And when I switched to only kibble, that's when I started seeing my litter sizes go down. And that might not be the case, but you know, I do think that it is a factor, at least in my breed. So so that's something that I found has helped. And so it might just be an issue with your current dog. It might not be a genetic issue. You know, you might just have to kind of experiment and see, okay, was it a thyroid issue?
Yep.
What was the cause of the smaller litters?
So I've had a different experience in that I fed the same food for 11 years, which is the Costco food. And I generally have really good litter sizes. But I had one bitch that had 2 singletons, and those were the only 2 litters she had. And we basically ruled that she had something very similar to endometriosis. And so it kind of depends on if it is something that is going on with the dog. But I also have a theory about sunlight and dogs. And that comes from raising other livestock. That if most livestock do not ovulate during the winter months because there's not enough sunshine. And so if we are keeping our dogs inside too much and they're not getting enough sunshine, I believe it causes them not to be as fertile. If they're getting a lot of time in the sunshine, if you think about chickens only lay eggs in the summer when there's plenty of sunshine, horses are bred and only ovulate when they have long sunny days. Most other livestock are the same. So that's a theory of mine, but there's a lot of factors that go into it. So it may or may not be a hereditary issue in your specific dog.
And then tell us, how did the vet come to the conclusion she'd only ovulated 1 egg?
Yeah.
Okay, can you still hear me?
Yep.
Okay, so when they did the C-section, not this time, but last time, because she didn't have enough hormones to go into labor on her own, he even showed me, he lifted up her ovaries and he said, see, there's only 1 bump in here, which means she only ovulated once. Because I was thinking it was my male.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
And so he said, no, she only ovulated once. It wouldn't have mattered what male you used. And we have tried the different foods, but we found, like we've done a canna, but we found with the higher percentages of protein for this size of dog, because they're not working dogs per se, it gave them diarrhea quite a bit.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've had that
And
experience too with high protein.
That's the same with my dogs. I have to keep the protein below 27% because otherwise we have gut issues. But
Yeah.
I mean, I have fed Kirkland for 10 years and never had any problems. Whereas a lot of people, it kind of depends on the breed, the lines, not even just the breed, but your lines. And really and truly, when you're thinking about breeding that puppy that you're keeping, it's just trial and error.
So the nice
I know,
part
and
is,
that's the hard part.
yeah, the
you
nice
get-
part is she's already had 2 litters of 4, so that means she can, have more than
She can.
one.
How old is she?
She is just about 5, so this is why it was her last litter.
Ah,
So it might be an age thing too. Like she's not that old, but
No.
how old was she with her first singleton litter?
So yeah, her first single, well, that was her last. So I just did a back to back,
Okay, so her
and
last
so it
2
was
back
1
to
and
back.
1. Yeah.
so if it were me, I honestly would keep the puppy and just try.
Okay.
And
Like
you
she's
can
beautiful.
you
And
can,
the lines, like the temperament of the mom is like out of this world, and the dad.
yeah, you can only try. And if she has low fertility, then
Okay.
All right.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
welcome.
Thanks for chiming in.
Okay. Mute me.
do
I'm
you want to mute her again?
Can you hear her, Beth? Yeah, thank you. All right, so we have a
Thank you.
question from Elena. Going back to the 5-week-old puppy syndrome question, how does that manifest in older dogs, the 5 or 6-week-old syndrome, if not addressed? Oh, big time. So these are generally the dogs that we get in, older, 1, 2, 3, 4, doesn't matter at what point. They're generally incredibly mouthy, frustrated, incredibly easy. They are usually, raised as, because they're either singleton puppies are the same kind of, if they didn't have a good breeder, or, when they're taken away, they're usually, just really pushy, rude behavior. They don't like to be touched. So we call them tactile defensive because they are not, they didn't get all of that tactile and proprioceptive touch as the really important time that they needed. And so those are the types of dogs that when I get in an incredibly frustrated, really over aroused, mouthy, like just really snotty, they don't have no bite inhibition. So they bite, and when they bite hard, because you get some dogs that like to play bite, and it's just really soft, and it's, it's no big deal to me, if it's one of my personal dogs, I like playing with my dogs and all that. But, these are the dogs that are just snotty, and they're applying pressure, so no bite inhibition. So that's usually what we see come out of these types of dogs when it's not
really
addressed properly.
Overstimulated.
Oh, yeah. Just incredibly, it's just the high frustration levels. I mean, something happens and boom, they are
really
just triggered.
entitled.
Yeah. I mean, they never, it's like a spoiled, rotten
only child
single
syndrome.
child. Yeah. They just never learn to share. They never learn that there's, any
limits, boundaries.
Yeah. So that is the type of dog that we see many of the times come out of that. Not every time, of course, there's always exceptions. But without a doubt, when I get a call for that kind of dog and I ask if they know, right, how old the dog was when it was taken from their litter, invariably it's 5, 6 weeks old. I mean, it was just way too young. I personally, in my early dog training career, before I knew better, took a female German Shepherd at 6 weeks old. And I knew that I didn't want her at 6 weeks, but the person that she came from wouldn't keep her any longer. And I was like, okay, I'll take her.
And that's a sign if the breeder won't keep them.
And she was a birthday present, which, is even better. So, and she had all of those problems. She was managed slightly better. I was a very new dog trainer. And I called her my redheaded stepchild for life because I didn't know what else to do with her. And she drove me bananas. All right. So hopefully that answered your question, Elena. We have type
of breeding
thank you.
make a difference in litter size, insemination versus live
It
cover?
can. So it depends on if you're using frozen or chilled semen. Obviously, frozen semen usually has lower chances of creating more puppies just because it's older and it's frozen and maybe they don't wake up correctly and things like that. In my experience and in talking to my reproductive vets and other breeders and things like that, we do see higher litter numbers coming off of natural live cover or side-by-side. Side-by-side artificial, just vaginal insemination is just as good as a live cover. And so you get, and then you have TCI versus surgical insemination. And some people say that surgical insemination has a better chance of creating more puppies, but really and truly it's more dependent on the mom because she's the one that does release those eggs. So you have to have good sperm, but you also have to have plenty of eggs ready and willing, and you have to be breeding at the right time. So if you are not breeding at the correct time, when their progesterone is just perfect, when they have ovulated and you're about 48 hours from ovulation, you're going to get less puppies. What is side by side? Where you have the stud right there, you collect him and you put it into the bitch.
But I mean, I have heard of litters used, frozen semen from, 15,
Yep.
20-year-old.
And that I think that has more to do with a bitch being super fertile.
Oh yeah.
And just accepting that semen, and the timing is perfect.
But, I've seen 10, 12 puppies from breeding.
The most I've ever had from a frozen breeding is 7.
No.
And I was thrilled with 7.
Yeah, in general, that's a fairly decent litter.
I've personally never had success with frozen litter, but I've only tried twice, so it's not like I've tried it a bunch.
It's hard to get the timing. You have to have a good reproductive vet that is aware of that timing. It's really hard when you're pulling progesterone from somewhere that has to send it to the lab and you're getting progesterone results, 2-3 days after the fact. If you have a vet that can do progesterone day of, then you have a much better success rate.
And by the way, guys, if you think about it, this is why backyard breeders and just people that want to have litters are so successful, because they don't give two shits about this stuff. And this is a lot of work. It's time consuming. It's expensive to do things right. And you have people that have a dog that jumped the yard because they didn't, keep track of their bitch that was in season, and all of a sudden she's pregnant. She has 15 puppies in the backyard, and it's like,
well, most bitches won't allow themselves to be bred until their progesterone is perfect, and most males aren't like
super interested.
Jump the fence, get there no matter what, interested, unless she smells absolutely perfect. And so those backyard oops litters happen because both dogs were perfect.
Yep.
And it's harder when we're doing it artificially because we don't have those sensors.
Like, I can smell it.
It's really nice to keep a male somewhere in the house because usually he will tell you if she's perfect and ready. Even a neutered male, often, if he's one that
has bred before.
No, I had a neutered male that was a pretty good indicator, and he was neutered when he was a year old. So.
All right. So let's see here. No other questions right now. If you do, Beth will answer or let us know if it's something that needs to be answered in the moment. Otherwise, we are just gonna pop on and answer it later. What was that?
How many people do we have?
Like, yes, I was gonna say there's like 16 or something. All right, so welcome to day 2, guys. So this day 2 and day 3 cover from around 10 weeks, or when that puppy goes to its new owner, to about 6 months old. And by the way, a lot of this stuff, if you ask any of our previous attendees to the seminars that we've done live, they use this stuff on dogs of all ages, but specifically we're talking about puppies. And it's really easy to try to suck us into conversation about older dogs, behavioral problem dogs. I love talking about that. But for the sake of our puppy seminar, let's stick to questions about puppies, because it is very easy to get us sidetracked. We had one seminar where they did nothing but ask us about behavioral problem dogs, and we just like veered way off, and it was like, ooh, okay, we need to bring this back because this is the topic. So we want to make sure that we're talking about puppies. But all of this stuff really is applicable to dogs pretty much of any age. So, all right, bringing home your puppy. Oh, whoops, that's me. I got it.
Do you want me to do it?
Yeah, you do this one. I'll do the, sorry, we have 2 computers running, so.
We can't read it that far away.
Yeah, apparently I need glasses. All right, so bringing home your puppy, whether it's in your home or a client's home. So we get a lot of pet owners that take this course as well. So this is applicable to dog trainers creating courses, training, or your own puppy.
So even just helping your puppy homes.
Yep, big time. Yeah, if you're a breeder, this is giving the best possible information on what to do when they take the puppies home from you. So why is it harder to train a puppy? right? A lot of people think that puppy courses are super easy. And one of the most frustrating things that I actually hear is like, oh, I let my newest, most inexperienced trainer run my puppy classes. And it's like, well, they're literally setting the foundation for the rest of this dog's life. So wouldn't you want your most experienced trainer teaching these classes? So that way, hopefully these dogs never develop behavioral problems later on. And they're the most well-adjusted adult dogs that we can get. Something to think about when you are setting up your classes if you have multiple trainers. I used to fall into that bracket in terms of putting my newest trainer until I learned more. So puppies are blank slates that require assistance developing into well-behaved, well-adjusted adults. So that's a good and bad thing in the sense that, you know, everything for them is a brand new experience for the most part. Genetics do play certain things into this, but I mean, they're pretty much sponges. They are just soaking up everything that they're seeing, everything that they're hearing, everything that they're learning. Every interaction you have with them, they're learning stuff. So double-edged sword in terms of good and bad. If we're doing things right, it goes so easy. If we're not doing things right, they're learning the exact opposite stuff that we don't want them learning. So they require constant supervision and management when loose. This is probably one of the biggest things that I have to educate my clients on. They're puppies. They're literally babies. I would never let my 2-year-old child roam free and loose without supervision. Why on earth would we expect puppies to be able to be mature enough to do the same thing?
Especially since they don't wear diapers.
Yeah, well, that too. They don't wear diapers. They have very sharp teeth. So instead of sticking, you know, something in a socket, they're going to lick the socket. It happens. So I had a really sad case, actually. This is just a side note, of a puppy or a woman that was bringing her puppy. And she was very well known in our community in Tucson, working with the Humane Society and stuff. But she had adopted a sweet little puppy. I don't know what the circumstances were, but it chewed a cord and died. And, you know, she was heartbroken. She was bringing the puppy to her socialization classes, and I had no idea. She just stopped coming, and I reached out and was like, hey, haven't seen you in a couple weeks. And of course, then she told me, and it was just like, oh, heartbreaking. And if we are, you know, and I'm not blaming her, but if we are, you know, supervising and managing properly, then we're going to have way less of a chance of our puppy chewing things, getting into things that they shouldn't be, and having any tragedy occur. So, and of course, on the part of teaching good habits, you know, good, yeah, helping them make good decisions. If they don't practice it, it's way less likely that it's going to become a habit. Every puppy presents a different challenge in raising them. I can't state this enough. I mean, they're so different. It's just like humans, and they all have their own personalities. Some are confident, some are, you know, shy, some are like, you know, do first, ask questions later, and others are ask questions first and maybe not do it all. And so we really have to find out, what is the personality of this puppy? What is it capable of? And what are we capable of teaching it in terms of getting it to where we want it to be? Not every puppy is a good fit for every home. And I just got a call of people that got 2 litter mates, and one is incredibly shy and meek, and the other one is way more confident. And they refused to rehome one of them. And so we had a big, long talk about what their life is going to look like in terms of training and, you know, raising these puppies to be as successful as possible.
Side note,
yep.
no good breeder should send 2 puppies to one home unless it's a very experienced home.
Absolutely. You know, I just am in the process of raising 4 puppies. My oldest is about to turn a year old next month. And shit, it's a lot of work. I mean, and I travel a lot. So thankfully I have a really good support system that I just like farm out all my dogs to, but it's a lot of work to, you know, and 2 puppies is not, it's like having 3 puppies in terms of the amount of work you should be doing with it. So, all right, forming their view of the world around them, and they're extremely impressionable. We talked about single event learning yesterday, especially with those fear periods. So one bad experience literally can set the tone for the rest of your dog's life and take a lot of work to help bring that puppy out of it. If it's a puppy that doesn't have great recovery from stress, if it gets stressed incredibly easy, like these are the puppies that are most susceptible to having really bad impressions from single event learning. If we have a puppy that, you know, has gone through a great socialization program, like let's say it was a Megan or Beth puppy, they bounce back really quickly, right? Because they have a good retention, or they have a good, oh man, I just lost the word I was thinking of.
Rebound.
Thank you. They have a good rebound from stress, right? And we saw a lot of that with quite a few of Beth's puppies in this litter, where they'd get stressed and then they would come right back out of it. And not every single puppy had that with every, one of those things from the temperament test, but, overwhelmingly something startled them and then they were able to come back from it. Or if they couldn't come back from it on their own, they were able to come back from it with a little help from me when I was doing the temperament test. And by the way, the Volhard temperament test needs to go in that order, total side note, because it's things that stress the puppy and then things that should help them recover, or things that stress the puppy and then how do they recover from it going into something else. And so that's why it's set up with those specific tests in that order. Total side note that we forgot to mention yesterday. Let's see here. And then we're going to hit multiple developmental stages as they grow. Oh, this is something that I just do not hear dog trainers talk about enough. They are treating 6-month-old puppies the same as they are treating 3-year-old dogs. They are hard on them. They ride them. They are not, they don't give them any feedback or, very little feedback in terms of this. Talk to your owners about developmental periods. Tell them what to expect as these things, as your puppy develops and they go through. We talked about all the different developmental periods yesterday, the duckling phase, then the so you think you can fly phase, then the rebellious phase. I tell you what, when I have puppy classes or I'm meeting, private lesson clients, or, a puppy that's going to come in through board and train, I give them handouts on developmental periods. I talk to them about fear periods, tell them what their life is going to be looking like as this puppy goes through these stages. And every single time they're like, 1, wow, we've never heard that before. We had no idea. And 2, later on, they're like, yep, my puppy just hit 5 months old and man, they stop coming back when I call them, they're getting really mouthy, or when they hit 9 months old, whoo, buddy, really those hormones kicked in, they just chewed the couch up. And it's like, yeah, I told you needed to make sure that you were consistent with your supervision and all of these things. And it's literally every single time that they are, really grateful that I talk to them about these developmental periods, because then they can't feign ignorance either. So was there a question up there, Beth?
That I saw.
It just flashed at me.
Oh, I haven't checked yet.
Can you share those handouts you use for the developmental periods?
I posted it in the.
Yeah, I am pretty sure mine are in there, but or they've been made into a post at some point, but it's literally
mine is definitely.
Yeah, yours are in there. And mine, I have actually all on my website. Will you just type my website in there? Puppy Sense Training. It's puppysensetraining.com. And then if you go under the resources tab, I've got tons of downloadable handouts, potty training handout, the developmental period handout, my food recommendation handout. I've got tons of, places that they can take the puppy to socialize. I've got referrals, in my area for different, things that they can do, good vets, all the stuff that I kind of recommend. And I put all that information out there for free because I want people to have success, because when they come to me for training, makes my life a lot easier. And so all my handouts, I'm pretty sure they're on the support group as well, but if not, you'll be able to find them on my website.
I think that most trainers would like to see clients for tricks and fun things and teaching the dog to enjoy and do
off-leash training, whatever it is,
and not the problems,
not like
even though the problems are what most dog trainers see.
Right, not that the dog's biting my face off, but like, hey, my dog is really well adjusted and I just want to do more with it. Awesome. I take clients all the time that I've helped raise from puppies, and we do dock diving. I get them to join my disc club, frisbee club with us. I get them to do, off-leash training. I get them to do tricks. Like, I do a lot of fun stuff, and I really try hard to avoid the behavioral stuff. And not because I'm not good at it. I'm actually quite good at it, and that's, not bragging, but I just had really good mentors, and I just don't love it. And I would rather people not have to experience that aspect of owning a dog, because it does kind of put a sour taste in a lot of people's mouths.
Yeah, definitely.
And so
it's way more fun to have a dog that you just enjoy.
Absolutely. I mean, that's why we get dogs, right? So, all right. So those are things to keep in mind on why it's harder to train a puppy. And by the way, that's a reason a lot of people prefer to adopt older dogs, because puppies are work. They are a lot of work. All right, so moving on to the next slide, socialization and habituation. So big time, quality versus quantity. quality is where it's at. I have seen owners who are so gung-ho about the fact that they have a new puppy and they do way too much of not quality stuff. They just do too much, and it's too much for the puppy. They didn't quite know what they were doing. They had everybody bombard their puppy, and now all of a sudden their puppy is growling at people, and they're like, what the heck? I've introduced you to like 1,000 people already. Yeah, you overdid it, and it wasn't quality interactions. So we always want to think about quality versus quantity, and quantity is absolutely quality is absolutely where it's at. We want to make sure that the interactions, the socialization, the experiences in this dog's life are quality. They are good experiences, so that way we are setting our puppies up for success. And that doesn't mean that your puppy never experiences stress. We've already talked about this yesterday. Stress is a part of life. If we teach it properly, we actually make more resilient, way stronger, way healthier, way smarter dogs. So primary socialization period, that can't be missed. We talked about that yesterday as well during the developmental periods. Once that puppy comes home, we have until about 16 weeks, which is the most critical socialization period there is. We need to fit as much quality stuff, socialization, experiences, exposure into that time frame as we can. And of course, it needs to continue after that, but that's literally the most primary socialization period in a dog's life. So what is socialization and habituation? Socialization is the process of learning to behave in a way that is acceptable to society. All right, we need to socialize our dog to life. People, we talked a lot about this in terms of raising litters, but now the puppy is home, we need to continue letting them see and experience people. And that doesn't mean that every single person needs to come up to them and pet them. Most of the time, I let 1 out of 10, 1 out of 20 people touch my puppy. Otherwise, my puppy is just watching them go by. They stay nice and calm and relaxed. Kids, everything, I want them to see, big people, small people, people in walkers, people in wheelchairs. I just want them to experience it and be very comfortable with it. And, if a person seems relatively normal and they're not rude and pushy and they ask to pet my puppy, cool. And I will give them instruction, like let my puppy come over. And as long as my puppy is not being rude, and if they are, I will address it. And I want them to have that good experience with have my puppy have that good experience with people. So habituation is a diminishing of a psychological or emotional response to a frequently repeated stimulus. And so we want habituation is a big deal with puppies. We just want to start getting them used to things that maybe they're not used to, or things that they're unsure of. Beth and Megan do this a ton with the vacuum, all of that. And it's just teaching them that these things happen around them, and we build that up progressively. So moving on, quality versus quantity. Fewer positive experiences are significantly better than frequently poor. We just talked about that. We always want to watch a puppy's body language for signs of fear. All right. If our puppy is nervous about something, we don't want to coddle them, but we're going to support them through the experience. So when we talk about coddling, it's like, oh, my puppy gets scared, I'm going to swoop them up. It's okay, baby. Oh my gosh, right? You're going to be fine. The other thing that we see is, like, let's say a person's coming up to pet a puppy and they start showing really nervous body language, and the people shove the dog forward. It's okay. You can pet him. It's fine. You're going to be okay. Why are you acting so weird? And it's like, no, your puppy is blatantly saying, I don't want to have interaction with this person. I'm uncomfortable with it. It makes me really nervous. So we don't want to coddle them. We don't want to force them, but we are going to help make those experiences better for them. So big deal. Don't force the puppy. If they're not ready for it, go back, do some pre-training, or back up a few steps and help your puppy become more emotionally well about the thing that's going on.
Not a question, comment.
Mm-hmm.
Nicole has a 14-week-old German Shepherd coming in for day training later this week, terrified of her dogs when they were 20 feet away, never stopped barking during the evaluation, and didn't really care about interacting with me. Not really a question, but
every single German Shepherd we deal with.
Yeah, that's the majority of most German Shepherds. They also tend to close their social period faster than most breeds we've found. And ultimately, what you're really going to want to focus on is a lot of what we're going to be going over today and tomorrow. It is like Brittany said, helping the dog to become emotionally well. Don't push them into situations that are outside of their comfort zone, and start really easy and gradually move into harder situations. Yep. And I think a lot of what you're gonna learn this week is gonna really help with that. So
Yeah. So the biggest thing there's a few breeds out there that we've really noticed, and German Shepherds probably being the one at the forefront of my mind, for dogs that their socialization, their most critical socialization window closes right around 14 weeks. Unless it's an incredibly well-bred one. But even then, one of my favorite German Shepherd breeders, they have it right on their website, like, right about 14 weeks is when we expect that socialization window to close. But if I get a phone call for a shepherd that's 14, 16 weeks old and they haven't done anything with it, I already know it's going to come in two ways: hiding behind their owner or out at the end of the leash freaking out and reacting.
Yep.
And there's like hardly ever any in between. I've worked, I think, with 2 nice German Shepherd puppies in the last few years. It's ridiculous. And so, the techniques that we're going to go over are really going to show you how to work with puppies, all kinds of puppies, and help them feel better. But when we do socials, I get puppies like that all the time that come in that are just adamantly, don't touch me, get away from me. If a puppy gets in their space, they're snapping at it. And it seems like a relatively aggressive response. It's all fear. I just create a bubble. We advocate for that puppy. We don't let the other puppy or, the other dogs in that bubble. And pretty soon what happens is that puppy, one, learns that it can trust you because you're helping it. 2, it starts to become curious because it sees all of the other dogs having fun. They're out there running around, enjoying whatever they're doing, whether they're playing with each other or they're just, out there sniffing and checking out the environment. So it starts to feel less pressure. It starts to see all of the other dogs having fun. And at some point it's going to become curious and it's going to walk up to another dog. And if it's a dog that I know for sure is going to be a really good experience for it, I allow the interaction to happen. It sniffs, it gets sniffed. And then I end the interaction and let that other dog go on. And the shepherd puppy or whatever puppy gets that bubble again. And very quickly that puppy starts seeking out other dogs to investigate and to interact with because it's really curious. And once I get that curiosity, I know I'm in a really good place with that dog because now it's going to start exploring even more. And usually within 2 sessions, that puppy is just out and it's not even on my radar anymore because it's now really comfortable. And if it gets overwhelmed, it knows I'm the safe place, or it'll go take a break on its own and then come back when ready. I get puppies all the time that for the first 15, 20 minutes in my socialization class, which keep in mind is only 30 minutes long, sits on the wall, screams if another dog comes within 5 feet of it. And all of a sudden, within the last 10 minutes of the class, it's out there running around playing because we are the ones that advocated for it. So you should see, if you can set that up right, a big change with that shepherd puppy very quickly. Any other comments or questions that?
She just asked where we would start, but I think.
Oh yeah, we're going to go over that today and tomorrow. I mean, all of the stuff is where we start, but big time, the relaxation triad will be a big deal through TBT, which is one of the things that you're going to learn, even though I know you specifically have already learned it. So talking about the primary socialization period, remember this is 8 weeks to about 16 weeks. Some breeds are more sensitive to that, like German Shepherds. I find a lot of Border Collies are also really sensitive to that. Not always, but especially more of the working line Border Collies tend to be a little more sensitive to that. So it ends between 14 to 16 weeks. Absolute must. Multiple positive exposures before this window closes at 16 weeks. Do not wait until after vaccinations. We already covered a lot of that, but I can't state this enough. I can't repeat it enough. I know so many dog trainers who have still that belief that we must wait until after vaccinated. Don't. You need to get your puppies out there, but you need to be smart in the way that you do it. All right. So what and how? That's such a pretty backdrop. Balance between exposure and handler focus. All right. The goal is acceptance, not obsession. One of the things that I see a lot of trainers really, really work on is nothing but teaching that puppy to focus only on the handler. And that's great, except it's not, because you're actually not teaching your puppy to deal with anything out there. So we want to make sure that our puppy is comfortable when not focusing on us, that they can see dogs, they can see people, they can, experience life and be very calm and collected about it. But at the same time, if I do need my puppy to focus on me because we're doing an exercise or I'm training you something, then yeah, you need to pay attention to me. So we always want to have that balance between exposure and handler focus. And especially if you really enjoy, training obedience or things like that for, whatever you want to do with your dog later on, we want to make sure that we keep that balance. All right, so the what's, we need to create exposure to dogs. All right, structured off-leash play. All right, we solve this via our socialization classes. We need to be able to let them meet puppies and balanced adult dogs both. All right, they need to get a variety of different types of dogs. All right, big dogs, small dogs, pointy-eared dogs, curly-tailed dogs, no-tailed dogs, smush-faced dogs, old dogs, young dogs, dogs that want nothing to do with them, dogs that are overbearing, because we want them to really learn how to become comfortable associating with all of these dogs. They don't have to love them, but they need to definitely be civil and be comfortable being in their presence. So, in my small dog and puppy socialization classes, we get really, kind of cranky, older, small dogs that are in that class who are very comfortable being there as long as puppies aren't harassing them. And I want the puppies to learn that not every dog wants to play with you. You need to be respectful of that. Then we get some really crazy hyper dogs, like we get boxers, frequently. And these boxers are like, and they just want to pounce on everybody. And we have to teach them, not every dog enjoys playing like that. So if you want to interact with them, you need to learn how to temper the way you play and, kind of adjust your style. And they learn it really quickly, or they just go, okay, you're not a dog that's interested in playing with me the way I like to play. And they move on to find somebody that really, matches their play style. And so I purposefully have my socialization classes set up with all of those different personality types and sizes and things like that. So they get used to all of those things. Never allow bullying. This is a big deal. And sometimes it'll happen and, a dog comes over and, jumps on a dog and it's like, we're going to move on. But we help that situation if it does happen, but we try really hard not to allow bullying because that is a way for you to make an experience very bad for a dog. We always want to advocate for shy, nervous, or overwhelmed puppies. I can't state this enough. Advocate for those, create that bubble, let them know that they are safe in that space. And we also will advocate for those really hyper boxer type dogs or the huskies that are just totally oblivious. We have to advocate for them in the sense that we need to slow them down and we need to teach them how to be respectful of every other dog's play style, that not everybody likes what you're doing and it's not gonna happen. And it's usually the huskies, and I find the boxers end up playing off together because they're kind of crazy the same way. So practicing calm behavior around dogs. On leash, I need my dogs to be able to see another dog and say, okay, yeah, it's another dog, no big deal, right? I can't have them be like, oh, that dog has to be my best friend, and try, as hard as they can to scramble to get to their dog. I also don't want them to be like, oh crap, it's another dog, and they want to run away from it. So we want to be able to practice calm behavior around other dogs on leash. That, in my puppy classes, I very rare, not my socialization classes, but my actual training classes, I very rarely do off-leash play times because this is the time where I say you need to be teaching your dog that your puppy needs to be around other dogs, and it's not playtime. This is where we focus and where we are able to practice these good behaviors on a leash. So, and then of course, quick on-leash pass-bys, teaching them to not be that reactive jumping towards the end of the leash. People, all right, so we ignore most, we meet a few. I talked about this a little bit earlier. We want to teach manners. No jumping, but teach appropriate free behavior. And this is really important. A lot of people like to teach that sit to greet. I don't like that at all. And the reason is it's just much more challenging unless you have that puppy start from like early on. It's an extra thing that the dog has to think about when they're super excited. And so if I can teach that dog to just do a natural, normal greet like a dog would do, if you see two dogs greet each other, they don't go up and sit down, right? They just walk up, they sniff each other, all's good. And that's how I like to teach my puppies to greet people. Go up, sniff, don't jump on them, don't bite at them, don't get ridiculous, but good free behavior. Do you have a question?
Yeah. Just about the dog stuff. So
okay.
I wanted to get it before we moved on. How do you balance an appropriate correction from an adult dog without it being a scary one-event learning experience for the pup?
Know your adult dog.
Yeah.
I mean, 100%, you have to know your adult dog. There are
adult dogs that overcorrect that I would never put with puppies.
Yep. I have some dogs that don't correct at all, and I won't put them in there until that puppy is far better versed, because that's not fair to my adult dog, and it doesn't teach good things to my puppy. And like Beth said, if she's got a dog that is just way over the top with corrections, we don't put them in there yet either. Bethany's got 20 dogs. I've got 11. Megan's got 5. We have a large assortment of adult dogs that we get to choose from at any moment when we need a certain temperament. That's definitely the reason, by the way, I have 11 dogs, solely for this. Not any other reason.
Definitely the reason I have 20.
See, exactly. We're not crazy guys, I swear. But you have to know your adult dog, and that is truly the only way that you're going to have success when you're doing that and making sure it doesn't turn into bad. I think we have a Q&A.
How do you teach a dog to calm down around other dogs? Do you just wait to let them meet until they are? From Jamie.
Yeah. So one of the things that actually today we go over is the relaxation triad and other relaxation exercises that we use for puppies. So that's really cool, and you guys are going to get to learn that today. So hold tight. I think that happens after lunch, but there's actually techniques that we have to teach relaxation, which is really cool. And actually the people that I learned it from are watching maybe right now. But it is a really fantastic thing. So you guys will get to learn that
right now.
Oh, they are?
Yeah.
Hi guys. So Mark and Stephanie McCabe of Training Between the Ears, they are incredibly generous and have allowed us to teach some of their stuff that they teach in their own seminars in our puppy seminar. So it's really, really cool stuff. And I always encourage people that once you're done learning this, go learn that as well, because it is, doggy, it'll take your training to the next level as well. So
Mark says puppy overcorrected by mom, do an ARDA response for the puppy.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So, and we talk more about that later. So I don't want to get into that right now, but we do talk a lot about that later. And it's really good stuff when your puppy has bad experiences, how to help them overcome that. And so cool stuff. We have another comment.
My 10-year-old dog gave a correction to my pup. He barked at her, and it scared her to the point where she ran away screaming.
Mm-hmm.
I think his correction was fair, but obviously too scary for her. So since then, I have been using the leash to teach her to give him some space and making sure she has other good experiences with dogs to balance out that one scary experience for her.
Awesome. So a couple things. Really good job on your response now in the moment. So what Mark just said is ARDA. ARDA stands for creating an appetitive response to an aversive. And once again, we're going to talk about that later. But essentially right away, as soon as that bad, scary thing happened, I would have just said yes and thrown food at her to help her overcome that. And then there's very specific ways where we build on that. But basically we just want to say scary experience, boom, here's something that can help you, get over that. The biggest thing, guys, with old dogs, and you have a puppy, and I know that, I don't totally think your older dog was fair in the correction. You could just have a really sensitive, puppy. Mm-hmm. But don't let your puppies harass older dogs. And I'm not saying you were that, but this is just an overall, I see with my clients all the time, and they get rid of their older dog because their older dog is miserable with their puppy. It's like, no, you are setting the scenario up for that. Don't let your puppies harass your older dogs. Advocate for your older dogs. They have earned it. They have lived their whole life being good dogs for you. And they do not need some young whippersnapper coming in there and getting in their face, and they're old and cranky and saying, please back off. Mom, dad, help me. And you're like, oh, look how cute they are. Stop it. Teach that puppy to respect the older dog. And some of the relaxation exercises we're going to teach are actually going to be huge in helping you accomplish that. I've got literally now my oldest dog is 10, but I lost my 2 shepherds last year. And my oldest was 12, and I bring puppies in all the time. And, he was able to love puppies because he never had bad experiences where they harassed the snot out of him. And so, and that's the way we want to set it up, where your older dogs can love other puppies because they have only good experiences and they are not getting harassed. So good job, by the way. Who was that said that? Was it?
Margaret.
Yeah. So good job, Margaret, in terms of how you handled that, in terms of the recovery. Once the situation was over, making sure you're managing that with your puppy better. Anything else?
Not so far.
Okay, cool. All right. So back to the people stuff. exposure to a variety of people, hats, canes, walkers, wheelchairs, beards, backpacks, sunglasses, etc. I mean, there's just no limit to the weird things people do. People with mohawks, people with big gauges in their ears. Masks. That's the newest one. People that wear masks. All of this is just huge. Different ages, sizes, temperaments as well. Some people are really meek and very, my sister, no offense to my sister, she's a very kind of meek, very quiet, reserved person. And the dogs just, they really run all over her. Yesterday I got one of my boredom trains here, and she started running the fence line of the chickens. And I asked my sister to step in, and that dog just like had no care she was there. And so all of these different personality types, the second I stood up, my boarding train was like, oh, okay, I'm not supposed to be doing that. Like, yeah, a little bit more assertive in that sense than my sister is, even though I wasn't going to go over there and do anything, massive to her. But she definitely just felt my energy was very different. So, you want to experience your puppy, teaching them all about different types of people. Bethany mentioned her Westie puppy, who's 5 months old now. She'd seen kids before, but all of a sudden there was a little tiny baby in her house, and she came up, she kind of put her front paws up on the couch and sniffed the baby, and then was like, oh, that's weird, kind of and barked at her a couple times. And so we really, the more exposure that we can do with them, and by the way, sometimes you're going to have those reactions. And it's no big deal. We just want to help them through it, and be able to, teach them about how they should feel about it. Yes.
Margaret is also asking, how do you like to stop/manage jumping from a young pup when greeting a stranger? And I think that we're going to answer that later today.
Yeah, we're gonna answer that later today. But it is management in the beginning. So, all right. So moving on to environments. The places you can take your puppy, this is a really big deal. Get them out, get them exposed. Grocery stores. Obviously don't take them in the grocery stores. I get really cranky when I see people with dogs that are not service dogs in grocery stores. That's not cool. Don't do that. But take them in the front of grocery stores. Stand, 10 feet away from the door, 20 feet, whatever your puppy needs in that moment. And just let them watch and hang out, reward them for making good choices, for looking at the things that they're looking at, being comfortable with it. I usually toggle between acceptance, not obsession. So I'll reward them for watching the things go by. And then I ask for some attention and do a little obedience, whatever food luring that I'm doing with the puppy. And then give them a break, let them watch, reward them for watching and, behaving well, feeling calm and well about what's going on. And that right there is like the best training session. It took me 5 minutes, 10 minutes to do, if not, probably not even 10 minutes, with younger puppies. And that is literally the best experience my puppy could have had out of that visit, right? So remember, quality, not quantity. Veterinary clinics. I love this picture. It's a picture of one of Bethany's, litters that are in the vet's office, just, rolling around, playing on the ground. Uh-oh, internet connection's unstable. Oh dear. All right, let's try to ride this out. So her puppies are just in there. They've had great experiences. Bethany's taken them to the vet. How many times?
They usually go like 4 or so. Yeah,
4 times, before in their 10 weeks of life, they've already been at the vet that many times. And when you take your puppy, you're going to do a lot of this stuff that we're going to be teaching you. They have great experiences. My dogs love going to the vet. I legitimately do not have one dog that is afraid of the vet. Because every time they go in there, I play with them. I teach them relaxation stuff. We kind of toggle between all of these things. My vet happens to also be really phenomenal. And my vet doesn't even have tables. They just have mats on the floor where they get down and they play with the dogs and, the puppies, and they make it a really positive experience for them. And of course, because I have a good relationship with my vet, they let me do a lot of the handling and training, and they go along with whatever I need them to go along with. So make vet clinics really positive experiences. Groomers. Okay, we've got doodle breeder. I get so many doodle clients, poodles, all these hairy dogs that need grooming. You have to start right away. I mean, you just have to start immediately. Find a good groomer that knows what they're doing with puppies, that you can set up a couple appointments, and they just take your puppy, put them on the table. They make lots of positive experiences. They don't really do anything. Maybe they, bathe them and, do a little puppy cut or, sanitary clip on the, their parts. They brush them. and they're feeding them, they're playing with them, and they're making it a super stressless event for the puppy. And they do that a couple of times before they ever get an actual full grooming. I cannot tell you how many people don't do that, and it sets the puppies and the groomer up for disaster. You can't, I mean, there's just so many groomers that hate working with certain types of, you know, dogs or clients, because it's usually a miserable mess for everybody involved.
First time they bring them is at 6 months.
Yeah, and they're already
Yeah.
matted. They're already, you know, they've never done any handling with them. They've never been into the, you know, the building or
Never
the
been
mobile grooming.
brushed.
Oh, yeah, don't do that. Farmers markets. Oh, this is great. Farmers markets. Now, with a farmers market, I would say wait until they're a little older, because that's usually very heavily dog trafficked, or put them in a puppy stroller. All right. I've done that before, where I take them, or, you know, a sling of some sort if they're really young, because farmers markets are usually a little bit more heavily dog, you know, trafficked. And I wouldn't quite trust that in Arizona anyway, but great exposure. The farmers markets in Tucson, we have, I mean, they bring petting zoos, they bring all sorts of stuff there. There's all different types of people and smells and things going on. I mean, they've got, you know, like a jungle gym for kids. I mean, there's all sorts of stuff at the farmers markets in Tucson, and it is fan-freaking-tastic for socialization. I love it. Pet stores. This is another one you have to be really careful. If you take your puppy into a PetSmart, like PetSmart, I'm hungry, like, you know, PetSmart or Petco, or, you know, whatever other Pet Values, whatever is local to you guys, put them in a cart. And when you put them in a cart, bring your own blanket or something that they can sit on. And that's the way you should bring them into the store until they're older. So that way they, once again, they're seeing people, they're seeing dogs. And usually you have really rude people that try to let their dogs run up and, you know, jump on the cart to see your puppy. And that's a really great way for you to also practice your cranky face of get the heck away from me.
Just spray the dog.
Yeah, just spray the people.
Spray the people. Get away from me.
Yeah. Hardware stores, Home Depot, Lowe's, Ace is very dog friendly. Yeah, those are the three that's coming to my mind. You know, but those are really great because there's all sorts of stuff that are constantly going on in there. Noises, construction stuff, the wood smells. I mean, everything. You've got people that are, you know,
Big flat carts.
yes, yep. And I love practicing getting my puppy to jump on and off of those, getting, you know, the ones where you stick like the sheets of wood, the long ones, and they've got like the three kind of bars with the tall one in the middle, and getting them to like run under, you know, through the bars and all that stuff. I'll get them to hang out on there while I move it around, and my dogs are like, oh, this is so cool, because we make it lots of fun. I'll take them back by the wood cutting area, you know, where the saws are going, and, you know, keep them as far away as they need, but just practice them hanging out there, being nice and calm with all that sound going on. If you've had a breeder that did a good job, they're not going to care at all. Yeah. No? Okay. Children's sporting events. This is awesome. In Tucson, this is kind of very selective timing that we have sporting events because of the weather. But I know like here in Utah, you know, it's just fantastic. There's always stuff going on with that. Maybe not in the winter, but, you know, just tons. Sporting events are huge. Take your puppy out there. Keep them as far away as necessary in the beginning for them to feel comfortable, and just work on your relaxation with them out there. Once they're nice and calm and comfortable, then focus on attention and focus on obedience and, you know, all the other stuff you're doing. But really just focus solely on getting them to be comfortable, feeling good about it, relaxation stuff. All right.
I think not on this list are sporting goods stores.
Yep.
And feed stores.
Yes.
Like farm and tractor stores.
Yep.
And
all of those are good. By the way,
Barnes and Noble,
Barnes
Ross,
and Noble,
Hobby Lobby.
Hobby Lobby. Yep. On my website under that resources page, I actually have a list of all of that. Like I think Sephora,
Shields.
yeah, there's a ton of stores. Ross, did we already say that?
Yeah.
There's a ton of stores that actually allow dogs that most people don't know about. A lot
And
of
if you don't
mattress
know,
stores.
just call.
Worst they're gonna say
Just
is
call
no.
beforehand.
Most outside malls.
Yeah. Oh yeah. So there's all sorts of really good places that you can get creative to
Be
take your puppies to.
respectful and clean up after yourself, and don't
Try to potty your puppy always before you go in the store.
Yeah.
Make sure they go, and then of course right after. I mean, sometimes
take a
accidents
bag
happen.
with you just in case.
Yes.
Though, with something.
And some paper towels just in
Right.
case, because literally accidents are going to happen. I mean, you're dealing with puppies, so you know, and it's not a big deal. Just clean it up and be super respectful. So, all right, let's see here. Moving on. Surfaces, objects, and novelty. I mean, there's just, you know, the sky's the limit in terms of what you can help your puppy get comfortable with. These Fit Paw things are great. They're a little bit more on the expensive side, but you know, if you're a dog trainer, invest in them. They are, you know, they're sturdy. They hold up really well, use after use after use. If you're a pet owner, you know, and you've got the resources to buy them, cool. It's really cool. But if not, there's a lot of other things out there, a lot of human equipment, you know, that you can buy that's not nearly as expensive. You know, tunnels, I just buy kid tunnels, and they last usually really well, and they're fairly inexpensive.
That picture is like $11 from IKEA.
This tunnel, yeah, it's super inexpensive. You know, a ball pit, just a small kiddie pool. You can get ball pit balls. If you don't want to buy the ball pit balls, use water or pop bottles, you know, 20 ounces, you know, crush them up a little bit and throw them in there instead of the ball pit. And I'll usually just sprinkle a bunch of food in there, and let the puppy just hop in at their own pace, find their food. I'll feed whole meals in a ball pit. Makes it really, really cool. And I've done a couple things. Well, you saw Megan's one where she had them in water, which is really cool. I've done where I had a trampoline that had the sides, and I put the ball pit balls in the trampoline and let the puppies get in there and bounce around and play, just different surfaces, all that. Teeter boards and wobble boards are really cool. You know, this is a picture of a Border Collie puppy I was training at Home Depot, just boxes and different stuff. When you're doing this kind of stuff, be really respectful. If your dog's nails are out of control and going to puncture holes in the boxes or in the, you know, packaging, don't be rude with that. Always think about, if this were your stuff, you know, you want it to be respected. So make sure you're doing that. Did we have
Yeah, Elena was just saying she likes kid playgrounds at night.
Oh yeah, awesome. Kid playgrounds are so much fun. I mean, there's just,
and Nicole mentioned Bass Pro Shop water.
Yes.
Like waterfalls, wildlife statues, elevators for experiences.
by the way, statues are always one that get dogs, because they are like, you look like a human or whatever you're supposed to be, but you're not moving. You don't smell right. Yeah, get your puppies used to that.
Videos of the dogs that try to like fetch.
Get the statues to fetch.
Or like fake stuffed dogs, you know, where the dogs are like, what the heck? And they'll like slowly creep up to sniff the butt, and they're like, ah, you're weird. You know, that, you know, raising litters, that could be a really cool thing that you put in, you know, your puppy pen to just let them hang out with and get used to. Fake dogs. All right. So talking about nutrition, weight, and health, we actually don't talk about nutrition right now. With the whole DCM thing going on, there's still so much unknown that we just don't want to bring it up anymore. In this particular seminar, if you want to have a conversation about it privately, I don't mind. I don't think Beth or Megan mind.
Nope.
But we're not going to talk about it in a big open platform. So we aren't going to give food recommendations or anything like that. If you want mine, it's on my website. All right, so let's talk about weight though. And this is, you know, just lifelong of the dog, not just as puppies. Weight is so important. I mean, just so important. We want to maintain a healthy weight. It's critical for proper growth without stressing the developing joints, for peak physical activity and overall, you know, overall health. So I have dealt with puppies that are so fat, they literally can't move for more than 5 minutes without getting exhausted and having to take a break. And of course, they're usually labs. Sorry, Lisa Marie. I know you don't let your puppies get fat. So, you know, but it's absolutely ridiculous. Berners are another breed that I see that people just let get obese. And it's like, what the heck are you thinking? It's just like people. Basset hounds. Yeah, Basset hounds, beagles, all sorts of, you know, there's actually dogs that, you know, have a propensity for obesity now. And it's just, you know, we really want to be able to avoid that. We talked about, you know, environmental stuff, causing issues like hip dysplasia, elbow dysplasia, joint issues, all of that, cardiac problems. Nutrition and weight are huge with this. So, you know, if we're feeding a good quality food and maintaining our dog's weight, we are going to really help reduce any possibility of these problems occurring in the future. So as puppies develop, their weight will fluctuate, gaining and dropping. You know, I've got a German short hair pointer puppy who, you know, on the daily looks like he's emaciated, even though he eats a ton of food. He has no parasites. It's just a breed thing. They're typically running on the skinny side. We're going to see more ribs than we're going to see probably on a, you know, a lab puppy. And that's just a very normal growth phases that they go through.
and it is what it is. You're going to have certain breeds, you know, your sight hounds, they usually look emaciated because that's their structure. You know, so you always just want to be conscientious of
You don't
that.
want a sight hound that you can't see the ribs or hips on.
Right.
That would be ridiculous.
That's an obese sight hound.
Yeah, you know, but you know, we see French bulldogs, English bulldogs, pugs, they're like barrels, right? It's like, no, even though their body structure, you know, is different than a lot of breeds, they still need to be at a fit healthy weight. And so, you know, this is just a, you know, a very loose scale of different body conditions. Generally, yeah, this is a really nice picture because you can kind of see one rib at the end. There's a decent tuck that comes up from the abdomen or from the chest into the abdomen. There's another version of this that has from the top, you know, but you'd want to see coming from the ribs, a nice tuck that way. And so, you know, those are just things to kind of keep in mind. And no big deal with puppies fluctuating in weight, but usually by the time they get like 9-ish months old, we should have a fairly consistent weight and we shouldn't see a lot of fluctuation with that. Yeah. So
Unless you have like a Dane or a Mastiff.
yeah, I mean, unless you have like the giant
Mine
breeds.
continue growing until they're like 2.
Yeah, but I'm saying a consistency in terms of they shouldn't be fluctuating between really heavy to really thin again, because some puppies we see go through a chunky phase and then, you know, they hit a growth spurt.
If some breeds and some individual dogs carry their weight different,
Yeah.
so you may see a waist, but what you're not noticing is that their chest is super heavy.
Yeah. Yeah, the easiest way that we talk about knowing what a healthy weight is, because, you know, visuals, a lab looks very different than, you know, an English bulldog. So when we make a loose fist, if we rub over the top of our hand, there's not a lot of definition there, all right? If I'm touching and rubbing over my dog's ribs, and that's what it feels like, and I have to push down really hard to actually feel a rib, that's overweight. I shouldn't have to kind of force my fingers in to feel a dog's ribs. If I'm rubbing over the top of my knuckles, that is underweight, right? If I touch my dog's ribs and it's like, boom, there's no fat at all over the ribs, that's usually underweight. But if I rub over loosely the top of my fingers, there's a little bit of cushion there, all right? That's what I should be feeling when I'm touching my dog's ribs, a thin layer of fat, right? And then if I press down slightly, that's where my dog's ribs are. That is, you know, the best way to be able to tell if your dog is at a nice healthy weight. And keep in mind, puppies will fluctuate and that's okay. They're going to hit a growth spurt, you know, where all of a sudden they look really, really skinny. And then, you know, they're going to kind of get stagnant and maybe put a little weight on because we haven't adjusted their food. And then all of a sudden they hit a growth spurt again. And they just kind of keep going through this. You get some dogs that like shepherds that are really lanky until they're like 3. And it's like, not much you can do, and then all of a sudden, boom, their chest fills out, you know, and they look really great, they put their weight on.
And this is where research comes in,
yes.
Knowing your breed, knowing how they gain weight. Like when I send puppies home, I tell people they should be gaining about 10 pounds a month.
Yep.
That's my breed, obviously, not a beagle.
Little chihuahua, 10 pounds a month.
But it's because people are wondering, well, how do I know if my dog is growing too fast or is growing too slow or things like that? And it's a generalization that, you know, if they're 4 months old, they should be in the 40-pound range in Swissies. And so that's another thing, that knowing people, getting your dog from someone who knows the breed, knows how they grow, helps people to understand what they should be looking for and expecting.
By the way, stay out of like breed specific Facebook groups, because it's usually just a bunch of pet owners who know nothing.
Crazy people.
Crazy. Yep. Yeah. Find a good mentor in the breed if it is a, you know, specific breed that knows what they're talking about. They can give you realistic information. So I just joined a burner group and I'm like,
what one?
I don't know. Susanna may tag me in something in it. And anyways, it was like, I
Most
can't.
of them I don't.
Yeah, I'm like, I can't be in this group. It's really bad. All right. So let's talk about, oh, we've got a thing.
You find different growth rates on puppies fed kibble versus raw.
If it's a good quality kibble, I generally don't see a difference.
Yeah, me either.
If it's a crappy kibble,
Yes.
then yeah, we usually see weird growth patterns. And or if it's a large breed puppy that's getting fed a really high protein food, we usually see weird growth. So they usually become very butt high or really long legs. We usually
pasterns.
Weakened pasterns. I'll see a lot of pano come out of that dog. So pano is panosteitis. because the protein is making their bones grow too fast. And so with large breed dogs, we usually like to see a lower protein food, whether it's raw or kibble. So yeah, we can see weird growth patterns come from improper nutrition, from either poor quality food or, not nutritionally appropriate food, even if it's a good quality.
I think you see more really strange growth patterns from neutering versus
That too.
non-neutering.
Yeah. That's
You do see really weird growth patterns from dogs that are neutered or spayed.
yeah.
Early.
And we're going to get
Yeah.
into that whole thing, but absolutely.
What protein percentage for large breed?
Usually I like to stay under 25% with large breed puppies. So it's kind of hard to find a really good feeding if it's affecting a puppy. Honest Kitchens.
We're not talking about food.
Oh, right. Honest Kitchen, though, has a really, I'll just say this, they have I think it's their beef whole grain that has a low percentage. And that's one of the things I usually recommend if I see a puppy that is in that.
The Victor High Energy is close at 26%.
Yeah. Which, and I mean, anywhere kind of right in there is okay. But those are things that you really want to look at. So, yeah. All right. So let's talk about potential for health issues. I know
We have a Q&A.
oh, yeah, go ahead.
David says you want to see at least 28% meat-based protein.
All right. David is a dealer for Nulo as well. So that is pretty cool because he knows his Nulo. All right. So potential for health issues. Underlying medical issues often go undiagnosed. And I know we talked a lot about, when we're pairing dogs and those things to look at health-wise for setting puppies up for success. But now this is like, we don't know maybe the parentage or the pedigree, or we do know it. And I mentioned the burner that I'm about to start working with when I get home. That came from a puppy mill situation. So those are a lot of unknowns of what could potentially come out of this. So underlying medical issues often go undiagnosed. This is a huge deal with knowing your area, like in Tucson. I talk about that later. All right. So I'll get to that in just a second. But when we see behavioral issues with a lot of dogs, I'm always first checking and asking questions if it's a potential for an underlying medical issue, because we want to make sure that there's nothing that's going to hinder the learning for the dog, whether it's a pain issue or it's something that legitimately is affecting, their brain or their body in a way that, they can't control. So they're often directly related to training and behavior issues. I just mentioned that. So know your area and what diseases and infections are common. In Tucson, we have a lot of valley fever, some tick-borne illnesses, other, around here, you guys don't have much, do you?
We have ticks, so we have Lyme, but it's there. You have to find them. Like you have to look for them.
And not on your dog. Like you have to specifically go looking out to.
You have to go places where they live. They're
Yeah.
not everywhere. But other than that, lepto is not super common unless you are in rangeland or where there's lots of livestock.
Yep. Lepto was recently introduced into the Tucson area. But these are things, know your area, know what's out there, in a lot of the, more humid areas with a lot of stagnant water, mosquitoes are really huge out there. So heartworms, can be a big deal. So
We don't have heartworm very heavily here.
Yep. Because you guys just don't, it's a much drier climate. And so, but know your area and always, for me, when I'm going in, these are the things that I'm always keeping in the back of my mind. I do mention them to my clients as well. So that way they can also keep it in the back of their mind if they notice any change in their dog as the dog ages and grows. So thyroid, allergies, skin issues, etc. These are all things that are kind of, chronic conditions that can affect your dog. Allergies are miserable. And it's no wonder when dogs have, really severe allergy issues, they can become cranky. Imagine you when you're sneezy and coughy and, congested and phlegmy, you feel miserable. Now, you can express that, our dogs can't. So all of these things are always things that we want to keep in mind. And I'm not using that as an excuse for a dog's behavior, but it is going to allow us to best treat this dog, get them healthy, so that way our training can be as effective as possible. You
my
can,
behavior's not very good when I don't feel good.
I know it, right? You know, I see a lot of people that don't put any stock into working through medical problems, and then they wonder why their training isn't as effective, or it makes them treat the dog very differently because the dog's kind of cranky about stuff. And they treat it like the dog's being more of an asshole, when in reality, it's just the dog isn't feeling well. So we always want to be really conscientious of that stuff. Structural issues can cause pain, which often comes out as fearful or aggressive responses. You know, imagine a dog that's got a soft temperament that's in pain, something happens, and, you know, the dog's hips are really crappy, and they're in pain, and now they're associating that pain with the thing that's happening in the environment. Or, you know, a new person's coming over and, you know, petting their back end, and all of a sudden their back end starts hurting because they've got hip issues. And now they're like, I don't really like people touching me. So structural issues can often cause a lot of problems, whether, you know, it's in the moment or in the future that it's going to happen. So always seek professional evaluation if there's a concern. Full panel blood workup, x-rays, things along those lines. In Arizona, we have a thing called the desert panel, because it tests for valley fever, tick-borne illnesses, and all of these things that are very specific to our region, that when we have a dog that we're unsure what's going on with it, they usually just take a full blood panel and run the desert panel. Thyroid issues are a really big deal as well. They usually pop up around the age of 2 if we see them, and we want to make sure that all of that stuff is clear for our dogs. So, all right, moving on to schedules. Schedules create clarity. Sleeping habits, food and water, potty breaks, training time, and more. And I tell you what, the biggest thing that I do for my puppy clients is get them on a good schedule. And literally, I'm surprised I don't lose more clients than I do, because their puppies pretty much clear up all of the behavioral problems that they're experiencing just by this alone. You know, but of course, people are so grateful that I'm helping them with that they continue on with training. So, is your puppy getting enough sleep? Do you know how much sleep a puppy needs? I cannot stress this enough. Holy smokes, when I learned this from Bethany years and years ago, it was like a huge light bulb that just was, I mean, it was crazy. So puppies need 18 to 20 hours of sleep per day. And we usually recommend that up to 8 to 10 months of age. Have you ever been sleep deprived? Now imagine chronic sleep deprivation. And this is usually
being 2.
Yeah, and being 2, right? And this is usually what our puppies are experiencing on a day-to-day basis. They're not getting enough sleep, and it is long-term, right? They're hardly, you know, especially homes that have kids that are always bugging the puppy, or, you know, young college kids that are always wanting to hike and do all this stuff with their puppies. Holy smokes, you are literally creating sleep deprivation over a long period of time. No wonder your puppy is having hyperactivity issues, problems focusing, they're cranky, they're mouthy, they're just unreasonable. Yeah. Have you ever been around a 2-year-old that missed its nap? It's not fun. I know this from lots of experience. They're miserable. Their brain cannot function properly. They have done so many studies on sleep deprivation, right, in adults as well as children. And it is very serious on the long-term effects it has on our body, on our mind. And so make sure your puppy gets enough sleep. Do we have anybody that said anything?
I don't think so.
No. I've literally had people tell me I'm cruel because I make my puppies sleep that long. And I was like, Google it. Literally the first thing that comes up on Google is that puppies need 18 to 20 hours of sleep a day, or maybe it says 16 to 20.
I get a lot that people say, I didn't get a puppy for it to spend that much time in a box. And I go, have you ever been around a toddler?
Some people just truly don't know, and they're really, really clueless about the fact that it is a legitimate need that the puppy has. It's like eating and breathing.
This is why so many puppies end up in shelters, because people cannot handle the behaviors anymore when such a simple fix would correct it.
Huge. I get people that, they call me because their puppy is just shredding them with their teeth, barking at them. They go to grab their puppy for something and the puppy just turns into freaking
alligator.
Yes. And as soon as I get them on a sleep schedule and I say, give it a week, they call me back and every single time they're like, oh yeah, pretty much all of that stuff is stopped or significantly reduced with only this change.
I think, I don't know, I'm pretty sure we're all the same, that this is the first question that we ask.
Oh,
When
100%.
you get a puppy call or a puppy family
Yep.
calling saying, I'm struggling, help me, you say, how much sleep is your puppy getting? And most people respond and say, they're sleeping through the night.
Yeah.
And you
And
say,
maybe an hour or two
and
during the
they
day.
take a nap during the day. And
You know, they're getting
say,
maybe 10 hours of sleep a day, 12 hours if they're lucky. Oh my goodness, no way. And so legitimately, this is the number one thing that we cover is getting enough, and it's got to be structured sleep, not like, oh, my puppy wandered under the table and took a 20-minute nap. No, structured sleep. And we're going to talk in the next couple of slides about how to set up this schedule. I think we had a thing.
Yeah, Lori said, make sure they're sleeping in their crates.
Yes.
Which definitely.
Oh yeah, and that's
I
what
do
we're about
like-
to talk about.
I do like their crate to be in a quiet area.
Yep.
And then Elena asked, do you have your schedule shared anywhere?
I do. We're about to get to it in a couple slides. So, and by the way, everybody's schedule is different. I just give a loose, like this is kind of what it should look like, but you need to base it on your schedule as well, right? Like not everybody's got 3 months to take off to raise a puppy. So base it around your schedule. And we're going to talk about what that looks like. But I have my loose schedule that our loose schedule that we're going to go over with you. So, all right, feeding and water schedules. The amount and frequency will vary by size and breed. Obviously a Great Dane puppy is going to be eating 6 cups a day is where your little Shih Tzu puppy is going to be eating, a half a cup a day. My GSP is on 4 cups a day and my McNab is eating 2 cups a day. And my McNab is older, right? So they're all very different. Metabolisms, all of that. Start with what the back of the bag says and adjust from there. If the back of the bag is telling you to feed 2 cups of food and your puppy's getting fat, cut it back. If the back of the bag says to start with 2 cups of food and your puppy's losing weight, add more. Everybody's a little bit different and you need to be able to adjust to that. And there are some days where I'm really busy with my puppy. We're doing a bunch of stuff. We've had a lot of activity. I'm going to feed them a little more because their body worked that off. If I've had a really sedentary day where we were super lazy and watched Netflix, yes, Netflix, we're still watching, then I'm going to probably feed them a little less because we didn't really do anything. So you don't have to be, they're laughing at me, guys. We don't have to be so stuck in the fact that, they get exactly 2 cups of food every single day. Vary it on what they're doing. My border collie is off at herding camp right now. Normally he gets fed 2 cups a day. She feeds him almost 4 cups there because all day long he's out working sheep and he needs to get those extra calories in order to have enough energy to keep doing his job every day. So, play with it. Find what your individual dog needs. I can't tell you what that is because I don't know your dog. I have usually a very good guess though at how much food a dog is going to eat a day.
Yeah.
So, all right. And by the way, when you're asking owners how much they're feeding, you need to ask them, is it a cup? Yes. Okay. Is it an actual measurement cup
or is it a big
is it a
cup?
Cup like this? Because I'll ask if they are, how much you're feeding, and they'll say 2 cups. And I'm like, okay. And then I dig deeper and it's 2 of these cups.
Or the red solo cup.
Or a red solo cup or whatever it is. And they're like, oh, like, all right, now we're getting down to the nitty gritty of what this actually looks like for the dog. All right. We want to stick to the same general times for feedings each day during the potty training phase. I say that because later I mix it up with the dogs. But we don't want to be too rigid as we don't want to create pushiness as they age. Gosh, how many times, maybe you've done it yourself and or you've seen your clients do it where, they feed at 5 o'clock every single night or, 6 o'clock in the morning and their dog is waking them up or, at nighttime at like 4:30, they're coming over, right? And they're pacing and they're doing all these things because they're like, hey, feeding time. And it's like, dude,
Law, there's a reason.
Absolutely. So I always say my routine is a non-routine, right? I try to vary these things during the potty training phase. I'm a little more structured about it, but I always try to vary these things so that way my dogs don't have such high expectations of every single day this is what it looks like. Because what happens when one day you have to change it?
You're stuck somewhere.
You're stuck somewhere. You end up in the hospital. You take your dog to a boarding facility. whatever it
You're
is, you know.
stuck at the kids' play late
Yep.
at night, you know.
One of the biggest things that I see is like, you know, oh, we moved houses and my dog is so out of sorts. Well, yeah, right. You have them in such a routine that their life now is completely different and they don't know how to handle that. My dogs, literally, I've got 11 of them. I can take one dog, I can take 5 dogs, I could take all dogs. They don't care about being left. They don't care about going, in the sense that it doesn't stress them out. You know, I can feed them in the morning, I could feed them in the evening, I could feed them all throughout the day. Like, they're just happy to go along with whatever it is, because I don't create such strict routines and they don't get stressed over those things. All right. All right. So we want to limit water consumption to specific times. I will never let Marina hear that. I'm actually far more lenient with this now with puppies. I know that Beth is still really limiting water consumption, but always make sure that they have enough water. So they're getting water first thing in the morning, after their potty break, anytime after they play, exercise, or train, after feedings or during feedings. I also, with puppies, a lot of times, if I'm not, you know, if I'm busy and I'm not using their meals for training, I'll put water in their kibble and let them have water that way as well. Generally, we do want to cut off water at least 2 to 4 hours before bedtime. Every puppy is a bit different with what that looks like. But so that way they're not, you know, filling their bladder right before we go to sleep and then waking you up all throughout the night, hopefully waking you up and not going in their crates, because that's no fun either. You know, but basically get yourself set on a schedule. Some puppies will go to the bathroom instantly after they eat. Some puppies will go to the bathroom 3 hours after they eat. Every puppy's different. I don't know what that's going to look like for your puppy. My little corgi cattle dog thing that I have, she's an instant pooper. It's like she eats, it goes in and it comes right out. You know, my McNab, he eats and can hold it for hours after, and then he'll go. So every dog is different, and you have to find out what that looks like
You have to
for
watch
your dog.
their cues and learn.
Yep.
Your dog will have a basic schedule.
Yep.
It won't be the same as everyone else, but
Yep, Beth.
Elena asks, during potty training, how does that fit in with using the puppy's food for training? Since changing to TBTE, I've struggled with this when you're training all throughout the day with food.
Schedule. By the way, that's how I train my dogs, is using their meals throughout the day. But you're going to see in like 3 or 4 slides, I'm going to go over what my schedule looks like. And if you follow this schedule, it doesn't matter really when you're feeding your dog or how frequently, because you've got them on a good schedule. Because there's only certain times that your puppy should be awake anyway. So if you're feeding during those certain times, it makes it really easy to create that schedule. And we're going to, like, in 4 slides, you'll see what that looks like.
And I really try to like balance. I mean, this goes with what Brittany said, but I really try to balance. Okay, I know I'm going to be doing a feeding exercise at some point in the morning and at some point in the evening, and then my other exercises during the day, I'm going to use toys or just do a relaxation exercise that doesn't require food. You know, so.
And like I said, you're about to see what that looks like in a couple slides.
So David asks, I like to put water cubes in their water dish. No water limits their water intake without dehydration. What do you think? I personally do this all the time. If I have a puppy at night that's like, no, I really am dying of thirst, but I don't want them to guzzle water. I'll give them some ice cubes. That's totally
absolutely. And
I
you
do
know,
things a little bit differently than either of you. So
Yeah.
it's, you know, there are ways like you can make it all work, because you guys feed once a day. I feed twice a day. So
well, puppies though, we
twice a day.
yeah.
But generally, if I have time, I'll train with one meal, and the other meal I always, even my adult dogs get water on their kibble every meal.
Yeah.
And
And mine do too.
yeah,
When I'm not using it for training.
but I think that it's just, again, like you said, fitting it into your schedule and making it. I don't like to make my life revolve around my puppies or my dogs.
Oh, for sure.
Their life, their schedule has to revolve around us.
Yep, absolutely. There's, by the way, somebody at the door. So I did somebody dropping off. Yeah.
It's just practice.
All right. So let's
Last
see here.
question,
Oh,
do you only limit water until they are house trained? Yes. Once they're house trained, they can have all the water they want.
and I'm actually far more, now I put a bucket of water, like this much, in my dog's crates for them. I learned a lot from Marina Ozuna with that. And, you know, what lack of access to water can do to the body. But if you are limiting water, like I said, all of those times, you need to make sure that they're getting enough. like you have to, because it absolutely can affect their body in not a healthy way. So
I
if-
find it kind of a general rule of thumb that I tell my clients is they should be drinking about 2 to 3 times the amount that they're eating. And that kind of helps to start, you know, like, okay, if I have a puppy that eats 2 cups a day, I want to be making sure they're getting, you know, 4 to 6 cups of water. And if I have a puppy that likes to just guzzle water, I'll even measure it out, you know, and then just out throughout the day, give them half a cup here and there until, you know.
I find that now that I don't limit water, I usually don't have the issues with the guzzling anymore. But once again, everybody's a little bit different with that. And sometimes there's puppies that need one way, and sometimes there's puppies that need another way. So there's no necessarily right or wrong in terms of whether you always give access to water, or you limit it to, you know, this is how much they need, and then I'm going to give it to them following this breakdown of, you know, after certain times. But yeah, I mean, you have to find what is going to really work for you in that sense. But I've accidentally, inadvertently, in my early years, created dogs that guzzled water because I didn't give them enough, frequently enough. And I've since learned not to do that. So
I always like to tell the words that I use when I'm talking to sending puppies home with owners is not to restrict water, but to regulate water with puppies when puppy training.
yeah, that's a good way to put it.
That way they don't have it in their brain that they're restricting that.
Yep.
They're just regulating when the puppy gets it.
Yep.
And
Well, like I said, you know, when I have the water in my puppy's crate in a bucket, you know, I'm putting this much in there. It's not a full bucket, but I am putting this much in there at a time. And so they usually will take a few drinks and then be comfortable with that. So, but yes, it's regulating it, not restricting it. So that's really important. All right. So moving on to the potty party. We need to learn a puppy's habits. I know I mentioned that just a minute ago, but how long after they eat and drink does it take your puppy to digest? You will never be successful potty training if you don't know that, unless you have a dog door where the dog is just doing, you know, at their leisure. But then I find only dog door trained dogs are not reliable when you take them other places. So this is a really big deal. Like, I come to visit Beth all the time, and if my dogs were only dog door trained, she doesn't have a dog door accessible all the time.
they don't know how to hold it.
Yeah, and they don't know how to hold it. And so even if I use a dog door, which by the way, I do have a dog door at my house.
Yeah, so do I.
Yep. Yeah. It's just not accessible all the time. Right.
Exactly.
So I do not let my puppies use the dog door for potty training until they're much older and already on a good schedule, because I want to, 1, teach them how to go to the bathroom on command. All right. 2, I want them to learn how to hold it, and to, you know, I can take them out. I'm teaching them to go on a leash. So that way, when they're older, they don't have these weird habits of like, I can't take my dog out on a leash to go to the bathroom. And so there's a lot of reasons that I'm very anal retentive about the potty schedule in the beginning. And then once they're good, then I open the dog door and they have more access to it to kind of come and go with that. But it's not used for potty training. All right. So potty break, first thing after waking up. Anytime after play or exercise, after eating and drinking, waking up from a nap, and around every 2 hours. Keep in mind, this is like a really young puppy that's first coming home. And then it'll adjust from there as, you know, they get older and they age. A 6-month-old puppy doesn't need to go out every 2 hours. And if they do, there's probably something wrong with, you know, their bladder. But that's just a general, like, and then any time that you feel like that puppy needs to go to the bathroom in between there, if there is a reason for that. We want to make sure we throw a huge potty party after every successful potty. So I usually don't use food when I'm teaching puppies to go to the bathroom. I have seen over and over that, you know, if I introduce food after the puppy goes to the bathroom, that they will go out, drizzle a couple of drips, come back for food. So I usually am just making it a really great thing. A couple other things to keep in mind. If you are only ever taking your puppy out to go to the bathroom, they go and you bring them back in to go right back into their crate consistently, you're probably going to find a puppy that starts holding out on you because they don't want to go right back in and go right back into their crate every single time. And I see that people inadvertently do this. So then their puppy takes longer and longer and longer to actually go once you have them outside, because they're just trying to create more time for themselves. So after they go to the bathroom, if it's, you know, acceptable in your schedule, keep them outside, run around, play with them, like have a good time, do training and do that kind of stuff. So that way they're like, yeah, I want to hurry up and go to the bathroom so we can get to the good stuff. All right. So, just keep in mind that you don't want to accidentally train something like holding out on you. Management and supervision are keys to success. I mean, legitimately, I do not understand how people can potty train puppies without having supervision and management. My brain cannot compute it. If you do it all the time, not just with one dog, but like all the time, I need to talk to you and call me because I just don't understand how anybody can do it. And crate training will be your best friend. I love crates and X-Pens. My McNabb was the first puppy that I had trained using an X-Pen, very heavily involved, and I loved it. I loved having that and also the crate together. So really cool stuff that we can do with that. Anything? Nope. All right. Training sessions. Training is always happening, like legitimately. Maybe it's not active training, but they're always learning something. You're always teaching them something. So keep that in mind.
Okay, now
Oh yeah.
what about owners? Nicole's asking, what about owners who don't want to crate or say they don't have food for a big crate in their
Space?
house? Yeah, I'm guessing
Space for a big enough crate.
space for a big crate in their small house. So
Talk to them about the reasons why.
Yeah. So, I mean, at that point, then I would probably suggest an X-Pen. Right.
after trying to educate them
Yeah.
on the benefits of crate training and
Yeah.
everything.
Many
I
people
would-
just have an emotional response to the crate, and so they often think of it as this terrible, horrible torture
Yeah.
device.
So a couple things. One, this is how I train. And with puppies, if they don't want to make that commitment, I don't think I'm the right trainer for them. And that's not to say I'm instantly dismissing them, but I'm going to do my best to educate them, maybe give a couple workarounds of X-Pen or things like that. If they're home all the time, we'll get into back tying and stuff like that. But if they don't want to do any of that, I legitimately, I don't even know how I would help them. And I actually ran into this situation not that long ago, and I'll tell you about it in a second. But education in terms of crate, one, I always tell them that it's just in the beginning if they don't want to use it later on. But we want our puppies to become comfortable in the crate for multiple reasons. Yeah, right. If they need to go to the vet, if a natural disaster happens, if they have to be on crate rest for anything and they can't move, if they're traveling or they're going to a boarding or grooming facility. I mean, there's infinite reasons why you want your puppy comfortable in a crate when they're older. Even if you never use one later on, like half of my dogs are never crated anymore, but I can always crate them if needed and it doesn't stress them out. And that's the kind of life I think clients want to live with their dog. So, I talk to them about those reasons. I talk to them about management in the beginning. That what if you can't supervise your puppy and I tell them that story about the woman whose puppy chewed on a cord and it dies, or it ingests something, or if they don't care about the expense of their things getting ruined, what about the life of your dog if something were to go wrong? And it's one of those things that they don't think it's going to happen until it happens. And I always try to talk to them about these, like, this is why we do it.
Blockage surgeries are almost always from unsupervised.
Oh, yeah. I mean, hardcore. If they ingest something and they can't get it out one way or another, and that dog has a large potential for dying, health related complications later on. Like I've seen dogs that have, end up getting necrosis in their intestines because it sits there.
Like
Yep.
5 feet of their intestines.
I mean, crazy stuff that happens or they die.
And that causes continued problems when they have to have those surgeries. Their digestion may never be the same.
Yep. And I always say, would you rather spend, the first year crating your puppy or spend, $3,000 to $6,000 and have to do a surgery where your puppy could potentially die from it? Right? Just from the surgery alone. Anesthesia, there's all sorts of things that can go wrong when you're doing surgery. And if they are still so adamant that, we can't even work around with an X-Pen or anything like that, I'm definitely not the right trainer for them. And I'm not the right trainer for every person, even though I'm, really good at talking to people. There's some times where I'm like, listen, I can't help you and good luck on your search. I had a woman who called me who had it was a mother and a son, Australian Shepherds. The son, the younger puppy was like 4 months old. She got them off of a farm where they had free roam of everything. She moved them into her apartment on like the second floor, and they were barking, they were potting everywhere, they were chewing everything up, and she absolutely refused to crate train them. Like just refused it. And she's like, I didn't have to crate train my other dog And I'm like, okay. And I went through all of these things with her and it didn't matter. And I legitimately was like, I'm definitely not the right trainer for you. Here are some referrals for people. They may give you, be able to help you, but I doubt it. But, they might have some other workarounds that I don't. And that was that. It was a really sad situation because that was just a nightmare waiting to happen.
Another expense that a client of ours had, before they trained with us, they were using an X-Pen, and they live in an apartment, and their puppy, the reason they started coming to training with us is because their puppy, while they were at work, dug through the linoleum,
Lovely,
dug through the base floor, and was getting into the basement apartment. Yes.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my
Yeah.
heck.
And that's a huge repair expense.
Oh,
that they're
huge.
now having to do.
Yep.
And
What kind of puppy was it?
a lab puppy.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
But I mean, things like having to replace entire sets of furniture,
Yep.
having to
Yeah.
replace drywall,
Oh.
having to, not to mention what it's doing,
Yep.
in your dog's stomach.
I've legitimately seen dogs go through windows.
Yep.
I have seen all sorts of stuff.
Screens. If people leave windows even
Yeah.
slight. Oh my gosh, I was just talking to someone that came home and their dog was on the roof.
Yeah.
Oh my.
Because they had left the dog in a bedroom that was on the
Yep.
second floor, and the dog went out the window onto the eave and was sitting on the roof.
So I had a client who, of course, was a husky, who sent me a picture why he signed up for training. The neighbor had taken it where the dog had chewed a hole to the outside and had its head sticking out the hole in the wall. I mean, like, these things are ridiculous and totally unnecessary if we can just start with management and helping our puppies. So, that's a big deal. All right.
And
So
if you start with the crate really early and make it a positive experience, it's not a horrible device.
Nope.
And they love it.
absolutely. And by the way, I compete in a lot of different events.
Yes.
With multiple dogs, my dogs have to be crated.
I mean, that's something I've been thinking about as we're talking about
Right.
this is
Shows
if you ever go stay in a hotel,
right.
you cannot leave your dog in the room by itself loose.
Yep.
So you can't go to dinner.
Yep.
And if you want to compete in anything, I mean, anytime I'm in a show or an event, dogs are in crates because most of the time, if you have them loose, I have owners that will bring them and be like, oh, they'll be fine just hanging out. And I'm like, no.
I mean, maybe they could
That's
be.
way too overstimulating. By the end of the day, that dog is going to be fried.
Dead. Yeah, absolutely.
And so we put them away, let them take a nap, and then they can come out and be fresh and happy and enjoy the experience.
Absolutely. I just traveled here to Utah with 4 dogs. 2 of them were crated. I mean, I should have probably had all of them crated just because we were traveling. But, my 2 less trustworthy dogs were in my board and train. They were crated. And very comfortable. I mean, they love it. They don't mind it at all. So, all right.
Just to story comments. Elena Snyder, my Beverly Hills client, did probably $20K worth of damage because they weren't ready to crate.
Yep.
And Christina Rapp, my cousin's dog, locked itself in the bathroom and turned on the tap on the second floor.
Oh, woohoo.
Yeah, it's just not worth it.
Oh man. I mean, some people just have it in their mind and you won't be able to change that. And that's okay. They're just not the client for you. So
anyways, we're getting off on a big
yeah,
tangent.
totally. Crate train.
There's always great stories
Yeah.
that we can go over.
Lots of them. All right. So training sessions. Training is always happening. We kind of talked about. So we want to schedule purposeful sessions. Scheduled purposeful sessions should happen during feeding times, using their meals, and randomly in between with treats. I like my dogs being able to work for kibble. So that way, if I need to ever pull out a higher value food, my dog is going to be really excited about it. I don't know how many times I've heard people like, yeah, my dog won't even work for steak. Well, you didn't set your dog up to be comfortable working for anything else. And some dogs I get, that come to me really incredibly picky. I've got a golden retriever in my board and train who's here in Utah with me right now. And when she came in, she was on her kibble mixed with wet food with jerky on top because she wouldn't eat it any other way. Guess what she's eating now? Kibble. And she's doing great and she's very hungry for it just because I taught her about the value of using kibble. So, it makes it really nice when we just start them from puppies instead of having to try to change them over when they're much older. Teach them how to work for their kibble. We just did a 6-day certification course here in Utah. And I think every single one of our dogs was working for kibble, except for my McNabb was working for it most of the time. And then if it was something a little bit more challenging, I'd pop out the higher value treats. And voila, he was in it to win it for it. So, no big deal, just teach them about using their
And we
meals
were
for
doing
training.
intense, tricky tricks.
Oh, I mean, we were doing like movie style setups where we were teaching the dogs really crazy, difficult control pieces. That's what the whole certification course was about. And they were doing it for kibble,
Yep.
like all of
Nothing-
them.
nothing
There was
special.
9 dogs, 10 dogs that we had,
Yeah.
all working pretty much for kibble. And every once in a while would pop out some high value treats, especially towards the end of the day when they started getting tired.
Yep.
All right. Training should be focused on practicing relaxation. And by the way, in this order, I would, maybe not, the manners should be brought up there, but pretty much in this order. Relaxation first, free behavior, engagement, obedience, and manners. I would probably move manners up somewhere with the relaxation and free behavior. Those are the most important things that we want to focus on with our dogs. And then the engagement and obedience stuff can come later. You can teach that to dogs at any point. The relaxation, free behavior, and manners are like the most critical things to creating just a really well-adjusted dog. No matter what you're doing with it, whether it's a pet dog or you want to be able to train it for high-level stuff. If you have a dog that can behave and be well with relaxation and free behavior, has good manners, how easy is it to teach the rest of the stuff, right? So I usually focus on those things kind of in that order. And you'll see throughout the day, we train a lot of stuff, but the most important are those. Do we have, I saw somebody make a comment or something.
Just to comment what they were using.
Okay, cool. Oh, and by the way, I love Happy Howie's. That's my treat of choice. It comes in like a 2-pound food roll, kind of looks like a summer sausage almost. And we chop it up into as big or small pieces as you want, kind of like doggy crack. It's a very rare dog that I find that won't eat that, even the incredibly fearful ones, when I do my like sessions and training. So that's the food or the treat choice that I usually use. So, and I know Beth does too.
Yep. I really like Happy Howie's. In a pinch, I'll use Zooks.
Yeah. Oh, Zooks or Pet Botanicals or, Bill Jack, those real soft Bill Jack treats. Any of those you can get at the pet store, but
I prefer Happy Howie's.
yeah, Happy Howie's is by far the like go-to. All right. So this is my schedule. I think it was Elena that was asking for it. This is exactly what my schedule looks like. And of course, then we just mold it to whatever the person's life looks like. So they sleep, they wake up from sleeping, they go potty. They are done pottying, we train. When they're done training, we play. And by the way, training and play are very interchangeable because usually my training looks like play. Then they potty and then they go back to sleep and then we rinse and repeat. That is exactly what it looks like. And I always say, don't forget the cuddling. And that usually comes into the training and play side of things. I don't make a lot of stuff super serious, and cuddling is a huge part of what I like to do. I mean, that's why we have dogs. We want them I like my dogs on the couch. Not free for all crazy, but I want them up here snuggling, cuddling with me. I usually don't love dogs sleeping in my bed, totally personal preference. But I do like them to be able to get into bed with me and we can snuggle and cuddle. And so like, you don't have to be crazy about that. Like, enjoy your puppy. That's why we have them. But, oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say, generally the, train and play section, I limit to 20, 30 minutes, if that.
Yeah. So what this should look like is obviously they wake up first thing in the morning. They've been sleeping for a while. They have to get up potty. We train. My puppies are usually only awake for 30 to 45 minutes max.
Yeah.
All right. Then they go potty before they go back in the
And
crate.
young puppies, it's oftentimes not even 20 minutes.
Yeah. I mean, they need that sleep.
Yeah.
So yeah, 30 to 45 minutes is like max of what that should look like in terms of them being awake. And they go potty again, and then they go back to sleep. And usually sleeping is like an hour and a half to 2 hours. Really young puppies might need to go to the bathroom, just depending on what their potty schedule looks like and what your employee Sam had a puppy that was going like incredibly frequently in the beginning.
Yeah, she had a really bad UTI that she had to get rid of.
And so, you have to go with what the individual dog is, but like a normal healthy puppy, this is what it should look like. 30 to 45 minutes awake, then we potty, and then we go back down for a nap for an hour and a half to 2-ish hours. If they sleep longer, great, let them. They wake up, we go back out for potty, we train, we play, we potty again, and we go back to sleep. And this is just kind of what the rotation looks like throughout the day. Obviously, some people work, so they're going to be crated for longer periods of time. No big deal. If they're crated for longer periods of time, oh well, when they get home, get back on the schedule. Obviously, if it's a tiny puppy and people are gone for long periods of time, somebody needs to come let this puppy out to potty. It is, you know, they can't hold it for that long. And then as they get older, then they can start holding it for longer periods of time. But this schedule here has literally changed my client's life. By following this, it makes it so easy. And what does training look like? Training could be working on relaxation. It could be a back tying session, which we'll cover in a little bit. It could be an engagement session. It could be teaching them about, you know, following the food lure. It could be obedience. It could be tricks. I don't care what you're training. Just make it something
intentional.
Yeah, something intentional. A lot of times if I'm busy, my training is putting food in a puzzle or like a Kong wobbler or something that they have to work at. So they're using their brain. If I have a busy, you know, if I'm busy during that training session. So don't be afraid to kind of mix it up with them. And play just allows their brain to kind of reset and, you know, de-stress from learning, because learning is hard. It is stressful in any way you teach it. The most positive, you know, style of dog training out there, you're learning, it's stressful, it doesn't matter. And so with those puppies, we do a training session and then we go right into play. So we tug with them, we fetch, maybe some personal play, all of that kind of stuff to really just kind of help them decompress. It actually helps set in retention of information better. They've done studies on that. And then they potty and go back to sleep. So following the schedule is huge. I love that picture of that puppy. It's super
Zelda,
cute.
yeah.
Really cute. All right. Next to management versus correction. All right. So a lot of people are always asking, well, do I correct the puppy? What do I do? How do I stop it from doing this or what, you know? So this talks about, do you manage it or do you correct it? And it really just depends on the situation, but we're going to kind of talk about, you know, what we focus on usually first. So managing a puppy's movements allows the prevention of bad behaviors and habits from forming. So first and foremost, we've talked about supervision and management from the get-go. If you can't supervise and manage a puppy, you probably shouldn't have one, and not you specifically, just anybody
In general.
I use you as a general reference, right? Yeah, but you shouldn't have one. If you can't supervise it and manage it, like, you're just setting yourself and that puppy up for a life of probable disaster. So managing it in the beginning allows us to prevent a lot of the bad habits from forming. They might try to do something like, you know, in this picture, Lumos, the German Shepherd, you know, she could have tried chewing on the rug, right, in that moment, but Bethany helped out by giving her some bones and things to focus on and chew on, and preventing her. You can see that leash that's attached to her. That leash is attached to probably a doorknob, right?
Yep.
A doorknob, so that way Lumos doesn't have free access, but she's got some free movement that she can have within that leash range. And now Bethany has a way that she can kind of supervise and manage what Lumos is doing. And let's say Lumos decided to chew on the rug. Bethany could then correct that behavior if she needed to. And we'll talk more about what that looks like. So redirection, crating, back tying, X-pens, supervision, they're all forms of management. I mean, that's all they are. And so if we can use those specific pieces of management, you're going to make life that much easier. The less inhibition we put on a puppy opens up the more potential for a puppy to develop into a confident dog. The more we suppress and create a ton of inhibition in the puppy, the less likely they're going to be to want to explore and try new things. And if you want a puppy that is going to do anything in the future, be eager for training and things like that, if you're constantly suppressing them, they're going to be so much less willing to try. My German Shepherds, I trained in a very heavy-handed style of training. It's what I knew at the time. You know, and this was 13, 14 years ago. They never felt comfortable enough to try new things without me helping or making them try new things. They were not eager about the stuff that they were wanting to try, because it was like, okay, unless you tell me to do it, I'm really unsure about it, because they were so nervous about the consequences. And that's just, you know, once again, the training that I learned at the time. And I saw the difference when I started switching over to a different type of training that created more curiosity and, you know, a dog to feel more free to express a lot of the things that they're doing. So in the beginning, I don't like to put a ton of inhibition or a ton of suppression on a puppy. That doesn't mean I don't correct them. That doesn't mean that I let them get away with bad habits, bad behaviors, things like that. But I am really encouraging them to have a lot of free expression, and I'm just kind of shaping that into good behavior and good expression of those things. So prevention absolutely promotes potential. And so if we can prevent it over just going straight into correcting and writing their case about everything, you're going to have a way better mentally capable dog. So, all right, choosing a training style. What a great segue into that. Choosing a training style. So being proactive, productive, engaging, fun, and reliable. I think that's the best kind of training style that you can have. Retention of information. So how do dogs learn and how do they retain information? So one, when we're setting up training sessions, the duration and frequency of sessions is incredibly important. If you are asking a 3-month-old puppy to, work for 20 minutes, 30 minutes straight, you're going to be sorely disappointed with the performance you're going to get, not only in that session, but probably future sessions as well, because that puppy, they can't focus for that long. They're like, gnats. It's like, ooh, squirrel over here. Oh, what's this over here? And, asking them to retain attention and focus on whatever you're doing for long periods of time is just, a really bad idea. So doing much shorter sessions and doing more frequently throughout the day, you're going to get a lot better feedback, or you're going to get a lot better training out of the dog. You're going to get a lot better retention from the dog as well. The training style used, I talked about, a little bit about, not using a ton of suppression, not using, real heavy correction on puppies. I've seen trainers train puppies the same as they train adult dogs. Don't do that. Puppies are so much more impressionable, and they are not as, they're going to have a harder time, recovering from a lot of heavy-handed things. So we just want to be really careful about what we're doing with puppies in terms of the impressions that we're making in their brain. The school that I trained at actually wouldn't even train puppies until they were 4 months old, because it was such a heavy-handed style that they themselves knew if they tried to do that with younger puppies, it was a really bad idea.
Even 4 months is young.
4 months is incredibly young, but legitimately, they did not train puppies until 4 months old.
Not saying 4 months is too young to be training a puppy, because you should start from day one.
But it's really young for even using heavy suppression.
Style,
yeah,
I wouldn't even, if I were to do it, I wouldn't start till way later.
Yep. But then that sucks, because you've just lost, an entire, year or whatever your time frame would be.
Exactly.
So the size and breed compared to maturity rate. All right. Everybody here should know that Great Danes and Mastiffs mature, even mentally and physically, much slower than, a lot of other breeds. So you cannot expect a, 3-month-old Cane Corso to put in the exact same effort and energy that you would expect a Border Collie puppy to, right?
And male versus female.
And male versus female a lot of times too. And it's, really crazy to like some breeds, and I find actually Mastiffs are a really good example. They don't like a lot of repetition. They learn something, you do it a couple times, you move on to something new, do that a couple times, something new a couple times, then maybe you can go back to the first thing that you started with. As where other dogs, like herding breeds, are kind of OCD, and they're like, do it, same thing over, because they like that repetition. They like that. They're just super OCD about what they're doing. And so you can drill a lot of the same stuff with certain breeds versus other breeds. And so know your breeds that you're working, right? Know what that, that breed and that individual dog are capable of doing in that moment. All right. So avoid puppy burnout. I see this a lot with like, newer Malinois trainers that are doing a lot of bite work and stuff. They burn these puppies out by the time they're,
And a lot of service dog programs.
yeah, a lot of service dog programs. They burn these puppies out by the time they're a year old, because they just expect so much out of them. And it's actually really funny. My German short hair pointer breeder, since she did this course, and, has been hanging out with me a lot. She had trained my puppy's mom before I had met her, and did a ton, she just piled so much on her. And now that she's learned this information, her new puppy that she has, she's like, yeah, I'm taking it way slower, and he is so much better. He focuses on me better. He's way more into what we're doing. She's like, and I don't drill him with things like I did with his mom. And she said, the difference that she's seen with that is huge, because she's not burning that puppy out.
Elena is wondering what we were alluding to about male versus female training.
Oh, I find that males mature much slower than females.
especially if you keep them intact.
Yeah, especially if you keep them intact. But yeah, I find that you can be more repetitive with a lot of females than you can with males. I find that females tend to be a little more serious than males, especially at young ages, because they mature slower. Males tend to. And that's not a knock on them. I own mostly males. I think I only have 3 females out of my 11, or 4 now.
I think that girls tend to be a little bit more businesslike.
Yes. Yeah, they're just more
little,
serious.
A little bit more like, I'm going to do it and I'm going to do it right.
Yeah. They're also called bitches for a reason.
Yep. They're just more, they're just more serious.
Yep. So, these are generalities.
Generalizations.
Of course, there's, specific males that are definitely serious, but, this is kind of an overall, like, when you're looking at it, make these assumptions and then work the puppy in front of you, right? So those are, once again, generalities that we tend to see flow more in one way than another. So avoid puppy burnout, short sessions, don't drill one behavior, tons of rest between sessions, and make training fun. All right. We want to balance training activities between stimulating and relaxing sessions. So when we looked back at this slide here, you're going to have this kind of repeat multiple times throughout the day. So every time you have a training session, one time work relaxation, the next time work engagement, the next time work, obedience, the next time work on some food luring, and just kind of really switch it up for the puppies and allow them to work on a few different things. So it's not just boom, 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 repetitive, same thing over and over and over, because you will burn that puppy out, especially probably from that thing that you're trying to really get them excellent at. You're going to probably do the opposite. So just keep that in mind as you're going through. And I like to toggle between stimulating and relaxation with those different training exercises. And a lot of times I will start with some relaxation stuff that we'll teach you later today. And then do that for a couple minutes and then go into something that is energetic and stimulating, and maybe end with relaxing for one training session. So that way they're learning how to toggle energy with relaxation. All right. Talking about obedience versus free behavior. All right. I used to be an obedience trainer. All right. That's all I knew how to teach. That's all I focused on. I trained behavioral problems through obedience. I trained really solid pet dogs through obedience, even starting as puppies. And I am not knocking obedience because I actually love training it. But by far now, I work mostly in free behavior. And then once we get that really solid, I also then include obedience. But depending on what you're working towards, free behavior truly is a place that you should really think about focusing heavily. So obedience is a form of management that must be cued by the handler and it's handler dependent. All right. So if I needed my dog to relax inside and I send them to a place to relax, I have to tell the dog to do it. And I have to make sure my dog continues doing it. So I essentially become the police of my dog. And that's not necessarily a bad thing, especially in the management stage, but just realize it is management. And I don't want to be crippled by that for the life of my dog where I'm always the one managing it. So obedience has an implied compliance aspect about it. You must comply. If I tell you to do it, I need you to do it. Otherwise, what's the point of having obedience? Versus free behavior, it's teaching the dog how to act appropriately regardless of handler involvement. So this is one of my, by the way, what Beth and I do a lot with our dogs, but I love these kinds of pictures. This is Beth hanging upstairs in her loft. This picture is here. And none of her dogs are in command. I think is this dog over here back tied? No, she's free. This puppy. None of these dogs are in command. And this is literally life with Beth's dogs here. They are just relaxing. We have a bunch of dogs loose right now up here with us as we're teaching this. I'm sure every once in a while you kind of hear them move around or drop a bone. But this is just her upstairs watching TV. She's not telling them what to do. She's not managing them, in any sense of making them do stuff. They're just in free behavior, making really good choices, hanging out, doing what they're supposed to do. And that is by far what my clients would much rather have than always having to tell their dogs what to do and how to do it. So, this is what I would prefer dogs to look like. And then you can teach obedience, because obedience becomes much easier when the dog already knows what to do and how to relax and how to, make good choices. And I'm not knocking obedience. I love training obedience. But I much prefer free behavior for my clients. It makes their life exactly what they think it should be like with their dogs. All right. So now we're going to talk about learning theory. I don't get really sciencey on you guys. There are some pieces in here. I know a lot of dog trainers don't love the science end, and I know a lot of the dog trainers do love the science end. I love the science end. Bethany does not love the science end. But it is really important for you to know this stuff, because maybe you do it with one dog. How do you replicate it necessarily with another that doesn't train the exact same way? And understanding these pieces will only make you be a better dog trainer. So learning theory is classical conditioning, operant conditioning, and creating conditioned emotional responses. So classical conditioning is a learning process that occurs when two stimuli are repeatedly paired. A response that is first elicited by the second stimulus is eventually elicited by the first stimulus. That sounds like a lot of mumbo jumbo, but if you've ever heard of Pavlov and the ringing of the bell, and the dog starts salivating when he hears the bell ring. So basically it's like every time he went to feed his dogs, he'd ring the bell and give him food, ring the bell and give him food, ring the bell, give him food. So what else is classical conditioning in the terms of dogs? Click food, click food, click food. Yes, food, yes, food, yes, food. You are classically conditioning that marker to tell the dog that when you hear that, it automatically makes you think of food. So that's a classically conditioned behavior. Classically conditioned behaviors are generally involuntary. You have no control over them. Those dogs could not help but to salivate when they would hear that bell ring. They couldn't help, the internal feelings that they got when they heard that bell ring. So other classical conditioned things that can be good or bad. Think about if you were ever in a car accident and it was pretty severe car accident, and you drive by that spot, you get this sense of maybe dread or this bad feeling driving by that because it was a bad thing that happened. It's a classically conditioned, internal response that you have. And on the opposite end, another classically conditioned response a lot of times is, growing up with my grandma, she loved to eat. And every time we would get in a car, whether it was a 2-minute drive or a 2-hour drive or whatever, we would always stop and get food. And I always, still to this day, every time I get in the car, I get hungry. And it's a really bad classically conditioned behavior because I always want to go get food. So operant conditioning is a voluntary response. It's a type of learning where behavior is controlled by consequences. Key concepts in operant conditioning are positive reinforcement, negative reinforcement, positive punishment, and negative punishment. And so operant conditioning is, I always talk a lot about very operantly trained dogs. And operantly trained dogs are pretty cool. However, they are always trying to do this. It's you see dogs that are trick trained and they just kind of roll through their repertoire of trick training, the things that they think that you want to see. And not every operantly trained dog obviously is this way, but you see dogs that are so heavily operantly trained that they're just like this. And so, when we train free behavior, we like to do a lot of conditioned emotional response with classically conditioning type of things. So operant conditioning is obedience and things where the dog is making voluntary choices to do the thing. All right, so conditioned emotional responses, they can refer to a specific learned behavior or a procedure commonly used in classical or Pavlovian conditioning. I like dogs to create a lot of classically conditioned or classically emotional responses or conditioned emotional responses because you can pair some really good things, good feelings with the things that you're doing to help that dog learn what it is that you want, learning about attitude and stuff like that, because they carry over those emotional responses to the thing that you're doing with them. So that's just a smidge on learning theory. Then we're going to talk a little bit about markers and bridges. There's a lot of different ways people train, and I'm not going to tell you exactly how you have to train if you want to have conversations with me later on, but you'll kind of get a good feel for it. A lot of people mix and match and do all these things, and that's really great that you find what works for you. And these are just some of the ways that people communicate with dogs. So when we talk about markers and bridges, basically we are communicating with the dog when they do something we like or dislike to be able to give them feedback. So verbal markers, all right, can be a terminal bridge, and a terminal bridge means that you did the right thing And I'm going to, generally with the terminal bridge, is a release of behavior. So if I were to say yes to a dog, I would be able to say, you did the right behavior when I said yes, and I'm going to bring food to you, or release you as well from that thing that you're doing for you to come get food. Another type of verbal marker would be an intermediate bridge. And intermediate bridges are great. You can learn them through the training between the ears techniques. We're also going to be teaching intermediate bridge later. I think it's tomorrow, right? We do the name and explain the body parts. So you guys are going to learn about an intermediate bridge. And an intermediate bridge does a whole bunch of things for the dog, but one of the most important is it creates an appetitive response to the sound. And it allows us to give the dog continuing feedback for when they're doing the right thing. It allows us to interrupt the intermediate bridge when we need to mark a moment that the dog is no longer making the right choice. It creates a safety signal. So there's a whole bunch of really great things that the intermediate bridge does. And we're going to teach you a little bit about that as well tomorrow. A keep going signal is also a type of marker that we can use. It's a verbal, and a keep going signal is basically, you'll hear people that are like, sit, good, 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 yes, and they bring the dog food, or stay, stay, stay. All of these are a type of keep going signal. And they're kind of similar to an intermediate bridge in the fact that they give ongoing information to the dog, but that's kind of the extent of what they're doing. So it just tells the dog, keep doing that, keep doing that, keep doing that, and your reward is going to come at the end. Then we also have clickers. A lot of people have either heard of a clicker, seen a clicker used, or used them themselves. And a clicker is just a little contraption that you press when the dog does something right. It makes a clicking sound, and it is classically conditioned to tell the dog that food is going to come and they did the right behavior in that moment. I love clickers for a lot of really precision work that I'm doing, but otherwise I don't use them a whole bunch. And I know some people that are really, really phenomenal with clickers as well. So they're not a bad tool. I used to absolutely hate them before I knew better. Clickers versus a verbal marker. A lot of people ask me, which do I prefer? Why? And the biggest difference between them is that a clicker actually registers in a different part of the brain for the dog. And I like the dog to have that verbal marker. I actually will train both, but I primarily will use the verbal marker. Then we talk about a no reward or a non-reward marker, and that's basically being able to mark when the dog does something we don't like. So we put the dog in a sit, the dog is sitting and it stands up and we go or no or oops or whatever non-reward marker that we want to use to tell the dog they made a mistake. We fix the dog, and then we're able to reward the dog for making the good decision. Versus a punishment type of marker. The punishment marker actually would tell the dog that a punishment is about to happen. So a lot of times people will use e-collars and they'll beat the dog for making a mistake. And if the dog doesn't fix it, then they'll, give the dog the stimulus that'll happen. Or if they, when I was early on in my training, we used the word no, and then that no was always followed up with a leash correction. And that's basically a punishment marker. And once again, and none of these are right or wrong. It's what's good for your training. And we're going to show you exactly what we do through some of the stuff that we use. But these are all different ways that we can communicate with dogs to teach them about their behavior. And training tools. Once again, every training tool has its pros and cons. And you have to figure out what you're most comfortable with using. None of them are right or wrong. Once again, I used to have a lot of judgmental thoughts on things like head halters and harnesses and all of that stuff until I said, hey, these were obviously made for a reason. Maybe I should go learn from somebody who is successful in using them to find out what the pros of that tool actually are. And I am far more enlightened about a lot of them. It doesn't mean they're my favorite tool or I use them all the time or I ever use them, but in situations they can be very helpful. The tools that I use primarily are food and treat pouches. Food is huge. Motivate that dog. It's a primary resource. Dogs, it's one of the easiest ways to teach a dog anything new. It doesn't mean you have to get stuck on it or it has to be a crutch. You can always absolutely fade it out. When you hear people say like you're bribing dogs, those are people that don't know how to use food in training. It's just like people that bash prongs and e-collars. They don't know how to use it effectively. It's the exact same with food. Food is probably the best dog training tool other than using the brain. Treat pouches, obviously, and there's a whole slew of different kinds of treat pouches out there. You can have the rapid reward pouches. You can use a fanny pack. You get the crappy ones from Petco or PetSmart. I mean, there's just a billion different options. People use training vests, whatever it is. It just allows easiest access without getting your pockets nice and crummy. Slip leads are a great training tool. I like using slip leads for quick, easy on and off. I probably by far more use a clip leash, just a regular clip leash to a flat buckle collar, than I do slip leads anymore. But once the dog is trained, it doesn't really matter what you put the dog on. Beth, you primarily use slip leads, right?
Yes.
Yeah, Bethany primarily uses slip leads. So does Megan. And head halters. Ugh, I used to absolutely hate head halters, but once again, I had to learn about what their benefits and their functions are. And head halters could be, I primarily prefer Halties over gentle leaders, and or the transitional leash, which was coined by Heather Beck, and that's what this little Pomsky in this picture is wearing, is a transitional leash. So it's a slip lead with a figure 8 looped over the nose. There is a lot of conditioning that you have to do to teach effectively using a head halter, and that is why I hated them, is because I didn't understand the conditioning aspect to them. Or the benefits. I don't use head halters very often, but they have been literal lifesavers when I've had, a big dog with a smaller person or a weaker person, or an incredibly reactive dog. Head halters can be incredibly helpful. Harnesses. This was another one that I was like, I'll never use a harness. And then I went to Michael Ellis and learned from him about how awesome harnesses could be, especially for a lot of drive building. I don't use harnesses for teaching basic pet obedience and things like that. But when I want to create a really explosive recall, I will put a dog on a harness and teach him to pull so we can create restrained recalls, which you will see tomorrow. Harnesses can be great for teaching any type of, pulling or anything like that type of sports. You use harnesses all the time because she does karting.
Not for walking.
Yeah, not for walking, right, but for work. And that's what I'm saying.
I use it for the opposite that a lot of people, I want a dog to pull in a harness.
Absolutely.
Instead of pull.
No pull harnesses can be slightly an oxymoron, in the sense that, no pull harnesses, yeah, they can work really well, but what they're doing is restricting movement, and especially with puppies, that can really, really mess up a dog's structure and their gait, and create a lot of problems. The ones that are clipped on the front, and the ones that rub in the armpits. So if I'm going to use a harness, I will avoid those types of tools. So prong collars and e-collars, once again, it's how you use them that's important. I don't use either very often, and I by far use e-collars more than I use prong collars, but I have no problem training with any of them, and they can be incredibly effective and incredibly beneficial, especially if you know how to use them properly. We're not going to go into using all of these tools. You're going to pretty much see us use food, treat pouches, flat buckle collars and leashes, and some slip leads. And that's pretty much what we stick with a lot of puppies in general. But stay open-minded with training tools, guys. Learn how to use them effectively. And I used to use prongs and e-collars all the time. I learned how to use them effectively, and then I learned how to use other things effectively that I just find more effective with less management.
I think that any tool can be good or bad.
Absolutely, it's how you use it
incorrectly.
Yep. 100%. So the biggest thing that we talk about this is because I just like to bring awareness. I don't care what school of thought you're coming from in terms of your education, your what in terms of training. If you're a pet owner that has no knowledge, or you have a lot of preconceived notions about. I get trainers that are, or pet owners that are like, I don't want to use food in training. And it's like, oh, okay, well, let's talk about that. And then I get others that are like, oh, I absolutely hate prongs and e-collars. And it's like, oh, okay, we're going to talk about that. Even if we never use the prong or e-collar, I want them to be educated so they're not spreading misinformation. And that's just kind of the biggest thing that, I want education to be the most thing up front. So, all right. talking about timing, motivation, consistency, and distribution. So are you rewarding the behaviors in an appropriate time frame? Generally, 1.5 to 3 seconds is the maximum learning that we're going to get. The closer to 3 seconds you get, the less effective the learning will be. So this is why markers are so important. If I tell my dog to sit and can get a piece of food to him right away, do I need a marker? No. But what happens when I tell my dog to sit over there and I'm trying to teach from a distance? I can't, I got to run really fast. I'm like the Flash. I can't get the food there in enough time for the dog to understand that that's the thing that I want. So using a marker allows us to have better timing in rewarding the dog, to tell the dog that the reward is actually coming. So it allows us to create a way better understanding for the dogs. So are you the most interesting thing in your puppy's environment? I always say that I want to be the thing my puppy sees the sun shining out of my ass. I want my puppies to think that I am just the bee's knees, because I don't have a lot of things to compete with them. If my puppy thinks that I'm the coolest thing out there, and I've built up that, just that idea in their head because of all of the training we've done, it's always fun, it's always upbeat. My dogs know I'm really reliable with the things that I'm doing. It makes it really easy to combat anything else in the environment that they're nervous about or more distracted about or whatever we're doing. So always think about it. Are you the most interesting thing in your dog's environment? If you're boring, yes. And you're a Pez dispenser, constantly just yes, giving your dog food. And you're asking for them to really engage with you and you're giving that type of attitude back, your dog is probably gonna be like, no. How many times do you hear it from your clients where they're like, oh, my dog really loves you more than they love me? And it's like, yeah, I'm really cool. How are you behaving with your dog? And so the dogs, they really learn to focus on the thing that they find most interesting. And I want that to be me. So are you consistent in your expectations, your marking, and your rewards? If you're asking for, let's just take, you want to create a really precision down with your dog where they lay in that kind of Sphinx style, and every time they lay in that Sphinx style, you have high expectations that that's the thing I'm rewarding. You're marking it when they get in that position and you're rewarding it when they're in that position. You're going to have a dog that learns that that's the thing you want. If your expectations kind of vary, that's what you want, but sometimes they lay on their hip and they kick their hip out and you'll mark and reward for that. You're not consistent in your expectations and the dog is never going to learn that that specifically is the thing you want. And these are just, one example out of a billion, that you have to have consistency with that. If I'm trying to, mark my dog for something that's relaxing, and my dog, does a big sigh, and I wait, and then all of a sudden my dog is over here going squirrel, and then that's the thing that I end up marking and rewarding, and I do that multiple times, my dog is never going to learn about the being able to, the sigh is a part of the thing that I want, towards the relaxation piece. So consistency with that is really important. And by the way, nobody's ever perfect. Nobody's always 100% on, and that's okay. As long as you're more right than you are wrong, you should be fairly good because your dog's never going to be 100% either. So how are you distributing your rewards? Are you a Pez dispenser versus are you making it a game? And neither of those are wrong. It depends on what you're trying to create. If I'm trying to create relaxation, or I'm sorry, let's start this. If I'm trying to create a really solid stay and I break my dog every time to come chase food, where is my dog's brain at? My dog is thinking more about the jumping up and chasing the food than they are about the food coming to them and staying. So if I'm trying to create a really solid stay, I'm going to always be a Pez dispenser and bring that food to my dog. Yes, bring the food in. Yes, bring the food in, right? If I have a dog that is like super lazy and really lackadaisical with everything they're doing, and I'm trying to create more motivation, right? Or I need them to be more explosive because I'm trying to send them off to a place really fast, then yeah, they're staying in a sit and I go, yes, and we start creating a game out of it and they got to pop up out of that. I'm creating more energy and that's what I would want in that moment. So you always have to think about how are you distributing these rewards? Are you excited versus calm? If I'm trying to teach something calm with my dog, I want my dog to learn to relax and I go, yes! My dog is like, woohoo! And I just undid all the relaxation that I was trying to work on. So, when I'm trying to create something calm, yes, and I bring the food to my dog. If I want my dog to have more energy and it's an exciting thing that I'm teaching, I'm going to add that energy into what I'm doing as well. So always think about distribution when you're training your dog. Now we're going to talk about learning styles, all right? Because this is how we can teach our dogs in various ways. So luring. Luring is really easy. You have a piece of food in your hand and you lure your dog with it. The dog follows that food, all right? Luring can be done also with a target stick and things like that. And luring comes in a few different ways. Luring is great. It's really easy to teach. It's really easy to get your dog to do the thing. I want my dog up on this pedestal right here, right? And so I'm going to lure my dog onto that pedestal. The downfall of luring is, one, you have to wean it away. You have to be able to wean the help away. Two, the downfall of luring is that you're doing all of the thinking for your dog, right? The dog is only simply following a piece of food to do what you want. And so I like to create more of an active thinker in my dogs. So I try really hard to avoid as much luring as possible, although there are some things that I lure, but I just really quickly wean away the help that I am trying to give with it. Molding. When I first learned dog training, I did a lot of molding. Sit, pull their collar up on the leash, push their butt down, and just rinse and repeat until every time I'd say sit and I went to reach for the dog, I was like, oh, I do this thing. A lot of times you'll mold the dog into a down position, right? Maybe guide with the leash and push their shoulder blades down. So molding is you helping the dog get into a position that you want them in. And a lot of positive dog trainers miss the mark on molding. They hate it. They don't think that you should intervene ever. I completely disagree. I think molding is huge. I don't teach it for positions, but I do like to be able to put my hands on my dog and get them to do what I need them to do, because, you know, life happens. And if I need to be able to, my dog gets a cut on its side, I need to lay it down to be able to, clean the wound. I want to be able to physically manipulate my dog to where I need them to be, and my dog to be incredibly comfortable with the fact that I can physically manipulate my dog. So I actually don't mind molding, and I use it for certain things, but I don't necessarily use it to teach, behavior in terms of like obedience, sitting down and stuff like that. Structured discovery. Structured discovery is one of the ways that the first exercise that we're going to do hands-on today is called Say Yes to Your Dog, and it's an engagement exercise. And structured discovery is kind of like capturing, but it's setting the dog up basically in a more structured environment to where the dog has very limited options except to succeed. So structured discovery would basically be like you go to the grocery store, you pull in the parking lot, you park, and I've set this scenario up specifically for you that the path that you're going to take to get into the grocery store, I'm going to place a $20 bill on the ground. So you're walking to the grocery store, you find this $20 bill on the ground, and you're like, oh, that's awesome, right? Really cool thing happened. You did it on your own, even though I'm the one that set the scenario up. So the next time you come to the grocery store, just maybe out of habit, or maybe let's say I set it up to where there's construction, so you can only park in that same area. And I've once again placed that $20 bill on the ground in your path to get to the grocery store. So you walk into the grocery store, you find that $20 bill again, and you're like, wow, this must be like a really magical place. So now by the third or fourth time you go to this grocery store, you're going to want to go more. You're going to probably park in the same area, and you're going to probably want to take that same path. And every time you take that same path, there's a $20 bill there. All right. You figured it out on your own, but it was very structured in my setting that scenario up. So we use structured discovery a lot to teach dogs, get their brain thinking while it's something that we know we're going to get the behavior we want. Versus capturing. Capturing is a little bit different. Capturing would be like your dog, when it stretches out, it does this really cute little crawl thing forward that there's kind of no other way in that sense you could recreate that behavior. You would say yes and reward the dog. And every time you see your dog do it, you say yes and reward it. And all of a sudden now your dog is like, oh, every time I do this thing, I get a piece of food. And so the dog starts doing that thing more. We used capturing with one of my Berners. She did this, her ear was flopped over her head and she shook her head to unflap it. And we said yes and rewarded her for it. And so she kind of looked at us and was like, huh? And she shook her head again. And we said yes and rewarded her for it. It was something she just did naturally, and we rewarded. And because she had a really good understanding of learning, she tried it again. And all of a sudden now we were able to put her shaking her head on cue. People use a lot of capturing for sneezes, right? So the dog will sneeze and they'll say yes and reward it. And then all of a sudden they can put sneezing on cue or yawn or things like that. So capturing is really great. I use a lot of capturing for creating relaxation. Anytime they do something relaxing, I'm going to reward that as well. Then we move down to free shaping. And free shaping is really great. I use a lot of free shaping in my training, especially because it creates really active thinkers in puppies. It's always easier to start free shaping with a puppy because when they're adults and their brain hasn't kind of been wired that way, it can be a little more tricky. Definitely can still be done, but free shaping is great. You're going to see us do it tomorrow when we get to a lot of the proprioceptic stuff, and teaching the puppies to be able to get up on this, little pedestal by themselves without luring or anything like that. And we're building in successive approximations, so small little pieces that build into a bigger piece for the dog. And I love free shaping. Mimicry, really cool stuff out there that you can do with mimicry. I really kind of want to get into it, but finding time. There's a training style out there called Do As I Do dog training. I don't know if any of you have done it or looked into it. If you haven't, make a note and just go watch some of the videos. It's called Do As I Do dog training. If you have done it or seen it, let us know what you think of it. It's so cool. So basically you teach the dog to mimic what you are doing. And so let's say you've already taught your dog 3 behaviors. Maybe you've taught them paws up, you've taught them to spin, and you've taught them to roll over. You would basically do the behavior yourself. So you would put your feet up on a thing for paws up, and then you would cue your dog to do it. Then you'd put your feet up, cue your dog to do it. So your dog's learning that every time I do this, or every time, the handler does this, then I do the same thing. And you do the same for, the roll and the other behavior I said that I no longer remember. And then you would build that into a couple more behaviors. And then all of a sudden, you do something that you hadn't taught your dog before, and you would do something like jumping up, and your dog would see that and go, I just mimic what you're doing, and they would jump up, even though you'd never taught it before. It is a really cool thing, and you can teach all sorts of crazy behaviors because the dog's watching what you're doing and they learn to do it themselves. Mimicry we see happen all the time as well, where a dog will mimic another dog. If I have a dog that's kind of lacking motivation or not getting something, I will tie them up and let them watch me train another dog. It creates motivation that they're like, hey, I want to do that thing with you. They're seeing the other dog do it as well. And then we can bring them in on the session and we usually see a huge improvement from letting them watch another dog. And then of course, dogs learn from each other all the time outside of human influence. So mimicry is really cool. And then of course, targeting. I mentioned targeting earlier, but we can really get into a lot of different targeting behaviors. And you can teach dogs to go to a target. They can put their front feet on a target, their back feet on a target, their butt on a target, their nose on a target. You can teach them to follow targets. So targeting is really cool, and you can use anything. They make little extendable telescoping things with a little red ball on the end of them that you can teach the dog to target and follow and move. You can use like sticky notes if you wanted to teach your dog how to turn a light switch on and off. So you teach the dog how to target a sticky note with their paw, then you stick that sticky note on a light switch, and then they learn to hit the light switch with the target. And there's all sorts of ways that you can use targeting. That's really cool stuff. So learning styles are really, really awesome, and you should get pretty good at all of these things so that way you can create some really awesome behaviors with your dog. Do we have a comment?
Just a comment. Sounds like a slippery slope in the kitchen.
Which part? Which part? Who said it?
Elena.
Elena, what part is slippery?
Mimicry.
Mimicry.
Sounds like a slippery slope in the kitchen.
Usually the dogs are really contextual. Like they're usually very contextual. And so you can pretty easily teach them, like in a training session, you follow what I do. And then outside of that, you don't do it. Like, I mean, if you have a dog that's that into you, they're usually pretty contextual about what's a session, training session, and what's not. And if you give them no feedback when they're doing, let's say they were mimicking something you were doing that you weren't intending, and you give them no feedback, they're going to be like, oh, well, I guess that wasn't the thing I was supposed to do then. So Did they? Nobody else come? Okay, I thought I saw it pop up again. All right, so moving on to life rewards. So what we use to reward the dog is just as important as how we give the information to get them into the behavior. So life rewards come as food, affection, play, and space. And pretty much any type of reward that you use is going to fall into one of these categories. So food is pretty obvious. I mean, we're using dog food, we're using treats, we're using anything that is edible for the dog. A lot of people use like lickety sticks or peanut butter or whatever. You know, there's all sorts of things that you can use in terms of food. But food is the easiest to teach new behaviors. I mean, legitimately, the dogs are hungry, they have to eat. It's a primary resource. It's great to get new behaviors with. Affection. A lot of dogs love affection, but not every dog is going to work hard just for affection alone. And people say that they use positive reinforcement because they pet the dog, don't understand what positive reinforcement is. They will use correction in order to get the behavior, and then they will pet the dog. And that is not the thing that's changing the dog's behavior, it's the correction. But some dogs legitimately will work for affection and change their behavior because of it. My oldest burner, Indy, loves affection. I mean, she would literally jump off of a cliff for you to pet her. So, you know, affection can be a huge motivator for some dogs, and you can teach dogs that don't necessarily love affection to love affection by creating it as a secondary reinforcer using food. So play could be, oh, and I'm sorry, going really quick back to affection. Affection can create energy or it can create a relaxation. You can use affection as, oh, Bully, look at you, you did a really great job, you know, scruffing their ears and patting their sides and really amping them up about what they did. Or you can use affection as a nice calming massage, rubbing their ears. That was a very good boy. You did a really good job, and really creating that energy. So remember, we talked about distribution earlier. So the way that you give these life rewards, you think about how you want to distribute these things to create the behavior that you want. Play is one that you can't really distribute in a calm way in terms of, you know, they're always going to want to get more excited about it. You can add relaxation into it to tame it down where the dog doesn't just go bonkers and lose its mind, but play is always going to create more adrenaline excitement about it. So play, though, could be with toys, fetch, you can do tug, you can do whatever, you know, the flirt pool with toys, all that kind of stuff. But you can also add personal play. And personal play is huge. I love every single one of my dogs that can get jacked up because I'm going to play pinchy butt with them, or, you know, we're going to shove their butt and then I run from them and they chase me and then I turn around. You know, maybe they jump at me and then they take off running and I chase them. There's all sorts of ways and games that you can use that create personal play. A lot of people will do like where they pat up the dog on the couch or the bed and the dog gets all excited and starts, you know, pouncing at them, or they go under the blankets and they, you know, kind of bat around under the blanket and the dog gets really excited. People have really stupid games they play with their dogs and the dogs just love it. And that's personal play. I have this game that I play with Penelope. She's sitting next to me and she'll be staring forward and I like slowly sneak over and try to kiss her face before she can lick me. And then she'll look at me and try to lick me before I can avoid her and give her a kiss. Like, it's just the stupidest game, but she absolutely loves it. And that is personal play between us. And I can ask her to do all sorts of stuff that she will do. And that's all I have to reward her with because she just loves that that play aspect of the personal stuff. And I don't have to have anything on me. And then last but not least is space. And space is pretty much all sorts of things. So space could be, if you've ever heard of the Premack principle, where you ask the dog for something less, or you know, something like a sit, and then you get to go outside and play. So space is basically the dog wants something in like a natural environment, and we're going to give the dog that space to go. You're on a walk, the dog is walking really nicely and there's a bush there, you know, they want to go sniff, so the dog did a really good job walking nicely and you say yes and let them go sniff that bush. Or they see another dog, they remain calm and composed, but you know that they love other dogs, so you are like, yeah, cool, you did a great job, now you can go greet that other dog. Space could be, my dog loves getting in the car. So my dog did a really great job. They're sitting, they're waiting, they're being very patient, whatever it is. I open the car door, free, you can get in the car. That's a reward. Now keep in mind, if your dog hates cars, that's not going to be a very good reward for them. You know, but making sure that they're nice and calm at the back door before you let them run out of it. And so there's all sorts of ways, space could be, the dog comes over here and, was a really good boy, stayed nice and calm, and I let them up on the couch for a little affection or whatever that is. So space absolutely can be a great reward. And it's most commonly included with the PREMAC principle that if you don't know what that is, you can look it up. So, all right, so moving on, learn to earn. We want to work for what you want. So this is talking more about using their meals as training. And a lot of people are like, well, why would I do that? There's a couple of reasons why I like using food as their main training treat versus using other things. Is one, puppies already have very small stomachs, usually. I say usually, there's some puppies that are eating like 6 cups of food a day. But usually, they have much smaller stomachs or much smaller attention spans. And if we are feeding them their meals and then trying to shove extra treats in there, a lot of them are going to be less motivated to work in general. I mentioned it earlier how I want my puppies to be able to be excited for things as mundane as kibble. So that way, if I get into a situation where they're really distracted and I can pop out some really high value food, they're going to be much more excited and willing to work for it. I'm not going to create a dog that's incredibly picky because, they get their entire meal and then they're like, meh, I don't really need to eat that treat because I'm already full, whatever it is. So, we're teaching them to work for that resource so that way we can use it in a lot of other areas. Anything you want to add to that? Nope. All right. So moving on to reward. Oh, we had a comment?
Yep. Would movement used on its own as a reward be included in space?
Yes. Absolutely. Yep.
From
So I asked the dog to come to me on a long line. They come to me, good job, woohoo, whatever, free. And then I let the dog go back out and, explore back to whatever it was doing. That is space, that's movement wherever they want to go. They learn that coming to me is the thing that gets them the freedom to go back out.
Next question, what do you recommend for raw fed puppies? I usually tell my clients, you can either do like freeze-dried chicken, freeze-dried liver. You can do a portion of their raw as kibble, which is what I do, just temporarily during training, and then they get their raw at the end of the day. Or you can always like make little training raw balls and freeze them and keep them in like a Ziploc bag and use those during your training sessions. Or there's a lot of dog food companies that have like
pellet type of raw.
Pellet type raw. You can use that as well. It's definitely more of a pain to feed through raw.
It is.
Through training. So with me, I'm very pro raw. I do a lot of raw, but while I'm training, they're fed kibble.
I don't blame you.
So, that's kind of what I do. But I have had clients that literally bring bags of raw food to group classes and they have latex gloves on and they're just, doing their training that way. When they're not training, they take off the glove. When they're going to use the raw, they put the glove back on, and you can totally do it that way if you would like.
Yeah. So. There's always workarounds. It's just more complicated. If I have a puppy that has to be on raw, like I said, earlier, if it was a large breed puppy that was growing wonky and we had to get it on a better quality food, we put it on the raw diet. I know like Honest Kitchen makes, like little pellet type of food. So, we'll get them on something like that. So there's always workarounds with it. It's not always the most convenient, but it definitely helps.
Kiwi Kitchen's raw food and treat was recommended by Lori.
What is it?
Kiwi Kitchen's raw
Kiwi
food.
Kitchens. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
All right. So let's talk about reward placement. It is the Bob Bailey rule. So we always mark for the behavior that we want and we reward for the position that the dog's in. And I mentioned this earlier. So if I'm trying to create a solid stay, the dog sits, I say, yes, I'm going to bring the food to the dog. If I am trying to, teach the dog about going to a place, right? Whatever that designated place is, a cot, a bed, a pedestal of some sort. The dog gets up there. I'm going to say yes once they get up there. And then I'm going to bring the food to the dog because I'm trying to create the idea that the food comes here. If I'm always throwing the food for the dog or making the dog come to me, the dog is always in the mindset that I need to get off of this thing to get to you or to go chase that food. And their brain is always the step ahead where that food is going to come. If I'm trying to teach a really nice, pretty, solid, focused heel, and the dog gives me that head up, and I say, yes, and then I bring the dog forward, or I'm feeding a dog that's on my left side with my right hand, the dog is going to start creeping ahead because it's always thinking about going forward instead of where we want the dog, which is back here with the head up. So if I say yes, the food is going to come up here to the dog. So we're always marking for the behavior that we want and rewarding for the position we want the dog to be in. Like I said, if we want to create explosive behavior, then we will do where we throw the food and all of that kind of stuff. And so you always have to keep in mind of what is it that I'm trying to create? Am I looking for something calm, cool, collected, or am I looking for explosive behavior? All right, then we talk about default behaviors. That's my Westie Bobby. He's so cute. Default behaviors. So it's the one behavior you want your dog to perform the most, even when not cued. So relaxation is always a good default behavior. Attention is always a really nice default behavior. With Penelope, you know, before I knew everything that I know now, I accidentally created the default behavior of her going into a beg position. And anytime she wants food from anybody, she'll walk up nice, very polite and calm, and she'll go up into this beg position. Just ask Mark and Stephanie McCabe. I think it drives them nuts. But she's always like, here you go. Because she's like, this has always worked for me in the past. It was one of the very first things she learned with food. And it's kind of the thing that's stuck with her. A lot of dogs you'll see get into the default behavior of the paw. They're always pawing at you, or they're nudging you, right? So those are a lot of default behaviors that dogs can come with. If we can kind of create the default behavior we want within the dog, then that we can help circumvent a lot of those. Do your dogs have any default behaviors?
I'm sure they do.
Yeah. All right. So moving on, that leads us into one of the first exercises that we're going to learn today, which is called Say Yes to Your Dog. So there's 6 stages of creating engagement, attention, and trust. And so keep in mind that I absolutely love teaching engagement, but I don't use it as a distraction to teach a dog to avoid other things that they might be nervous of. So Say Yes to Your Dog is actually something that Christopher Brower and myself created, and it is really, really fascinating and fun to watch the dogs learn to choose through that kind of structured discovery that we talked about earlier in the learning styles, into making eye contact and into really, really strong engagement with you. So 6 stages of Say Yes. These 6 stages are progressive. Usually we don't have to do the first stage, which is acknowledgement. And I'm going to go through what all of these stages are, how to do them with you. We're going to build on them. I also have free how-to videos on my website that build through the 6 stages that you guys can go and watch for even more detailed stuff, which makes it really nice. So the first stage of acknowledgement that we're trying to create with the dog is just, if this is a dog that's either incredibly aggressive or incredibly fearful, or so hyper distracted that they just cannot focus on one thing for more than a split second, just them looking in my general direction, I'm gonna reward, all right? If it's a really fearful or a really aggressive dog, I'll actually probably put them on a long line to begin, because I want them to have that comfort of not being right up on me like they would be on a 6-foot leash. So acknowledgement is just looking in my general direction. A lot of puppies, actually probably 50% of puppies, I start with acknowledgement because, they're kind of hyper and all over. They probably haven't learned a whole lot at this point. And so just them looking in my general direction, let them know that I have food. I say yes, and I'll just reward them. Every time they're kind of like, oh, right, I'm looking in the general direction, even though I'm still a spaz pants. But what happens is when I say yes and give them food, they start to go, oh, you become relevant to me. And that's what we're trying to create, is a dog that realizes we have some relevance to them. Then we move into stage 2. And by the way, acknowledgement usually with puppies is like 3 or 4 times I say yes, and then I can move on to stage 2. Stage 2 is creating direct eye contact. So when we begin the 6 stages of Say Yes, I'm always in one spot. I pick one spot and I kind of just stand there. When I'm standing there, I will rotate in that spot. All right. So basically I am like just a pole that rotates in one spot. All right. I'm not moving. I'm not taking extra steps other places. I don't care. I am a dead leash for that dog. The dog can't move any further than that, 6-foot leash if that's what they're on. But if the dog walks around me, I will just rotate and spot. And I'm always looking at the dog's eyes. I want to be able to make it that if that dog, for any reason, turns around and looks at me in the eyes, I'm able to say yes and capture that, all right? And so that's step 2, is I'm standing in that one spot, I'm rotating wherever the dog goes. As soon as that dog looks me in the eyes, I say yes, and we play, all right? And we play with food, all right? And I will teach you about how to play with food as well once we do this hands-on. What time is it, really quick?
Almost noon.
It's almost noon. Okay, so what we'll probably do is get through this, the explanation of it. Then we're gonna take a break and do lunch. As soon as we get back from lunch, we'll do a social, then we'll come in and do the hands-on. Does that sound good? Yeah, all right. So I'm gonna go through kind of the steps of this first, then we're gonna break for lunch, okay, guys? Because we've been sitting here all morning. So for any reason that dog makes eye contact, I say yes, I bust into play. I do a bunch of play with the dog using food, and then I freeze again, and I go back to standing in that same spot where I rotate. Generally, what's gonna happen is, if it's not a really spastic puppy that just doesn't know how to think, they're gonna get a little busy, and then they're gonna go, huh, all right, and they come back, they look me in the eyes, I say yes, we play again. The play is actually more important than the eye contact. The eye contact is just the thing, the gateway that leads into the play. What I'm trying to do with the play is create a memory for the dog that they want to come back and get to that point again. And that's the gateway, is giving me that eye contact. And the dog is doing it on their own. I'm not cueing it. I'm not holding food to my forehead. I'm not going, puppy, right? I am waiting for the dog to make this decision on their own. But remember, with that structured discovery, I've set them up in the beginning where it's a pretty sterile environment. There's not a lot of other stuff going on. They're stuck on the end of that leash, and I'm just rotating it, making it as easy as possible for them, that if they make that choice to look me in the eye, they're gonna get to that point where we're gonna play. So once that dog understands that eye contact is the thing that gets them to the play, they're gonna just start coming in and doing it really fast. And they're gonna just, boom, eye contact. Yes, we play. As soon as I'm done playing, I freeze again. They come back in, they give me eye contact. What's gonna happen pretty quickly is they're gonna get to a point where we move on to stage 3. And this happens as a pretty seamless transition to committed engagement. And for me, committed engagement is what you see in this picture. The dog is sitting directly in front of me and making eye contact. So what happens is, once that dog is really good with just the direct eye contact, I don't care what position they're in, we move into stage 3. So now they give me eye contact, but I don't say anything. I wait for them. And they're like, I'm giving you eye contact. What the heck has happened? And they're going to get frustrated. And usually they just come right into a sit, and then they look at me. As soon as they sit and look at me, I say yes, and we move into play. And very quickly they go, oh, okay, so now the criteria has changed to sitting directly in front of you and giving you eye contact. And that is stage 3. That committed engagement is really important, because that's telling me that that dog is really, really into what we're doing. It's not like I'm standing here and I look over at you. It is where the dog is actually committed, involved in this game with me. So once the dog is doing committed engagement really well, keep in mind, at this point, I am still standing in one spot, rotating to make it as easy as possible for that dog to find my eyes. Once that happens, the very next stage changes. All right, the dog, I can't shake this dog. The dog might get distracted for a second, but very quickly it's coming back in, it's sitting, it's giving me eye contact, right? I'm not asking for any of this, it's just doing this. Then we change it to stage 4, which is find me. Now, find me is where if you notice, I am making the dog more and more responsible for their behavior as we continue. So stage 4 is now asking for the next level of responsibility. I don't want to have to constantly turn for you to find me. I want to be able to stand in one spot, and you have to make the choice to come in and sit in front of me and give me eye contact. So the thing that changes with stage 4, find me, is that I'm no longer pivoting. So the dog, let's say, is directly in front of me. I'm going to turn maybe 45 degrees to 90 degrees away from the dog. So now I'm facing this way and the dog's facing this way. The dog has got to come in and sit directly in front of me that way. So stage 4, I will build up to where I am literally turning completely facing away from the dog, and that dog is like just seeking me out constantly to come sit in front of me and give me eye contact. So stage 4 is kind of a pivotal moment in terms of the dog being more responsible for their own behavior. All right, so that's stage 4. Then we've changed to stage 5. So once we hit stage 4 and that dog, I can't shake that dog. It doesn't matter which way I turn. That dog is just repetitively circling in front of me, sitting, giving me eye contact. We move into adding duration and distraction, because up to this point, as soon as the dog gives me eye contact and, you know, the sitting in front of me, I say yes instantly and we bust into our game. Now I'm going to say I need you to maintain eye contact a little longer and do it while there's things that are going on that could potentially be distracting. So usually they fall hand in hand and they happen at the same time, because what's going to happen is I take a step back to stage 3. So I'll help the dog out. I'll still pivot wherever I need to pivot for the dog's eyes to find me. The dog comes in, sits in front of me, gives me eye contact. Then I have a helper that's behind us or behind the dog, because the dog's facing me. So the helper will be behind the dog and probably about at least 10 feet away. And the helper is going to make some sort of distraction, clapping their hands, maybe stomping their feet. And we always start off easy for the dog. So it's always light. So maybe it would be a clap like this, not a huge clap, right? But just a really light clap. And that dog's going to go, what the heck are they doing behind me, right? And they're going to break eye contact with us. And so at this point, we don't do anything, right? We wait for the dog to come back into us. As soon as, and that handler is going to stay clapping that whole time. As soon as the dog ignores that clapping and gives us eye contact again, we say yes. The helper stops the distraction and we go into our game, right? And that helper just kind of takes a step back. So this stage is basically teaching the dog that, yeah, you can absolutely, you know, when the distraction happens, break eye contact, go do whatever you want. But as soon as you come back in, that's when the game happens and we start playing. And very quickly, you can't distract that dog. It happens so fast where that dog is like, I don't care what the heck is going on around me, behind me. It doesn't matter because I'm maintaining eye contact with you and we get to have that game. So that duration and that distraction kind of get built in together all at once. And then we move, once that dog is really solid on duration and distraction, we move into stage 6. And stage 6 is what we call exorcist. So the last stage of reliability that we have is basically being able to build in, now I can move, me as the handler can move, and I need you to maintain eye contact with me while I'm moving. So the reason it's called the exorcist is because one of the things that we do is what we call a step behind. And so the dog is sitting directly in front of me, giving me eye contact. I've built the dog up that I can move my eyes and the dog follows my eyes wherever I go. Then all of a sudden, I very quickly step right around behind the dog and that dog has got to pivot very quickly to maintain eye contact with me. And so that's why it's called the exorcist, because they're whipping their head around to maintain eye contact. Every dog has a slightly different flair. Some dogs are right-handed or left-handed. So some dogs turn better one way. So if you step around them, they actually might turn the opposite way to maintain eye contact. I generally like to try to teach the dog to be flexible about which way it turns. Some dogs never get to that point because they are like, nope, this is the way I turn and that's the only thing I'm comfortable with. I've literally seen some dogs do this so they can look behind them or really kind of crank while they're still sitting one way. Every dog's a little bit different and that's okay. They figure out what works for them. Generally the dogs that stay sitting the same way and turn their head realize that's not very comfortable and at some point they do start to turn. So these are the 6 stages of Say Yes. And we are going to practice this as soon as, well, when we're going to break for lunch right now. When we break for lunch, as soon as we come back after an hour, we're going to be out. Oof. Are we going to do a social outside? It's really windy.
It's really windy.
It's up to you. It's super, super windy. We could do a short one maybe in the potty yard. It's not
Okay.
as
So
windy.
we may be out doing a social when we come back for lunch, or we may decide to go right into Say Yes and maybe try to do the social later. It is incredibly windy out right now and it would be very difficult. All you would be hearing was wind outside. So we will figure that point out, but we're going to come back. What time is it? It's just after 12. So let's try to be back for 1. So in 1 hour, we will be back.
One second, Britt.
Yeah.
Nicole is wondering, how do you work on healing and not have a dog flip in front of you from this exercise?
Heck yeah. So it's actually really cool. What happens is because we've taught the dog all about moving with us and things like that, what we start to do is we teach the dog how to get into our heel position. And then we look down at the dog and the dog's like, oh, eye contact. They look up at us. We reward that eye contact. And actually, this is my favorite way to teach a dog a focused heel because they're already so in tune with giving us eye contact. It becomes that default behavior. I ask for it in pretty much all of my commands when I'm teaching obedience, sit down, like maintain eye contact with me, because I've started with this exercise and it happens so very naturally. I also used to teach it, or I still teach it, like with the dogs having to go in and out of doors. So I'd be like, I'd open the door, and before you can go out, you need to give me eye contact so I can release you. And it really just integrates so beautifully with everything we're doing. So that heel, they learn very quickly to maintain eye contact instead of coming in front of us, because they know this position on the side. We look down, they look up at us, we say yes, boom. And remember the Bob Bailey rule: mark for behavior, reward for position, and then the reward happens here. And then I could break out into play if I wanted to.
You can use it in any position. I use it with my show dogs, who
perfect.
then are standing and not sitting, and I'm out in front of them,
Maintaining
a couple
eye
feet
contact
away, but I need them to look at me and be focused.
So it happens really easy. It's super cool.
Elena's wondering, what about a relaxed heel if you've done this?
So generally I have four ways. I teach just a regular walk where there's no position for the dog. And I just call that kind of like, I don't actually call it anything. Just don't pull me, don't trip me is my expectations. Then I have what I call my by me, which is essentially you just can walk anywhere as long as you're not passing the seam of my pants. And then I have my heel, which is just get close into my left side, or you could teach your right side, and that's my relaxed heel. And I just don't reward them when they're looking at me, just when they're in the right position. And then I have my focused heel, which is when you're looking at me, I'll reward them. They'll check in with you all the time, right? They're gonna like, oh, you need my eyes? Oh, no. And I just don't pay it. And they learn very quickly, right? Dogs are really contextual. They learn really quickly what works and what doesn't work for them. And so I only reward them for tons of eye contact when they're in that really focused heel. So did that answer the question?
I think so.
Any other questions? We're gonna open the floor for a couple minutes for you guys to ask questions before we break for lunch. So let us know.
And you already said be back at 1.
Well, now we're gonna do 1:10.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll do 1:10. So we'll sit here until mountain time. We'll sit here until about 10 after.
1 hour from right now.
Yeah, we'll sit here until about 10
1
after.
hour from when we stop.
Yeah. Yeah, so you guys got a couple more minutes if you want to ask questions, or if you want to just go get lunch now, you can. I just got an email for a Woodle. A meet-in poodle. Oh, fun.
Wait,
A
they're
Woodle.
already hypoallergenic. I think it's silly. Probably cute though.
Oh, I'm sure it's got to be cute.
Oh, suddenly we're going to get a lot of friends.
Hey, friends.
Glory.
Glory. Easy.
Easy Glory.
Well, hi, Pickett. This is my old foster dog that Beth adopted from me. And she's a Jack Russell Lakeland Terrier mix. And this is Pickett. And Pickett is very cute. You're a weirdo, though.
Yep.
Uh-huh.
Yes. He's putting them away.
Uh-oh, I think you have to leave.
Oh, Picky.
Picket. Get that tail. Get that tail. You need to calm down with asking questions, man. It's just out of control.
Yeah, you've just answered all of them.
I'm thorough in my explanations.
I'm thinking that nobody's going to be asking questions.
Yeah, we're just about done.
Hi, Picky.
We have a question in the puppy potential workshop or the support group that we'll have to answer as well. Somebody that couldn't log in today.
Okay, we're about to break for lunch.
Yeah.
Oh, here, you want it?
All right, guys, we're just right before 11:10. So we're gonna pause all this and we will see you in about an hour. One thing we have to be careful of when we're doing outside activities, of course, the weather. So instead, we're going to jump right into say yes. So the say yes to your dog, we're going to go through 6 stages of creating engagement with the dog. And so the very first thing that we have to be able to have in place before we can even say yes is understanding how to play using food with your dog. And there's 3 ways that I teach food play.
1 second, they can't understand you. Yeah, do you want to? I think they're upstairs.
We're gonna go get our headset, so give us a second.
Well, yeah, we'll get a headset. It's a little echoey in here, so we'll get the headset so you can understand Brittany better.
Until then, I'll play with the puppy. He's not sure. Good. Yes, good girl.
Right.
Okay, all right.
We're not sure if they work.
Well, they'll work.
On a phone.
Did you turn this on?
Yeah. It needs to be right in front of your mouth. Yeah.
You good? Can you hear me better?
Can you guys hear Brittany better? Just start.
Can you hear me? Let me know
Check,
if you
check,
can hear
1,
me.
2.
Check, check, check. Check that. No. All right. Can you hear me?
Yes, better for Robin.
That's all that matters is you, Robin.
Elena, yeah.
Awesome.
Elena, can you understand her better?
Can you hear me any better with this headset?
Okay, she can hear you better.
All
Okay,
right,
cool.
well, 2 of you, that's all that matters.
No, there's been a whole bunch.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good. I was only kidding. You all matter. All right, so one of the first things that we have to do before we can jump right into our say yes is understanding how to play with food with our dogs. So we're going to go exactly against what our owners told us, not play with our food, and actually play with their food. When we begin this, there are 3 different techniques that I like to use, especially in the beginning. You can build in a lot more. But the 3 different techniques of food play that I like to use are catch, fetch, and chase. Catch is probably the one that takes the most work to teach the dog about. And when we do catch, it is very much about us using an arcing motion of tossing that food to the dog. It's something that you yourself should practice being able to toss food in a proper direction. So set up a cup or a bowl and just start tossing food and seeing if you can hit it. Because when we practice with catch, our goal is that we're aiming to kind of create this arc of food is going to come down and bop the dog anywhere between the eyes and the nose. Obviously going to be much harder. That was a really bad throw. Much harder with really short-nosed dogs. That's okay. But she's really kinetic. You're going to see you want the dog to be really stable. Well, there we go. That was a better one. But what we really want to work on is teaching that dog that food. Now here, right between us. That food is going to keep coming in this arch, and we want to create enough frustration that at some point the dog is going to start snapping at it. And when I got on snapping at it, that's how I know I got. Some dogs are naturally phenomenal at this. Other dogs are like, I don't know what that was. Some dogs are naturally terrible at this, and that's okay. Some dogs will never be great, but you can still build that in as part of the fun. And I really want that dog stable in front of me to be able to kind of toss that food up, and they're really going to start picking up on it at some point. Some dogs pick it up right away, girl, and other dogs take like through sessions of just practicing to get them understanding what I'm looking for with catch. The next one we do is chase. And chase is where we are holding the food in our hand in a very specific position. So between our pointer finger and our middle finger, we're placing one or two or more pieces in that area, and we're half covering it with our hand. And so that way the dog can kind of nibble at it, and when they do the right thing, they push in, they're staying connected, I can kind of move my thumb and they can take one piece, and then they nibble on that open piece there, and then I can move my thumb and they can get the next piece. And I can do a whole handful of pieces because I've had a lot of practice at this, and not everybody can start that way. But what we want to see is that the dog can stay connected, yes, into that little pocket where their muzzle can fit right in there, yes. And I'll turn for this way. You can see how, yes, her muzzle stays upright and pushing, yes, into that hand to get that food. So then we add in the chase aspect where we move our hand, yes, and we let that puppy kind of hop into that little nook in your hand, yes, and let them chase our hand down as we move. And as the dog gets better at it, because sometimes they're not really great at this one either, usually pick up a lot faster. We can start going faster and moving around. Good girl. Yeah. Yes. Oops, you got it. Yes, you did. Good girl. Good. Yes. Ready? Good girl.
Oh, this is not luring. This is just chase.
Although I will do, this is how I do lure dogs as well.
It is a similar way of luring, but this is just chase play. You're just moving quickly, back and forth, having her chase the hand. Nessie's never done this before, so she's going a little slow, but ideally you want them to move relatively quick with you, chasing your hand with the food.
Yep. At some point, it's going to be built up where I'm almost running. The dog's going to catch up. We don't have a ton of space on here, but normally I'd be going a lot faster. So that's kind of the chase. When I do chase, I always try to keep the dog next to my leg, so I'm not trying to stretch them all the way out here or keep them all the way back here. I want them pretty close next to my leg. I can flip and go backwards. Good girl. You're a good worker.
Yeah, she loves barking.
Flip over, go back straight. Flip over, turn again. Good girl. And then I can just kind of create straight lines back and forth. That dog is pushing in. You can do it on either side. Good. And so you can kind of keep them going on either side. So that's chase. And the last piece of play that we teach is fetch. And fetch is, as the dog comes in, I roll one piece out directly in front of them so they can see where it's going. And they're going to chase it down. Good job, Misty. Good job. And back and forth. And this one is probably the one that most people like to do. It's the easiest, requires the least effort out of us. I use this one always in the beginning, especially with shy puppies, because I can roll it away from me and they don't have to get in close. And they feel much better about staying away from me in the beginning, until at some point I can get them to come in and negotiate my hand. So I will use all three of those pieces between catch, fetch, and chase. Like I'm all crazy over here. So when we begin say yes, we already have those pieces and we understand how to play with the food. Now we're going to move into the actual stages of say yes. So with a dog like Nessie, you can see she's already pretty into me. So I don't have to do the first stage, which is acknowledgement. But if I were to, it'd be like she's busy doing whatever. She looks in my direction, I'd say yes, and then pop into play with her. So when we go into our play, after the dog already does the attention, the eye contact, sorry. We're gonna do anywhere from 5 to 10, 15 pieces of food per play. So we're gonna do a bunch of catch, a bunch of fetch, and a bunch of chase, and always in a different order. I never want the dog knowing exactly what to expect. I just want it to be loose and fun, and we're having a good time. Sorry, this is driving me a little bonkers. There we go. All right, so we never want the dog to know exactly what to expect, but anyway, it's generally 5 to 10 or 15 pieces of food per play. Because remember, the play and the engagement that we have after the piece of eye contact is by far the more important part, to create that memory and that dog really wanting to come back in for attention. So when we begin, I pick one spot on the floor and I will rotate wherever the dog goes to maintain eye contact. Yes. Now when the dog gives me eye contact, I'm going to say why yes, and then I'm going to pop into play. So here we're doing chase. And then we're going to throw it into a fetch. Yeah, right into the wall. That's it. That's what we like to see. Woo! And then because he doesn't know chase or catch, I'm not going to do a ton of catch, but I do want to kind of practice it just a little bit. And notice how I get her stable before I actually will try attempting to throw that piece of food. Ready? That was a bad throw. Right next to your nose. Good girl. Ooh, that was out of bag. It dropped, so we're just gonna move on. Go back to maybe a little bit of fetch. Good girl, you ready? Oh. Good girl, I'm gonna right up the belly. We'll do it all over again. One spot. Wait for her to make eye contact. Now, I don't want her looking at my forehead, my chin, my cheeks, my nose. I want direct eye contact. And if she sits, even better, because that moves into a stage 3. And not that she's necessarily there, but this is very normal for puppies on their own to do that SIT. And she doesn't know anything, guys. So she's really kind of blank slate with this stuff. Bethany's potentially had some other things going on in her life.
Yeah, I haven't been pregnant or anything.
So, right now she looked at my the tree pouch. She's all over the place. Yes. And there was direct eye contact. Ready? Good girl. Ready? Ready? Good girl. I really like the chase. Is my favorite game that I like to play. And because it's really about us working together, we stay the most connected versus the other ones. So I really like to play, that was way off, it stuck to my finger. I really like to play the chase game, so that way the dog learns to work and push with me. Ready? Oh, girl. Ready? Oh, ready? Oh, we have to talk a little bit. Ready? Let's go. Ready? Good. Oh, ready? Okay. Good girl. Ready? Okay. Ready? Good. And a lot of times I'll say ready just to kind of start charging the fact that we're going to do something. Kind of check back in with me. So go back into a free one position. I'm not going to move anywhere else. I'll just rotate and wait for her to give me eye contact. So very naturally, she started to go into already stage 3, which is committed engagement. But I wouldn't expect this to be 100% consistent. Right now, if she lays down, I don't care. You can see the hard part is actually making eye contact, not just, paying attention to me.
So she's staring at her hands right now.
Yeah. And this is a game of patience sometimes. I don't care that it's taking her forever, because what she's going to happen is when she gets it right, it's going to be a big game, and it's going to help her remember it even more. So you rotate wherever her eyes go. We just wait around. And this is a game that definitely cues off of a lot of body language, because when else do I stand like this? When I want her to give me attention. Yes, good job. Good girl. Okay. Oh, you missed it. You missed it. Oh, sorry, Missy. Good girl. Yeah, good girl. Did I drop it? Good girl. Good job. Yes. That's what we like to see. I'm really working hard for it. And sometimes treats will stick in your hand and they go all wonky. That's all right. It's no big deal. And here, by the way, just using for kibble. Ready? Ready? Oh, you look down. That's all right. Messy. And I usually don't wait for them to find the treats because at some point they're gonna. Usually just try to keep it going. Ready? Oh, right there. Right on the nose. You ready? Messy. Oh, ready? Ready? Good. Nice. Ready? There it is. Good girl. Ready? Okay. Ready? Oh, you see, oh, good job. Get it. Good girl. Sorry, so leash. We go right back to standing still. Moving to upper touch. Yes. And see how it's going to start happening much quicker. She's getting right back. Good girl. Ready? 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 Good. And then we freeze. Right back into it. She's getting so tired. She is. Yeah, this is something puppies can't do for her own time. Wherever she goes, I just kind of pivot to follow. Yes, there it is. Good girl. And you can see she's definitely slowing down. So I will make that my last one. Good girl. So the sucky part with pair of small dogs is that everything's bent over.
Yep, which is why I'm not doing this.
Right? Everything is bent over and you can just very nice. All done. Good. We're all done. And that is the building through the kind of the first 3 stages of say yes to your dog. Some dogs get the very first section all the way up to stage 3, others take a few. So we're going to pause this.
Do we want to bring Glory down to show what it should look like with all 6?
Yeah, we can do that.
It's up to you, but it might not be a bad idea.
Yeah, let's do that. All right, so we're going to go ahead and put Nessie away. So give us just 1 second.
Or we can bring Hedwig. Who would you prefer?
Here, am I doing work?
I can do it with
Do
Glory.
Glory, yeah.
1 sec. We're going to switch dogs really quick. She goes. Hey, Hedwig. Hedwig. But there's dogs in there. Hedwig. Hedwig.
Sorry, Morris. What you doing, Zebra? Sorry. Oops. Sorry, guys. All right, Jake, let's see if you can jump over this one. Good girl. All right, we've got Beth here with her Beauceron, Glory. And Glory's pretty darn proficient in the 6 different stages. And this is probably a newer room door that she hasn't been in much. So good. First, Beth is just gonna start her off nice and easy. Come in for stage 3, right? That's all we're looking for, is just come in for stage 3 and making sure that she's committed to coming back. Remember, stage 3 is committed engagement. So I just want you to come in, sit in front of me, and give me eye contact.
Not a separate room here with a big dog.
I know, right? Good. So that's all stage 3. And that, by the way, is catch. So this is stage 4. And I wouldn't even take that because you see how Glory's sitting off to the side.
She knows this very well.
Yeah, she knows it well. So Beth's going to say, no, you got to give me more. There it is. See how she fixed herself? Fixed herself and came in.
Good.
Beth's probably not going to do a lot of chase because that's much more physically demanding.
Yes.
Good job. And notice how it's instant. As soon as she makes the commitment to eye contact in the sitting, Bethany's saying yes when we're ordering her. She's not waiting long durations right now. She will in a minute because that's the next stage. Good. So I'm going to be over here this next time and make a distraction. So Beth, try to set it up where she's facing away from me.
You don't need to do some duration first.
No, because we kind of build it at the same time. That's true. Yeah. So Beth's going to set it up where she's not facing me. So you'll be standing at that back wall facing me. And so she's going to face me, and she's going to let Glory come in, get that committed engagement, and I'm going to make a distraction. Glory looks away. As soon as Glory commits going back to Bethany, I reward that. Very nice. So you saw the very first time she went, "Oop, something's happening behind me," and Beth's like, "Nope, keep looking." Very nice. This is step 5. Yeah, this is 5. And also realize that the second Bethany says YES right now, the helper, am stopping what I'm doing. So I don't want to keep pushing Glory. Yeah, I don't want to keep pushing Glory. If Bethany's already said yes, that whole thing goes away, and that's part of the trust. So now I'm going to make another distraction. It's a bit different. All right, Bethany is like, "Man, you already committed to me." So she rewarded that. Here's the distraction again. Yes. Oh, right there. She came back to Beth, and that's exactly what we're looking for. It's not that the dog can't look away from you. It's that they can come back and focus on you. So Beth's gonna wait for stage 4, only because we want to set this up right. Yes. So you notice how, I'm sure you could probably see her ears, it's really cool. So she flipped her ears backwards to listen to it, and then stayed focused on Beth. That's very nice. Awesome job. Ready? We're gonna do one more with a different distraction. We're just using all the stuff from Tupperware testing. I'm gonna throw in the umbrella. Yes, very nice.
She thought about it.
Yep. She side-eyed it, and that was that. Yes, very nice. We're gonna just do one more. That's the dog trainer curse. Don't ever say that. And Beth could have probably rewarded her a little sooner, but that's okay. She came right back from it. And the way dogs learn sometimes is by making, I guess, a mistake, even though that's not really a mistake. We don't care that she looks, as long as she knows how to win, she can come back to Beth. So right here, Beth's just doing some work with food distraction.
I still threw up to tossing food off of her chest.
Nice.
I wanted to see if she would do it in here. She's always ever done it at work.
So dropping food, she's gonna wait for Glory to look back. Right there, I'd reword that. So she dropped a couple pieces of food. And we expect maintained eye contact. We'll wait for her to come back.
Oops, that one's my bad.
She's like, I didn't mean to drop that one. Yes, reward that. There you go.
Yes.
Good. And let her have all of those. All right, so now we're gonna get to stage 6, which is the exorcist. And by the way, when you have a dog that's like crazy food motivated, like you don't have to put as much effort into play. In the beginning, you want to, because you got to teach them about the energy that you're looking for. But like Lori's crazy food motivated all the time, so it's not a big deal that Bethany is way less energetic about how she plays.
Not normally when I'm not 8 months pregnant.
By the way, I'm a super lazy trainer, FYI, and I try to find as many shortcuts to being lazy as I can. So now we're going to do stage 6.
So with the exorcist, you want to start just sidestepping.
Yep. Well, just leaning. It's not a step. In the beginning, it's a lean. So dog gives you eye contact, you lean, and you reward. Sometimes they will break eye contact.
Yes.
And if that happens, you just reset. You just literally go back to neutral and then start it over. And then you add in the side steps.
Yes. Good.
And I know Bethany just said no there. You don't say anything.
Bad habit of mine. Not with new dogs, with
With your already trained dog. So yeah, and Bethany's cueing her to come in just for expediency issue. Normally we would just let the dog figure that part out as well. So we get into sidestepping, and then the next time Beth's gonna take 2 steps instead of just 1.
yes.
Very nice. And notice how quickly she said yes. She didn't let it linger. She wants that dog, like, you put the effort in, you're gonna get the reward. So she'll take another 2 steps, and yes, that was good. So I know she looked away for a second, but she fixed her butt to come back into you. So that was really good. I liked the fact that she fixed her butt to come back into Bethany.
Yes.
Very nice.
Girl.
Good
You're not
job,
feeling the
Lori.
choice either, huh?
She's like, it's not enough room in here. All right, now this time she's gonna do, there you go.
Yes.
Very nice. You see how Glory fixed herself. So she went past the point of it being comfortable for Glory to just kind of turn her head. And that's a very normal part. We want to start seeing the dog move. Now do me a favor. Oh, it's okay. Go back to neutral. Do me a favor and step to the other side. Let's see how good Glory is going both ways. So what I wanted you to notice is Glory was much quicker to fix her body going that one way because it wasn't as comfortable for her to turn her head that way. And that's normal. You're going to have one way where the dog can like turn its head the entire way around. And then the other way, the dog's like, no, I have to fix myself. That's nice.
Yes.
Good. Now this time we're going to do the actual step behind. So once you've built the dog up through all of these stages, now we're going to add in the actual step behind. So the step behind is sometimes if you have a bigger dog and shorter legs, you have to do a couple steps, but usually it's one big step to the back of them. And you go as quickly as possible without, there it is. That's nice, Beth. I would have waited for her to sit, but otherwise that was really nice. And sometimes in the beginning, just that effort, I would reward anyway. Let her come back into an SIT.
Yes.
Beautiful. So that's why we call it the exorcist, is that dog's got to whip around and be able to maintain eye contact through the entire thing. I can't, it's swallowing at home. We'll wait for her. There it is. So you notice that Bethany, if Bethany was doing this with her Westie, it should even easily be able to step behind her. You know, Bethany's got short legs and Glory's a big dog. So, and she's starting already from like 2 or 3 feet away from her. So, there you go. Oh, the belly hit her on the head.
That's why I'm like trying to not.
You're fine.
Close.
No, you're doing a good job. That was really cute.
Yes.
Good job. All right, so those are the 6 stages of say yes. Obviously with the distractions, we can build up to a ton of stuff. I literally will build it up to where I've got pom-pom shaking like right next to the dog's head.
Oh, yeah,
And
like, toss food and
oh,
build
yeah.
up to toys and dogs and people and kids and just want to go at the dog's pace.
Yeah. So we are gonna pause this and then we're gonna head back upstairs to talk about the next section before we get into the relaxation stuff. So we will see you guys in just a minute. So if you guys do have any other questions about the 6 stages of say yes, oh, we do. You just said something. Can you talk more about the point of this? Well, there's no point. No, I'm just kidding. So the point of it is one, engagement. You're teaching your dog. Remember how I said earlier, I want the dog thinking the sun shines out of my ass. So pay attention to me, focus on me, we have fun. One, it creates a really easy way for the dog to win. So a lot of times when I get dogs that just don't know what to do, I have a very easy way for the dog to win. Two, of course, we're teaching attention, eye contact, pay attention to me, what I'm doing. And it really helps just in general when you're training obedience, any of that kind of stuff. It creates check-ins. So when I get to the point my dog is off leash, they're already very comfortable knowing and paying attention to me, checking in with me. We are building a ton of trust with stuff when we're, training this exercise. Once again, creating those memories of that play and that engagement with you. But the biggest thing that we're training is, if you remember, we talked about that default behavior. We're creating that one behavior that I want my dog to perform the most, even when not cued, which is just check in with me, pay attention to me, and really kind of focus on me when I need you to. This game, when we started using these 6 stages, really, really changed a lot, because it's not a requirement in the sense that there's no punishment for you not paying attention to me. It's a choice that you're making, and we turn it into kind of that default. And the dogs, they really, truly just start, like, everything I do, I check in with you, because that is my gateway, my access to all of the other things that I want, is by checking in with you. And so there's so many benefits to doing this. And remember, I'm not using this in place of, my dog is leash reactive and I'm going to teach my dog to avoid another dog by staring at me. Absolutely not the point of this. I don't do that. I don't use it for that. What I'm doing is teaching a puppy, outside of creating good behavior around all of those other distractions, how to check in with me and how to engage with me. Pet dogs, this is huge for puppies that I'm training for pet owners, as well as sport dogs, service dogs, because I'm teaching them that checking in with me is the best thing that they can do. So hopefully that answered your question. If you have any others, let me know. All right, so I'm going to move on since nobody's asking another question right now. And if you do, just let me know. Oh, let's work some puppies. Yeah, we just did that. Oh, puppy socialization. It is so windy out right now, guys. Like, crazy windy. The trees are like bending. It's pretty intense. And I'm super surprised that we actually haven't lost internet connection yet, which I hate. So, all right, now we're going to move on to talk about art versus science. And when we talk about art versus science, a lot of dog trainers dislike the science aspect of training. And it's so important to understand why things are happening, to make it something that is easily testable and repeatable. Just because somebody can alpha roll a dog and have that energy, and this is not a bash on Cesar Millan, there's tons of other people, but just because somebody else can have that kind of, presence about them, you can't get most other people to be assertive like that. There's too many people that are going to fail. And you're setting the dog up for, that's not fun. Imagine if you were in that place and you were getting alpha rolled and constantly, being put in that position. So, understanding why science works and why things work the way they do allows you to test it and to make it repeatable, for you to be able to either teach it to other people, and of course, teach it to other dogs. And then of course, the art of things. I know a lot of dog trainers who are very sciencey. They're very book smart. They usually write a lot of books, and you hand them a dog to work in person and they can't, even though their books are really good. And they understand the science aspect. And on the other end, oh, did you turn that microphone headset off? Yeah. Okay. And then on the other end, you have dog trainers who you give them a leash, and it's like a lot of clients, you give them a leash and they're just so natural with it. And that's the art of dog training. And they don't understand any of the science. They couldn't recite anything to you that's sciencey. And so some people are just very natural, and you have to be able to, I think in order to be effective, have both. You have to be able to understand the science of it to be able to teach it to your clients, as well as the art of it to be able to teach it to the dog and be very natural. So that leads us into talking about, oh, I just talked about that. All right. So on an intellectual level, dog training can be broken down into different processes in the brain. different types of conditioning and an understanding of the who's, what's, where's, when's, and why's of behavior. Dogs are sentient beings. And by the way, I actually had to have like some sort of online Facebook discussion with somebody, dog trainer, who did not, believe that dogs had emotions and feelings. It was crazy. So dogs are sentient beings, and that means that there are aspects of behavior that hasn't been quantified by science yet and don't fall into operant or classical conditioning, right? Just like what we do doesn't always make sense, kind of seem similar for dogs. You can be intellectually intelligent and unable to be effective in the hands-on training of animals. This is kind of what I said. There's a lot of people that can like write books about dog training, but can't train a dog, out of a wet sack. And then the art is the intuition, feeling, and reading of the dog, the situation, environment, with the ability to react and respond without knowing why you reacted the way you did right off the bat. So it's like, your dog does something, you're training it, and you just, without thinking, react to it. And you don't even know what made you do that in the moment. And later on, you could probably go back and analyze it. But that's definitely the art of it. It's that intuition and that feeling that you have when working with the dog to know what they need in that moment. And I believe both are crucial in being effective in training a dog. So this leads us into talking about Dr. Jank Panksepp. And I absolutely love this aspect of the science stuff of dog training.
The seeking system is really cool.
Because once you kind of see this, and it can be, more simplified than this, but it really breaks down a lot of why our dogs are doing what they're doing and the emotions that are behind it. Because a lot of dog trainers never think about, and owners never think about the emotional side of the dog, why the dog is doing what it's doing. They put it into kind of very black and white boxes, and it's not always like that. So Dr. Jank Panksepp was a neuroscientist with the College of Veterinary Medicine. He coined the term affective neuroscience, wrote a book on it. And the archaeology of the mind, the neuroevolutionary origins of the human emotion. And affective neuroscience is the study of neural mechanisms of emotion. And the biggest thing that he said is we're not alone. For a very long time, humans were considered the only species on this planet that were capable of emotions. We now know that's not true. All mammals have 7 emotional systems that are rooted in the most primitive areas of the brain that we all share. So 7 basic emotional systems that all mammals share. And so there was some help with Dr. Jennifer Catet as well. But we'll move on from there because kind of Jank Panksepp's the guy that really focused on this stuff. So the seeking system is an emotional system and at the basis of many behaviors. When we're engaged in a task that we enjoy, we experience a certain amount of pleasure from the activity itself. This pleasure is mostly due to a release of dopamine. So in dogs, this system is activated when engaged in behaviors they have been bred for: herding, stalking, chasing, running. This system can lead to addictive pleasure-seeking behaviors. And when dogs cannot perform the behaviors that they have a strong genetic basis, they will redirect those drives into other behaviors that may be considered as undesirable by their human caregiver. So, the easiest and most common is think of healers that are put in a pet suburban home where they have no outlet for drive, and they're nipping people's heels, jumping up, biting butts, things along those lines. It makes sense. So when we understand the seeking system, it allows us to be able to start fulfilling those dogs, their natural drives, and move the dog's brain into that seeking system. We move on to the rage system, Oh, it is the rage system. All right. I was like, I thought I just read that. We move on to the rage system. And the rage system exists in all mammalian brains. So when the seeking system is aroused but cannot be satisfied, like with excessive frustration, hunger, or thirst, the person or animal can get angry. So think about a dog that experiences a ton of leash frustration and leash reactivity. Rage can also arise when the animal is restricted from activity or when experiencing irritation or pain. Lack of love and acceptance, restriction from rights and pleasures, neglect or abuse, they've all have the potential for damaging effects on the person or animal and engender long-lasting anger. So things get even more complicated when different emotions get mixed. The fear system, for instance, can trigger an animal's defensiveness even more than rage alone. So not only do animals have these different emotional systems, they can also get intertwined and mixed. So you can have a dog feeling multiple things at one time, and that's where it can get a little bit more complicated. So fear. Huh?
Want me to read this one?
Oh, if you want.
So there's 3 distinct neural pathways that have been identified in the fear system. So the high road, when the animal hears a sudden noise or sees a scary object, the information is carried to the sensory cortex where cognitive processing will take place. This is when the dog can make a decision of the best action to take to stay safe. If a dog that is generally reactive to other dogs is unlikely to display any aggression behavior when introduced into a large group of dogs. The behavior that works when only one dog is around is simply too dangerous in this situation. Then you've got the low road. When a dog has been previously exposed to a scary situation, that memory is now stored and the information will go directly from the thalamus to the amygdala. In this pathway, there are no decisions made. The dog will have an immediate emergency response. This is why it's always best to take the time to desensitize the dog to anything that scares them. So then you have the low road.
No, the royal road.
Sorry, the royal road. When the animal is repeatedly exposed to stressful situations, it will develop neural pathways that will help it anticipate and possibly avoid the situation altogether. This route runs between the amygdala and the periaqueductal gray of the midbrain and is at the core of anxiety disorders.
So what this is basically saying is there's 3 different ways the dog can experience fear. And depending on, the situation, the repeated exposure and things like that, and how the dog is going to respond. But one of the most important things is that fear and especially repeated exposure to it, literally builds neural pathways in the brain that make it stronger. So when a dog experiences a new situation, the brain is far more likely to go into a fear response because those neural pathway bridges are really strong because the dog is basically, we talk about being an optimist versus a pessimist, which is something that, Training Between the Ears, Mark McCabe and Stephanie McCabe talk a lot about. And this is essentially what it's saying. And the dog becomes and learns to be very much a pessimist because those neural pathways, they've created a really strong bridge that in any new situation, the dog automatically is going to go into that road. So now we talk about lust, care, and panic. Lust, this system is of course involved in all reproduction activity and will elicit highly desirable feelings. The strong urges associated with these emotions are important as they contribute to the survival of the species. Hopefully we're not using this a whole bunch in training, but it does happen, especially when you have intact animals. Oh yeah, Jean Donaldson.
Jean Donaldson, yes.
I don't know what we're talking about. Jean Donaldson trained her dog as part of a reward system to hump her leg. So that's the kind of inside joke about it. Have you seen it? Yeah. All right. So the care system, it's present in all mammals. The care system is critical to the survival of offspring. The distress calls of the cows when separated from the calves for milk production illustrates how powerful this emotion can be. In the same way, bitches will run to the distress calls of their pups. The care system is triggered by a change in hormone levels and activates the mother's ability to look after her young. But it's also involved in the bond that our dog and us develop for each other. So care is huge, and separation anxiety is kind of a very real thing as well, because if we have a really intense, strong bond, that feeling of separation can be impacted with the care system. So panic, it's a separation anxiety is a direct product of the panic system. Extensive research on the effects of separation in several mammal species has shown that social pain is a deep-rooted and ancient emotion. And that's really important. It probably evolved to ensure that members of the same group don't get separated from each other and be exposed to danger. The areas in the brain that regulate this system also show considerable overlap with areas responsible for physical pain, suggesting that separation can trigger distressing emotional reactions to the animal. In the most extreme cases, separation anxiety is a very real panic attack. And this part always gets me because there are trainers out there who will literally take a dog in for board and train that suffers from very real extreme separation anxiety, and they will do actual sensory deprivation with them. They will take the dog and store it in a crate in a dark room, like a closet. The only time the dog gets, out of that closet is essentially for potty breaks and for training. And this is how they're dealing with dogs that have separation anxiety, like legitimately in their brain experiencing these emotions, and that is the route that they're taking. And so, you know, when we're looking at this and we're seeing a dog behaving a certain way, and we can start to say, where is this dog coming from? What emotions is the dog experiencing, right? And you don't have to know exactly all of these, but basically we can break these down and say, is it an aversive emotion, or is it an appetitive emotion? And so the very last of the 7 basic emotions is the play system. It's characterized by a release of endorphins and other opioids, generating a euphoric state of mind. Play is very important in animals and humans, of course, as it promotes a more relaxed and happy state of mind. Play also facilitates social attachments as well as better social skills. Understanding their impact can also help us identify the underlying drives or needs that our dogs may display. When a dog is barking, chasing, or even biting, he's experiencing an emotion that can sometimes develop and get worse if left unaddressed. Punishing a dog for reacting to other dogs, for instance, may provide the desired results by inhibiting the behavior, but has done nothing to alleviate the underlying feelings associated with the behavior. In the long run, the problems are likely to come back. Incorporating these new ideas into our training can help us develop even more effective protocols. So what happens when to an animal if they're deprived of play over a long term? And we see a lot of dogs that come from puppy mills, the meat market dogs, you know, just dogs that are kind of stuck in the backyard with not a whole lot to do. We see dogs that really come deprived of ever learning how to play. They look normal, they eat normally, they're just not as socially sophisticated. Animals deprived of play are more likely liable to get into serious fight. Play teaches them what they can do to another animal and still remain within the zone of positive relationships. If you have play, you become sociosexually more sophisticated. Let's say you have the classic triangle, 2 males and 1 female, because males are competitive for sex. So if you've got one animal that's had lots of play and the other animal hasn't, guess who's going to be more successful? The animal that's had play knows how to stay between the male or the female and the other male. The other guy is a klutz, all right? And that's a direct quote from Dr. Panksepp. So basically, play is something that all mammals do. They all know how to play. They all work towards it. And if we can incorporate play, we can actually help the dog learn how to be, one, more appetitive, right? And be more sophisticated in their social skills. So play is huge. And one of the things that I really like to talk about when we're dealing with, you know, these emotional systems with dogs, I kind of mentioned how every time a dog goes into one of these emotional systems, neural pathways are built in the dog's brain, all right? And the more neural pathways that are built, the stronger that bridge becomes. So if we have a dog that's always going into aversive states, right? Panic, rage, fear, then those neural pathways or that bridge into those emotional systems are going to be stronger. And every time a new situation comes up, the dog is going to be far more likely to go into one of those aversive states. If we can use and utilize all of these appetitive responses and teach the dog to continually go into one of these appetitive emotional systems, so we've got play and the seeking system are the 2 big ones, we can actually build stronger neural pathways and those stronger bridges in the brain. So when a new situation arises, the dog is far more optimistic about life than it is pessimistic. If we already have a dog that comes to us that's a pretty big pessimist, it always goes into an aversive emotional system. The nice thing and the cool thing is if we do things right, we can lessen and weaken those neural pathways and build a stronger bridge into the more appetitive emotional systems. So when I really started learning about this, it really hit me hard because it was just a really big eye-opener on how I did a lot of my training, and it really made me want to change what I was doing in order to help the dog actually make better choices, actually think more optimistically, and be a happier internal dog. So that was huge. So does anybody have questions in terms of the 7 emotional systems? Did you guys already know? Have you learned about this before? All right. If you guys have questions, just kind of pop them in there. If not, I'm going to continue on. Oh, we got something.
No, it's new from Nicole. She's never heard it.
Oh, cool. Awesome. This stuff is seriously a game changer. And Nicole, like I know that you've done a lot of TBTE stuff, and it really works well. So, you know, Mark always talks about it being simplified into aversive and appetitive. And this just breaks it down a little bit more. And I really like understanding those different pieces. So it
Lisa
helps.
Marie knows it, but really enjoys your take on it.
Oh, well, thank you, Lisa Marie. I really enjoy your take on stuff too. Right. So now that we've talked kind of about those emotional systems, let's say we do have a puppy that is far more on the pessimistic side. I see we got something else.
From Allison Allen, for sure, it really revolutionized my training. You explained it in an easy to understand manner.
Awesome. Thank you. I really appreciate that.
It's really cool. I, learned this about 2 years ago, and it really has helped, like you said, open up so much more on your understanding of the dogs that you're working with. And I really think that it helps too your clients understand where your dogs are coming from more too.
Yep.
Instead of just, oh, my dog has separation anxiety. No, there's actual real emotions here, and we need to find out how we can help work them through this. So
Absolutely. So all that stuff. So now that we've kind of talked about, the neural pathways and those bridges and how we can affect them, the next question is, well, how do we get to that point, right? Because just because, I can make a dog who's got separation anxiety stay on a placemat, is that actually affecting those neural pathways and changing the dog from being a pessimist into an optimist? And so one of the awesome things that we teach is relaxation techniques. And, we want to teach about that on and off switch, and we want to teach the dog how to feel emotionally better and relaxed. Is there another thing? No. Okay. And so we're going to pop into the relaxation stuff. And a lot of this stuff is through training between the ears. And I have kind of all of it labeled so you guys can see which pieces specifically. And the first three pieces are what we call the relaxation triad. And once again, this is all stuff from training between the ears that I've learned from Mark and Stephanie McCabe, and they were super generous in allowing us to use this stuff. So, at an in-person seminar, we usually say, you guys can record anything that you want, post the stuff you want, except for the things that are specifically TBTE related. And so, post it in our support group, all that kind of stuff if you have questions. But don't take this information and post it publicly in terms of, videos and things like that, because this is specific to Mark and Stephanie and the training between the ears. So the relaxation triad really focuses on teaching dogs how to find calm and find relaxation, but facilitated through different ways. And the first one that we talk about is the behavioral down. So really quick, we need to decide.
I think we should do each one
Individually? Okay. Wow, we're making good time, guys.
It's because we aren't doing social.
Touche. All right, so we've got plenty of time. All right, so the first is the behavioral down. And the behavioral down is a fairly simplistic exercise. I always tell my clients that it is my least favorite exercise to do, but it is my most favorite in terms of the changes that I see in making the dog.
I agree.
Yeah. I hated doing it when I was pregnant because my feet were so swollen that I couldn't keep them down long enough.
I just don't do it while I'm pregnant. I have other people do it for me.
Oh, that must be nice. All right. So the behavioral down is essentially where, if you guys have ever heard of sit on the dog, a lot of people think it's exactly like that. But there are there are very key fundamental differences. But essentially what we're doing is, with a dog on a 6-foot leash, the dog is standing next to us, and we will demonstrate this. The dog standing next to us, we're going to take that leash and drape it on the ground. So the point where the leash is touching the ground closest to the dog is where we're going to stand on that leash. So when the dog is next to us, there should be no tension. There should be a loose leash. But if the dog were to take a step away, there would be tension on that leash. And the whole point of behavioral down is to be facilitated through frustration. We are trying to teach the dog how to deal with that frustration and find relaxation through it. We should probably get a dog and start this.
Do we want to just do this one at a time now?
Yeah.
Instead of going through them all and then showing them?
Let's do it. Do you want to go grab?
What do you want to do?
Probably Molly.
Yeah, you want to go grab Molly?
Yeah. We'll do a behavioral down with her, or at least start it.
She's never been on a leash before.
Oh, okay. So do you want to do it with Nessie?
Yeah, we can.
All right, we'll do it with Nessie. Go grab Nessie. Do you have a clip leash here?
I have a 4-foot clip leash.
For a little dog, even better. Well,
Actually, no, I have a 6-foot. I forgot. I have a 6-foot.
all right, so you want to go grab that for her? All right, so Megan and Bethany are going to go get Nessie all set up, and we're going to show you what a behavioral down looks like, how to set it up, all of that. But when we do a behavioral down, we're looking for very specific target behaviors that we want to create. So from the moment you stand on that leash, that is the start of our exercise. And we are looking to have our dog go into 2 cycles of what we call target behavior. And target behavior is nose and tail on the ground, disengaged from the environment. Does she have to pee? I don't know if she's gone out or not.
She went out. Didn't she just go out before the last exercise?
I don't know. You might want to try it just to see. Toss her out front. So nose and tail on the ground, disengaged from the environment. And that's the most important part, because if your dog is disengaged from the environment, their head or their nose and tail are going to be on the ground. And when I have dogs with no tails, I always like to say nose and nub on the ground. That's fine. So disengage from the environment seems to be probably the most difficult concept for this exercise for people to understand. And what I always like to say when I'm describing disengaged is, imagine you've come home from a long day at work, you're tired, you sit down on your couch, you turn your TV on to your favorite show, and all of a sudden half an hour has gone by and you have no idea what the heck just happened. You didn't actually pay attention. You were totally zoned out. Somebody could have been there talking to you, and you are just in your own little world. So that kind of zone out is what we're looking for when we talk about disengage. We don't necessarily want the dog sleeping, although at some point the dog might fall asleep. But with that disengaged behavior, we are teaching the dog to kind of ignore all the stuff going on around it and find real relaxation. And so the way that this is going to go is we step on the leash. It's the beginning of the exercise. There's going to be a period of time that's going to go by where your dog is going to be up, down, sitting, maybe biting the leash, maybe barking at you, pawing at you, doing all sorts of behavior that, they're just like, what the heck are we doing? Why am I stuck here? And that's very normal. And we ignore it all. We don't talk to the dog. We don't touch the dog. We don't look at the dog. So we just kind of ignore all of that behavior. At some point, the dog is going to lay down, nose and tail on the ground, and they're going to disengage. That means that their eyes could be open or closed, but if they are open, they're going to be glossed over. The ears should be relaxed. They shouldn't be perked up, listening radar ears. Their nose is going to be still. They're not going to be sniffing the air, sniffing what's going on. Their breathing should be relatively slow, but it's not going to be this overwhelming panting. And we want to just make sure that overall the dog is truly at that disengaged point. So at some point that dog settles down and hits target behavior. At the point of it hitting target behavior, that is the beginning of the first cycle. So hypothetically, let's just say it's taken 30 minutes for your dog to hit that first cycle. So 30 minutes has gone by, finally our dog disengages. In this hypothetical, let's just say for 3 minutes the dog stays. Oh, sorry, we're getting feedback from the camera that she's setting up. So let's just say hypothetically for 3 minutes the dog stays at target behavior, all right? So the dog stays disengaged. I will. Sorry guys, we're gonna spotlight Beth really quick. There we go. All right, so this is Megan with Nessie. You guys already saw Nessie working down Say Yes earlier. The dog is right at Megan's side. She's gonna step on the leash where it's closest to the ground. It's an itty bitty dog. And by the way, it's kind of dark. Is there any way that you could? Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
You might need to actually switch positions because it's a little dark. It's fine. We can just face the kitchen.
Yeah, face the kitchen. You'll get better lighting there. Sorry, guys. Hold on one second.
Yeah, that works.
So somebody asked, what age do you like to start this? The behavioral down, I'm going to assume you mean, Elena. And as soon as the puppy comes home. I know breeders that have done TVTE that have started it with their puppies before they've gone home because they were just really hectic and they didn't feel confident in sending a puppy home that was that busy. And so, they've started at 7 weeks. There's no really wrong answer. Usually what I find with puppies is if you start, and I'm going to get more into the details of this, but if you start in a really, easy environment, then your puppy's probably going to fall asleep on you. And that's usually what happens. So no big deal. And then Megan, would you just pick up the end of that leash for me?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
That's okay. With a little dog, is no big deal because she's definitely not going to pull out from you. But if she was a bigger dog and she was more hectic, she could potentially pull that leash out from under your feet. And this is holding it and creating that anchor point with your foot will definitely help. All right. So hypothetically, that dog stays in target behavior for 3 minutes. Once those 3 minutes, at some point, that dog is going to come out of target behavior. So maybe it hears another dog bark in the bedroom. Maybe, you know, the wind picks up and it hears something outside. Maybe the little puppy internal spring just kind of winds up and they can't stay relaxed anymore and they pop up. So at any, you know, regardless of what the motivation that the dog pops back up, and it could be, you know, fully standing up, or it could be where, you know, the dog just lifts its head. Anytime that it re-engages the environment, that's the end of the first cycle. So we've had 30 minutes to get to the first cycle, 3 minutes in the first cycle, and then we still do nothing. We don't talk to the dog, we don't touch the dog, we don't look at the dog, we ignore it. And we let the dog go back, yes. Let the dog go back into a second cycle. The dog might, you know, be re-energized, up, down, doing all those behaviors again, or it might just lay there and take a little bit. But let's just say hypothetically, it takes another 20 minutes for that dog to hit a second cycle of target behavior. And that second cycle of target behavior, the timing is going to be a little bit different. It's always 1/3 of the time of the first cycle. So if our first cycle we said was 3 minutes, then the second cycle will be 1/3 of that, which is approximately 1 minute. After that 1 minute, or that 1/3 of time, we are going to give the dog what we call a non-energetic release. And it's a really easy thing. The non-energetic release is pretty much just saying the dog's name very calmly. Sometimes they're really zonked out where you might have to very lightly touch them. But the idea is that it's non-energetic. It's just a very like, hey buddy, like let's get up now. We're all done with this. And it's just very, very mellow. Once the dog is re-engaged after that second cycle, we've given that non-energetic release, then we would step our feet off the leash, and that is the end of the exercise. So there's a few caveats that we like to talk about because there's a couple of things that your dogs can do that will change how we continue going about this. So the first of which would be if your dog falls asleep at any point. If your dog falls asleep at any point, you're done. As soon as they fall asleep, you just wake them up with that non-energetic release, and you don't have to do anything more. You don't have to go through 2 cycles. You don't have to do anything. Is she chewing on the leash? No. Okay, but I'm going to hand this to Megan just in case. Sorry, guys, 1 second. So just have it pointing at her the entire time. Thank you. So puppies are incredibly notorious for chewing on a leash, and I'm going to get into that here in just a second. All right. So the second caveat that we have is, let's say you're in the second cycle and you're waiting for your puppy to hit that 1/3 of the time, and they re-engage the environment before that 1/3 of the time. Sorry, you got to go through a third cycle. You would just wait for them to go back down so you can hit a third cycle of target behavior and then wait for that 1/3 of the time to be able to re-engage them. So those are a few of the caveats. Now, when you begin doing a behavioral down, and the first couple times you do it, you want to start in the calmest environment that you possibly can. Just like we had a very sterile room when we were doing Say Yes, literally everything you teach your puppy should be in a fairly sterile environment in the beginning because it's learning. It would be like me trying to take, a student who's never done calculus and being like, here, let's go, to a ball game, and you love your friends that are playing ball game and we're going to try to teach you calculus. Like, that's super unfair. So we want to start in a really sterile, calm environment for the dog. I mean, sterile as in there's not a bunch of other stuff going on. And so it doesn't have to be a room that doesn't have anything in it, but just nothing else that's going on. If you have other dogs, put them away into a different room, or you go into a different room with your dog that you're doing the behavioral down with. And you want to be doing this in a place where the dog is probably most comfortable. I have a board and train right now who's a golden retriever that literally refused to go in the owner's living room. That's one of the problems. And I would never start the behavioral down in that living room because that would be way above the dog's what we call grade school level. And so we really want to be cautious and careful that we're always minding where the dog's grade school level is at. So
just kind of side note, you guys have seen Nessie.
Hold on, can you guys hear Bethany?
Should be able to.
And the microphone's over here, so. All right, just talk a little louder in case.
You guys have seen Nessie lay her head down and settle quite a few times. But that's not target behavior. She's still pretty engaged in the environment when she's doing that. So just kind of marking that as she hasn't gone into any kind of target behavior so far.
Yep.
She's just relatively settled, but still engaged in what's going on next to Megan. And she's never done a behavioral down before, but she generally settles really easily anyways.
Yep. All right. So Jamie asked, you can do this with the handler sitting down too, right? It depends.
Good question.
Yeah, very good question. I am super lazy, so I try to get away with it as much as possible. But there's big things that we have to keep in mind is when we are thinking about dogs grade school level, when we are sitting down, we are much closer to their level. Our whole goal is to be as disconnected in this moment as we can from the dog. The second thing we have to keep in mind is, like if you had a dog that had separation anxiety, let's just say, and you're doing a behavioral down, when you're sitting down, that dog is going to be far more persistent in trying to get your attention versus if you're like Megan, who's standing up, not even looking in the dog's direction. So that's one of the things to keep in mind. Usually I ask my clients to do behavioral down standing up for about the first week. All right. There's a couple ways that I get around it. If there's a bar stool that's tall enough, I will stand directly in front of it. And once the dog gets to a point where they're settled, I will just kind of lean back and lean against it, or maybe the back of the couch or something. But I'm always trying to stand up, at least in the beginning, until the dog understands what we're looking for. Less hectic behavior, less struggle, and they're learning to just be settled. The other part that we have to keep in mind, with a dog like Nessie, it wouldn't be that big of a deal because even sitting down, just the weight of my feet alone, she's not gonna be able to pull a leash out from me, right? If I just lean forward onto it. But if we had a bigger dog or a bigger puppy who was really hectic, it would be very easy for them to be able to pull that leash, at least get some of the leash out from under your foot or feet, which defeats the entire purpose, because if they can gain space, they're going to try harder the next time to be able to pull out. So we always have to be really careful. Now, there are some clients that just physically can't stand that long. I don't think Bethany would want to stand this long in her condition right now. When I was this pregnant, I definitely did not want to stand. And so, that's where you can get some workarounds. Let's say you did have a big dog and you had a handler that had to sit down. Cool. We would take a chair like that's in the kitchen, show the chairs that has, some sort of legs like that, where we would be able to wrap the leash around it. And so that way, if the dog did pull, we were holding on to the end of it, and it would create an anchor point that the dog couldn't pull if we had to be sitting. So there are workarounds.
You're certainly going to have clients that have disabilities and things like that absolutely can't stand for this exercise. And you just got to be creative and modify it, but you want to make it, like Brittany said, as easy as possible for them to control the dog and to not be in the dog's face as much as possible. So that they're not trying to jump in the owner's lap and stuff. But I would still follow the steps of the behavioral down rather than default to like a sit on the dog.
Yep, absolutely. So a couple things, Nessie keeps laying her head down. She keeps, really kind of getting into that nose and tail on the ground position. But as you can see, she's actually still a bit unsettled. Her head keeps popping up. Her ears are actually kind of all over the place. It might be a little harder to see, but her nose is twitching. Her eyes are, wandering, following all the stuff going on around. So we really want to wait. That none of that would have been considered a first cycle. So Nicole said, I've had a hard time getting clients to go all the way to target behavior. They stop while the dog is being active, which really reinforces that versus settling down. What do you do when clients are resistant?
Smack them.
Beat them. No, I mean, I literally put it on them and I will ask them, do you want to achieve these results?
Yep.
If so, then this is what we need to do. I mean, sometimes you're just going to have clients that aren't going to do their homework no matter what the homework is. This is definitely an exercise that I find if I'm going to have a client be resistant to something, it's going to be this one.
Yeah.
Although I will say I have half of my clients absolutely love this because it gives them time to be still and quiet with their dog.
Yeah.
A lot of my really
they love
hectic
that they
go
can
to
just watch TV,
Yep.
And
and so I'm going to talk a minute about what this creates within the dog. But when you're doing the behavioral down, I always say potty your puppy, potty yourself, Get yourself something to do that's going to keep you stationary. So whether you are going to binge Netflix, you're going to read a book, you're going to do some computer work, you got your cell phone to play on. I've heard a lot of people jokingly not joke that, they have a couple glasses of wine near them. So that way, while they're settling, they can do this. The longest behavioral down I've ever done, which was a behavioral problem, not a puppy, was 2 hours and 45 minutes. And actually that's small potatoes compared to a lot of my friends that do this.
Yeah, we had a trainer did 3 hours, 45 minutes.
3 hours, 45 minutes. So your puppies are not going to be like that though, by the way, guys. So don't stress about that.
Yeah.
Will you go over today or tomorrow how to deal with dog anxiety in the kennel?
Probably not.
Well, yes, because the
that's
relaxation techniques that we teach are
Absolutely.
absolutely going to help with this. So yes, we're talking about it right now. It's not something you do necessarily just specifically in the kennel, but it is something that you do in terms of helping the dog emotionally. There's a reason that they're feeling that way inside of the kennel, and it's an emotional reason. And so with that being said, this stuff that we're doing is the thing that's going to help them. And of course, there's a few tricks and things here and there that we can also cover. That we can cover. Just remind me later if I don't mention it. But I want to finish my train of thoughts on this, because otherwise they're going to go out the window. So with the behavioral down, we always start in the calmest environment possible. Once the dog, has had some success, within, 3-5 days, just depending on how much the dog has struggled in that environment. And by struggled, I mean, the dog was really hectic. It took them a long time to settle, to get to target behavior. And then they didn't stay in target behavior for very long. That's what I mean when I say struggle. So if I have a dog that, it's a puppy that does, within 3 to 5 days in the first environment that you start this, and they improve. And so when I say improve, in the hypothetical situation I gave earlier, where I said 50 minutes to first cycle of target behavior, 3 minutes in target behavior, 20 minutes to second cycle, right? And then of course, 1 minute in the second cycle. Improvement would be where maybe instead of the 30 minutes to the first cycle, now it's only 15 minutes. And instead of only staying in the first cycle for 3 minutes, now the dog is staying for 10 minutes, right? So the dog is getting relaxed quicker and staying relaxed longer. That's what improvement should look like. Then we go to a new environment, or add what we would call a new challenge. A new challenge could be a new environment. So maybe instead of doing it in the bedroom, now you've come out to the living room or the kitchen. Once you've changed one thing about the challenge, you then make sure that the dog becomes proficient in that challenge. And that could happen within 2 or 3 days, or it could happen, over a longer period of time, just depending on that dog. Once the dog is doing well with that challenge, we add a new challenge. So I like to go through the different rooms of the house, making sure the dog is doing well in those different rooms. And then I add other types of challenges. So now maybe I would go next to the back door, with the back door, depending on the dog, open or closed. Now let's say I'm going to open it and the screen door is closed. So now the dog can feel the wind, it can smell all the outside stuff. The dog loves the backyard. And this in itself is a good sized challenge level. So once I've got the dog doing really well, 3 to 5 days, depending on that dog, and they're getting settled quicker, they're staying in target behavior longer, then maybe we go next to the front door and do the same. At some point we could add treats and scatter the treats outside of the dog's reach, or their favorite toys. We could always add in another calmer dog into the environment, to the room. The dog's doing well with that. Maybe we then have other people up and moving around, or maybe it's just sitting in the room with a person. So there's a lot of ways that we can add different challenge levels. So the whole point of a behavioral down is to teach the dog to become resilient to stimulation. Now, what does that mean, right? What's resilient? So the dog learns to just be very comfortable and not get stressed or affected by the stimulation that's going on around it. And I always like to talk about, a couple clients that we've done behavioral downs with, and there are 2 just really great examples of the things that we can achieve by doing behavioral downs. So the first is a client who had about a year-old golden doodle, big golden doodle, like 85-pound golden doodle, female named Chloe. And Chloe, was a special dog, or is a special dog. She was one of the most reactive to life dogs that I had dealt with in a long time. I mean, the owner was a, single older woman who lived by herself in a condo, and tons and tons of neighbors, all connected to her walls. And her neighbors absolutely hated her and her dog because Chloe barked all day long. She paced in the house all day long. Any movement, if she saw a bird on the back patio, this dog would literally be sleeping in the middle of the night and wake up barking. It was really obnoxious. And, of course, aside from the owner's frustration, her neighbors absolutely despised them. And so when we first began, we did a lot of behavioral downs. Like, that was just starting there. Lots of behavioral downs. And one of the things that started to happen after about 2 weeks of her doing a behavioral down in the kitchen, and by the way, it took this particular dog 2 weeks in the same challenge level, the very first challenge level. One day I remember her giving me a call, or it was a text, she sent me a text and was like, "Oh my God, you're never going to believe what just happened. I couldn't find Chloe anywhere, and I had to search the house for her, and I found her in the kitchen sleeping." And this was the first time that this dog on its own had chosen to go relax in the middle of the day when there was a lot of activity going on. And of course, the dog has only improved from there. So that was, for her, like, holy smokes, I really love behavioral downs, which was huge. So by the way, even though Nessie is now on her side, she's still not quite at target behavior. You can kind of see that she's still moving and twitching and rolling. She's definitely more relaxed, but she's just not quite there yet. So the reason, I forgot to add this, the reason Megan is holding a squirt bottle is because puppies have a tendency to chew on leashes. And when puppies chew on leashes, they are, I always like to say, it's like an extension of our hand, right? And we don't want them to chew and get loose. Oh, she licking your feet. Oh my goodness, Nessie, you're ridiculous. So we don't want the dog to chew the leash and get loose. Of course, we don't want the dog to chew on anything it shouldn't be anyway. So if the puppy were to go and chew on the leash, we're not going to say anything to it. We're going to still ignore it, but that squirt bottle is going to remain pointed at the dog, unless you get dog hair in your mouth. Oh, is that what you had? Oh, it does. Oh no, it's just water. So if the puppy were chewing on the leash, we would just squirt the puppy without saying anything. And that way we would be interrupting the puppy and punishing the puppy for chewing on the leash. I did. Mm-hmm. All right. So the second story I like to talk about, another huge success of mine that I've had with client dogs with behavioral downs, or just in terms of improvement. I had this one client who is now one of my really good friends, and she had this crazy ass cattle dog. I know that normally is synonymous anyway. This crazy ass cattle dog, to the point where, and I know this isn't puppies, but just the exercise itself. This dog was so aggressive towards its owners that it literally at one point chased her into her bathroom and had her pinned in there for 3 hours until the husband could come home and get her out. Like, that's the level that this dog was intense. And they couldn't own any other animals or anything because the dog was so just ridiculously, unprovocably aggressive. And so we started them on the, some training, and I had them doing behavioral downs. And I remember one day they sent me this picture, and we had probably been training for a month or so at the time. And they sent me this picture. They had gone to San Diego with her to the dog beach, and they had her doing a behavioral down on the dog beach, and she was just flat on her side, totally zoned out. And now I would never be like, yeah, take your dog and do a behavioral down on a dog beach, because that's like a very intense challenge level. But the dog just killed it. I mean, she just rocked it. And they actually came to a training between the ear seminar, and the owner got bit, was bleeding and crying, and it was a whole thing. But the dog is doing so well now, partly huge because of the behavioral downs, that they were able to add 4 other dogs into their household. And the last time I saw this dog, they brought her to one of our disc practices, and the dog was off leash, going, greeting all the people, super happy, super friendly. But one of the big things also with that is that dog was having seizures that went undiagnosed. And I remember they sent me a video of this dog, which, they're like, this is what she's doing. It was a very aggressive act, but very unfocused. And I sent it to Mark McCabe and was like, do you think that this is seizures? And he said, yes, I do. And I said, me too. And they took her to 3 separate vets who said, no, this is all behavioral. So finally I sent her over to a neurologist. They got her on medication, and guess what? She stopped doing all of that stuff for the most part. And then whatever was left over is just behavioral, which has now really worked itself through. So anyways, those behavioral downs have huge impact. They teach the dog how to deal with frustration. They teach the dog to become really resilient to stimulation. And when I have a really, puppies just benefit so much from this. So that is what a behavioral down looks like. So we're not going to do a full behavioral down with Nessie because we've got other stuff to go into. And when Nessie settles down again, stops licking, like right on cue, Megan can kind of end at a calmer note. So you're going to give her that non-energetic release, just Nessie, and then you can step your feet off the leash. Mm-hmm. Good. And the reason that we release the dog with that non-energetic release first before we move our feet is because we don't want our feet to become a cue for the dog to be released. All right. Because what's going to happen is you're going to start noticing your dog is going to relax all the time, much more than they had previously, even when they're not on leash. Once you start doing behavioral downs. So we don't want our feet movement to become a cue to be released from relaxation. So we always release the dog with that non-energetic release, then we'll move our feet. So if you guys have questions about the behavioral down, let me know. I do have the training between the ears handout in the support group for you guys. It is literally a step-by-step 7-page essentially editorial on all of the benefits of the behavioral down, how step-by-step how to do it, and good stuff on there. So you guys can absolutely find that handout there. But if you do have any specific questions, let me know. It is, like I said, my least favorite exercise to do, but my most favorite in terms of the benefit that we get from it. And I always start pretty much, this blanket statement, I pretty much start all of my, puppies with a behavioral down. In terms of my clients. So let me pop back up our slideshow. We're going to do the other two first then. I don't want to go into CR right now. We'll do that the last. Yeah, tie her back. That's perfect. Do you want to do DRR with Molly? Yeah, that'd be perfect. All right, guys. No questions or anything about. That's okay. You're not using it for anything, just except maybe a restraint. That's it. Okay, so no questions about behavioral downs. The next thing that we're gonna right now skip conditional relaxation. It's gonna be the last of the relaxation stuff we talk about because it's the most involved. So now we're gonna move into differential reinforcement for relaxation. This is 2 of the 3 legs of the relaxation triad via the training between the ears techniques. And differential reinforcement for relaxation, I always like to say that you will forever now hear me call it DRR because that is a big mouthful. And DRR is essentially where we are free shaping the dog towards calmer and calmer behavior. We are teaching a dog about a pattern of de-escalation. And it's really funny when I hear people say that food only jazzes dogs up. And I'm like, well, that's interesting because I legitimately use it every single day of my life to teach dogs about being calm. And when people tell you something can't be done or it is exactly one way, it's most likely because they've either never seen it or can't do it themselves. And so differential reinforcement for relaxation is literally teaching a dog a pattern of de-escalation. So when I start teaching this to my clients, I actually will just go into my evaluation and without mentioning anything to the client, I just start working DRR right from the get-go while we're chatting and talking. So it'd be like us talking right now and I'm just working the dog without saying anything to the client about what I'm doing. And usually within a few minutes to, a half an hour or so, I've got that dog, nice and calm, laying at my feet, totally relaxed. It's usually a puppy, nice and calm, laying at my feet, really relaxed. And at some point the owner is just like, oh my gosh, why is my dog so calm when you're here? And it's like, yeah, well, let me tell you about what I'm doing. And it's really funny because they usually think that I'm just simply giving the dog treats because I haven't explained to them yet about what I'm doing or why I'm doing it. Oh, did she grab the tripod?
No.
Oh, yeah.
I'm just gonna have her do it.
Well, the tripod would be, because that was a little wiggly when you were doing the, oh yeah, Nessie? Oh yeah, she's alert barking now. Oh, stuff's happening. All right, she's bringing up her Swissy puppy so we can show you DRR. She's got a potty here first. So differential reinforcement for relaxation. There are 6 categories of behavior that we like to look for and reward the dog for. And this is one of the biggest reasons that I like to use the dog's meals through training, is because legitimately I'm rewarding the dog anytime the dog is awake. A lot of times I'm rewarding the dog while it's in its crate in order to teach good crate behavior, and about getting relaxed in the crate. And if I was doing that all throughout the day, feeding the dog its regular meals in a bowl and feeding treats, my dog would be incredibly obese. And so by being able to use the dog's meals to train, especially this portion of it, it makes it a lot easier to combat that. So DRR, 6 categories of behavior that we are looking for in order to reward. The first of which is anything that is calmer than the behavior before it. So I will tell you that when I first learned about DRR, I was incredibly intimidated by it. I don't think that my brain comprehended it right away. I know it didn't comprehend it right away. And that was because I was afraid to just try it. And so I really avoided doing it, and I kind of want to kick myself because I wasted, like probably a good year of me learning it from the first time to when I actually really implemented it. And DRR is by far the thing that I use 100% with all dogs that I'm training or not training, because it's just comes so natural that when I walk into somebody's house, even if I'm there to visit a friend, I just go right into teaching the dog about being calmer around me, or if the dog is more nervous, how to become more comfortable around me. So the first category of behavior is rewarding anything that we see that is calmer than the behavior before it. So when I say calmer than the behavior before it, that means that we actually have to start somewhere. Oop, we have a question. Oh my goodness, guys. Nicole, it took me a long time. I had to watch a lot of Mark videos in the Scholar group to get it. Now it's much easier. Yeah, I'm telling you, I don't know why I was so intimidated by it, because it's actually a fairly simplistic thing that, and I always tell my clients, just start doing it. The worst that's going to happen is you reward the dog for the wrong thing a couple times, right? So it's not just start playing around with it and seeing what's going to happen. So, right now, by the way, we're getting Molly, the Swissy puppy, set up. She's never been on a leash. So we'll get to see a lot of fun. And we've got the tripod coming up here so we can just kind of set the camera up. I would move more further away from these two. Sorry, I'm talking to Beth right now. We're getting set up. She's back tied, yeah. Let's see here. All right, so DRR, the first is anything that is calmer than the behavior before it. So when we talk about the behavior before it, sometimes, we have to start somewhere, basically. The dog is not just going to automatically give us calm. So sometimes that means that we're rewarding behavior that we don't like, because it's a starting point, and we got to help the dog learn to de-escalate from that point. And that can feel really uncomfortable and really awkward for a lot of people. I know that when I first learned it, it was like super counterintuitive to me, because it was like, yeah, but the dog is barking right now. And it's like, yep, you're going to reward the dog for barking, but I don't want the dog to bark more. Yep, I know, just do it. And these were all things that Mark was coaching me through as we went with it. And now it's like, if I have a dog barking at me, if I have a dog lunging at me, I usually just throw food in its face, and it's kind of funny. And that usually is like, what the? All right, so I am going to pop up. I got to stop sharing this really quick. We're going to pop up Bethany. And actually, would you mind putting that camera over here, Megan? Move the tripod over on this side. So that way the lighting is a lot better. Yeah, keep going. I don't want her getting, Yeah, so move it over here, back up. Yeah. Whoa, hi guys. Our whole entire setup, maybe a little too far. That's gonna be way too far. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Move towards me maybe. Good angle. That's definitely a lot better. Oh, and Robin Costi said it's one of my favorite. Me too. I love it, Robin. Like legitimately, it's just so second nature for me to do it now. Absolutely. And I find that the people I teach it to, it becomes just pretty much second nature for them as well. Let me spotlight this. Maybe spotlight this video again. Oh, fun. Do you want to do it with, would you prefer somebody else? If we,
I was just letting you.
oh, okay. So, I mean, and this is going to be a normal situation that we have a puppy that's not necessarily food motivated. And so, well, that's good at least. Oh no, okay, you're still on Spotlight. Okay, cool. So Molly, the Swissy, I'm gonna turn, hold on one second, guys. I'm gonna turn some lights on this half. Where are they at?
That switch to the right. There's only those. You can turn off these lights.
Turn them off?
Yeah.
There you go. All right, can I turn some kitchen lights on to kind of, because it's just really dark. She's a
You
dark
can
dog.
open this and see if it helps.
No, we'll just open the windows.
All right.
I think that'll work.
Sorry, I'm just trying to make the lighting a little more conducive. Yeah, that should be perfect. Thank you, Megan.
Then the lights can be this way.
Perfect. Nope, that's good. You know what? I'm gonna open actually these windows over here too.
You can put the chair if you want, though. Is that better?
Yeah, that really just kind of helped the lighting so you guys could see her a little better. Yeah, way better. Okay. Cool. All right. So sometimes in the beginning, that means that we're going to reward behavior that we don't like because we have to start somewhere. So when we're teaching a dog about de-escalating their behavior, rewarding for calmer, which that's the first category of behavior that we're looking for. The puppy's jumping on you, the puppy's pushing, trying to bite the food. Molly is a really mellow puppy. So, you know, you're not going to see a lot of the chaotic behavior of puppies that really want the food and are really, really invested in trying to get to it. But I will begin by just rewarding for something that I don't like. It's the first thing I do. I've got food and it's, you know, here for you and it's going to be based on your behavior. So let's say I've got a puppy that is biting my hands to get the food. And the puppy is, you know, nibble, nibble, nibble. You guys can kind of see me. And the puppy's biting my hand that's got food in it. As soon as the puppy stops actively biting, even if its mouth's still on me, I'm going to say yes. And I'm going to push my hand into the puppy's face and give the food away from where we were originally at, right? So I'm just going to push the puppy back. And then the puppy comes back in, bites, bites, bites my hand. It's chewing on it. At some point, the puppy's going to kind of stop. And if the puppy at all even pulls back its head, even slightly, even if its mouth is still touching me, I'm going to say yes. And I'm going to reward just the same, right? Remember, we mark for the behavior, we reward for position. So I want the puppy to learn that the reward is going to come away from where my hand is at. So then the puppy comes back, nibble, nibble, nibble. Puppy goes, okay, that's right, this doesn't work. And they take their mouth maybe off of me. And I say yes for taking the mouth off of me and reward the dog where I want the dog to be. So then from there, the puppy's just hanging out. Maybe it's deciding if it wants to come back and bite me. I'm going to reward while it's still making that kind of decision. And then at some point, the puppy realizes that, you know, nibbling on me isn't a good idea. And now it's going to try to paw me or whine at me, right? So the puppy paws at me and it starts to take its paw away. Yes, and reward that. And at some point, the puppy's just going to sit there and stare at me. Yes, and reward that, because all of these are stepped down into calmer and calmer behavior. Another really great example is the dog is, you know, sees something outside and starts barking at it. I just say yes, and I can reward the dog for, you know, starting that kind of barking. And this is also getting a little bit into punishment by reward, but I'll say yes and reward the dog for barking. The dog goes, oh, look, food, eats the food. We have a change of behavior. I'm going to reward that change of behavior for, you know, not barking at the window anymore. Then the dog kind of pops up and goes, hey, you going to give me any more food? Maybe it looks back at the window, but hasn't started barking again. I can say yes and give the dog food. So I'm teaching the dog about de-escalating its own behavior and just rewarding calmer and calmer things. So that is the start of the first category of behavior that we're looking for. The second category of behavior is rewarding an improvement on anything that the dog is doing. So, you know, a lot of times a really great example that a lot of us can connect with would be teaching, let's say, a placemat. So I want to teach the dog how to go to a place. And the dog looks at the place. I say yes and reward the dog for looking at it. The dog takes a step towards the placemat. I say yes and reward the dog for taking a step towards the placemat. The dog sniffs the cot, I say yes and reward the dog for sniffing it. The dog puts one paw on it, I say yes and reward the dog for putting one paw on it. So this is a lot of, free shaping towards better and better behavior, which is what we're looking for. So when we're looking to help teach the puppy about being calm, I can start rewarding for an improvement on those behaviors. The third category of behavior that we're looking to reward is anything that we see that's spontaneous that we like. Hello, Megan's hand. Oh, you're fine. You're just adjusting it. A little too much. Right there should be perfect. Excellent. So anything that's spontaneous. So let's say I have a plate of food out on my coffee table and my puppy comes over, sniffs it, and walks away. That's freaking awesome. That is some of the best behavior that we could ask for from a puppy. So I want to be able to say yes and reward that puppy for doing that. If I get a big stretch just randomly, yes, I'm going to reward that because it's rewarding something that's calm. Maybe a big stress relieving yawn. Maybe my dog sees a dog walking by, through the window, looks out it, and is just watching. Say yes and reward that. So anything that we see that's spontaneous that we like, we absolutely can reward it. The fourth category is if our dog already knows some things that we've pre-taught, and we ask our dog for any behavior, and the dog does it, we're going to go back to saying yes to the things that we've already asked our dog to do and it knows. So if it knows sit down, let's say that the dog, knows a get out of the kitchen command, and you're in the kitchen cooking and you're like, get out, and the dog leaves, you say yes and reward. So basically we're just kind of going back and re-putting it in the dog's mind that if you know it and you do it when I ask, you're going to get food for it. We want to continue driving the idea that your behavior drives the consequences. Category 5 is if I have to correct the dog for anything. And this is going back to that idea of ARDA, creating that appetitive response to an aversive. So the idea of ARDA is to help the dog feel emotionally better about any type of punishment or aversive that's applied. So let's just say that your dog is barking, and by the way, we all yell at our dogs. So your dog's barking out the window because it sees something, and you're all, hey, knock it off, and your dog goes, whoops, right, and stops barking. Even if it's for a second, just say yes and reward the dog. Right now, DRR is really heavily into rewarding calmer and calmer behavior, and talking a little bit about the 6 things to bridge and reward as well, Nicole. So when we're talking about the piece of rewarding the dog, if we have to correct it, it's looking for that change of behavior that we really want to correct. So when the dog is, barking and we yell at and go, hey, 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 and the dog stops barking, we got to change of behavior. And that's the thing that we're going to reward, is rewarding that change of behavior. And then we'll help the dog get calmer from there. If we're out on a walk and our dog starts pulling and you give a leash pop and the dog stops pulling, we say yes and reward it. If, our dog, jumps up on us and without thinking about it, we move into the dog's space and kind of knee him off of us. The dog, as soon as the dog changes behavior, we say yes and reward it. Our goal is to teach the dog that if some type of punishment or aversive is applied, that you can feel okay about it, not have any type of, emotional fallout, that's the word I'm looking for, from having to be punished. One of the biggest reasons, a lot of trainers don't like punishment is because they say that there's too much fallout from it. And this is a really easy way where we can teach a dog to feel emotionally well and not have to deal with that fallout. So you can get on this side if you want. And then the last category is if we call our dog to come to us, and they come to us, we're going to give them anywhere from 3 to 10 pieces of food. Basically, we want to tell the dog that when you come to us, good things happen. So it wouldn't be 3 to 10 in one handful. It would be individually 1 piece at a time. And if we do that every time we call our dog to come to us, we're really going to start conditioning up a really solid idea that coming back to us is a great thing. So when we're talking about DRR and these kind of six categories of behavior to reward, the biggest thing that we're really looking to do is teach the dog about a pattern of de-escalation. We're trying to help our dog feel better about being calm and to learn that you can be in control of de-escalating your own behavior. And so, especially by rewarding things that are calmer and calmer than the things that they were doing before, they really start to pick up the idea that all of these little pieces build into a much bigger picture. Now, things that we, initially look to reward are things like, the dog backing away from our hand that has food in it. The dog maybe sitting down or lying down. The dog might sigh. The dog might do a big stretch. The dog might do a stress relieving yawn. Those are really big pieces of the picture. And in the beginning, we do reward a lot of that, to tell the dog that those are things that we like. But then it becomes a little more nuanced. And when I talk about a little more nuanced, if we continued only rewarding those bigger pieces, so every time the dog stretched or yawned, and I only rewarded those big things, very quickly, instead of teaching the dog about a pattern of de-escalation, it would actually just teach the dog more of a party trick. So every time I yawn, I get a piece of food, so I'm gonna come over here and fake yawn. And I know this because I've had a couple clients that got caught in that trap, and they've done it. And then they, of course, thought that the fake yawning was really cute, and they eventually put it on a cue, but that's not the goal that we're trying to aim to achieve. So one of my, most recent cases of that, and it was a really awesome thing. I wish that they could have got some of it on video, or that maybe even I could have, was a 12-year-old Bashan that I was working, who was just a terrible anxiety case. I mean, she was just a wreck. Super stressed out all the time. If you even ignored her for a second, she was barking at you. I mean, she was just always amped up. So we kind of got her on the DRR, the 6 things to reward, teaching her about de-escalating her behavior. So when I came back for my next lesson, the dog just instantly comes over in front of me and lays down, but its head just put its nose directly on the ground, like not flat, but like this. So it was basically doing a nose touch to the ground. And I thought it was funny, and I knew exactly what happened because, there was no other reason for the dog to do that when it never did it before. And so I had asked them, like, okay, so, how are things going? And they're like, really great, but, we haven't been able to get her past this point where she just sticks her nose on the ground. It's like, okay. And what they had done was every time, in the beginning, she would put her nose to the ground, and they just rewarded that, and they never got away from rewarding that. And looking for something deeper. So I, waited for her to do something other than put her nose to the ground. And at some point I was able to get her, to lay her chin completely flat on the ground. We were looking for pieces of, her body. You could physically see her muscles relax. You could hear if she sighed. You could see her make these little adjustments to get calmer. And this was a dog that was very what we call operant. So it was always thinking of like, what can I do to get the next piece of food versus really just trying to work into getting relaxed. And so the dog was always trying to put all of the pieces together in order to make it happen. And so it was a very artificial relaxation that they had built at this point. And so we really waited the dog out to stop with the nose to the ground and finding different pieces that were towards the relaxation that we were looking for. So I worked with them on that, came back for the next lesson, and the dog runs up to in front of me and literally pancakes to the ground, arms completely out, legs completely back, head flat on the ground, not relaxed, but different, right? And so I laughed to myself again and was like, okay, they did a better job of fixing the nose to the ground, but now they've just taught the dog to lay completely flat out. And so during that session, I really talked to them very heavily and drilled about, you can't just reward the physical things. You have to look for the emotional changes that the dog is making and look for the relaxation in the muscles and all of that stuff. And during that session, and I have a bunch of pictures of it, had that dog able to just curl up in a little ball, and it totally fell asleep right next to us. And it happened 3 separate times because I had to keep waking the dog up in order to teach other stuff. But then when I stopped teaching to talk and do more lecture, I just went into working DRR with the dog, and the dog fell asleep, like I said, 3 separate times. And then I haven't been able to see them since because we ended up with this whole COVID mess. So that is, when we look at DRR, you really want to be careful that you're not focusing just on the physical aspects, but you're rewarding actual true step downs in terms of the behavior for the dog, not just physically, but also emotionally. And so I'm going to wait a second, and I'm going to kind of let Beth do a little bit of talking about the things that she's rewarding that you guys are watching with Miss Molly. So I'm going to turn this microphone around really quick. Oh, thanks. If you want to stick it over there. And I'll just kind of let Beth kind of talk a little bit about the things what she's looking for.
Well, Molly's obviously a very easy puppy. She's pretty mellow. In the beginning, she was just curious about these two being out here, Hedwig and Nessie are on tieback. And so anytime she just kind of lightly stepped back when she was pulling to go sniff them, I was dropping food and rewarding for that. Now she's kind of backed off, doesn't really care about them. She's hanging out near me. And I've, have worked it into, I'm only rewarding her now when she is sitting or lying down, because she's kind of getting stuck in this funk of just looking at the ground for food or trying to check in with my hand. So anytime she's sitting, like this, where that's very good, and I'm going to reward that yawn too. Anytime she's sitting without trying to look for the food, but actively start to settle, that's what I'm trying to reward next, and hopefully get her into the down position, which she's done twice already. But she's just still trying to figure out what she's supposed to be doing. So I'm just trying to reward her for the calmer behaviors without her trying to look for food, without her looking at them, stepping in that relaxation, route instead of just looking for food. So, because she's not really like overly pushy or crazy, she's not an obnoxious puppy. So
sometimes obnoxious puppies are much easier to see behavioral changes
Yes.
with. These already fairly calm puppies, it's much smaller pieces that you're looking to reward.
yeah, and I'm trying to not just only reward her for the sitting as well, because like you said, I don't want her to just think, oh, I'm just supposed to sit here.
Yep.
So
So a couple things to keep in mind when you're doing DRR is that, and I just lost my train of thought. Hold on, it'll come back.
I don't know if you noticed too, but I'm doing DRR with the Westies.
Yeah, there's two Westies back tied.
So Hedwig kept trying to pull for the food and, was really whining and complaining. So I have been doing DRR primarily with her, but Nessie, I've been doing it slightly when she's been really pulling at the end of the leash and overly distracted. I'm mainly focusing on Molly, but I'm trying to help them be a little bit more successful on their tie back as well.
Yep, absolutely.
So Nessie just laid down really nice and calm, so that's a good time to throw food. And I really try to throw food right to them the best that I can.
So one of the big things, like if you are tossing food to the dog, try to have fairly decent aim so that, the dog doesn't always have to reset. But resetting is absolutely okay as well. Like you just saw the little Westie, threw the food through to her and she got up to get it. That's okay because
the food was coming right to her.
Yeah, but that's okay that if they do get up, because what's going to happen is they have to think next time a little harder about what it is that's getting them the thing that they want. And so they have to put even a little more effort into the actual relaxation piece of it and the thinking of it. Now, Bethany, if she kept only rewarding this laying down, that's all Nessie would do, and it would never turn into anything relaxing. But if Nessie did something that was more calm from here, Bethany could easily reward her for that. So, and we want to get to a point where Bethany can reward Molly, the greater Swissy puppy, and Nessie doesn't have a reaction to it because she knows that, nope, the food's not coming to me, that's over there for Molly.
So she actually just laid her head down on the ground.
Yep, that was really nice.
Right to her.
Oh, the other thing I was going to say is our goal is not always to get the dog to lay down, right? Sometimes it's truly just to create a shift into something calmer. For a puppy like Molly, getting the dog to lay down is not a complicated thing. She's already a super calm, relaxed puppy. But in the Westie's case, her goal truly is just stop freaking out at the end of the leash, stop pulling and being a crazy pants, right? Because we don't want Nessie just yanking on the end of the leash. And you guys can't see Hedwig; she's on the other side of this table that you see in the this table here that you see in the bottom left corner. She's on the other side of it, and she was pulling really hard over here to get to Bethany and the food. And Bethany's got her to where now she's just laying down and no longer moving forward into it. Here, let me read that. You don't want to reward the same behavior more than 3 times in a row. Once you reach more than 3 times, it becomes reinforcing. So unless that behavior is what you want, change the criteria slightly before you reward again. Yeah, big deal. And so that's why I say if you keep rewarding the same behavior, it's exactly what you're going to get. And some dogs, yeah, 3 times is too much to reward them for the same thing. But usually once you're rewarding them 3 times or more in a row for the same exact behavior, that's the behavior you're going to start to get. So thanks for popping that in there, Robin. It's absolutely true. You really want to try to only reward the same thing, once, twice, without, and then changing the criteria. If you're hitting 3, 4, 5 times in a row for the same thing, you're probably going to end up getting, the same exact behavior. And that's, unless you want that exact thing, you're doing yourself a disservice with that. So that is DRR. There is a handout, once again, a training between the ears handout, the one that they give, labeled 6 things to bridge and reward, that is uploaded in the file section of the support group. So you guys can kind of remember those 6 categories of behavior. And I use this all the time. I use this to train puppies. I use this to, work serious behavior problem dogs. I mean, there's just no limit to what you can do with using DRR. I absolutely love it. Do you do a ton of it too, Beth? Yeah. Yep. And you're not, by the way, you're not going to be good at it at first. Like, you're just not.
I
So,
still don't think I'm very good at it.
but
And
you
I've
are.
been
Look at
doing
the
it for a
changes
while.
you've made in 3
But you
dogs
know
at
what
a
I
time.
mean? Like, that's how I've always felt about it, is it kind of, like you said, it was intimidating for me at first, and I'm definitely better than I was, but I still feel like there's some things that I miss. And the best way to get better is to practice it,
Yep.
And just side note, I wanted to add in kind of in the work success case, not totally there yet, but one of a recent dog that I just started working with, really, really nasty behavior case, Pity, super dog and human reactive, very dangerous dog. And in our last session with her, we brought in Glory, who you guys saw downstairs at Bosteron, and who literally could care less about other dogs, very non-reactive, very chill, very stable around other dogs. And one of my trainers just held her the far end of the room on leash, and Glory just sat, literally didn't even give that dog time of day. And of course the dog, and this is not in the first session, we've been building up to this, and the dog, started barking and huffing at her. We're probably 30 feet away, and I just started doing DRR, and within I think not even 10 minutes, I had that dog lying down, and we had built up to Glory walking back and forth and even approaching halfway across the room, and the dog just lying down watching Glory, very nice and calm, move about the room, which is not something.
We're frozen. Sorry guys, we're frozen. I don't know why. Let's see if we can fix it.
Maybe the wind.
You can see me.
She heard me saying her name, now she's whining.
Oh, internet connection is unstable. Sorry guys, you can still see me. I don't know why we can't see Beth.
Cancel the video and start again.
I mean,
Not cancel, but
it's weird. Okay, wait, we might be back. Oh, we're back. We're okay. We're good. Come back over here now. Okay, so somebody said, oh, Stephanie, the hardest part of DRR is changing criteria, especially when you are doing it with an energetic or barky or whiny dog. What do you know, Stephanie? It's not like you guys do this all the time. No, absolutely. It truly is, because you have to be really good and kind of quick with making sure you're not rewarding the same thing over and over. So I'm sorry, go ahead and Beth, finish your story.
Oh, I was just going to say that was the first time I used DRR with a dog at that level of reactivity. And it was really, really, awesome to see the dog's progress that quickly. Obviously, we've been working up to it, but, and the owner was just blown away, because he's never seen that dog lie down comfortably and relaxed with another dog in the room.
And how weird, you did it with only food.
Yep. Only kibble. Yeah. No high value food.
Yep.
So really, really cool stuff.
Seriously, guys, this stuff is just phenomenal. And you're not going to be good at it first. Just practice it. Get good. Start it with your own personal dogs. Start it with the dogs that don't need it, because you're building your skills and you're not, doing any damage to the, dogs that desperately need it with your mistakes. And that's okay. Like, you just have to get out there and practice it. And this is such a forgiving training style that, it's not like if you miscorrect a dog that you're going to teach them, there's going to be some sort of adverse fallout from it.
Yeah.
This is seriously some of the most forgiving training that you can do, and it is some of the most effective training that you can do. I cannot recommend it enough. I absolutely love I love training between the ears, but the relaxation triad is just phenomenal.
Super, super cool.
All
And
right.
if you start with it with puppies, then you have puppies that are so good at managing their energy level and not escalating and adrenalizing with stressors.
Yep.
And then that eliminates most issues that come up when they're adults. You know, the
Yep.
leash reactivity and the obsession and the overexcitability and things like that, because they already know how to manage themselves. you know?
Well, and if we think about it in terms of, you know, the emotional systems, the appetitive versus the aversive, the optimistic versus the pessimist, everything we're doing is about creating an optimistic dog, a dog that knows how to manage itself, a dog that feels good about what it's doing. And what better can you ask for? A well-behaved, emotionally stable, emotionally comfortable dog that doesn't have to constantly be told what to do all the time. I mean, it's a game changer. All right, so that's DRR. If you guys have questions about that, let me know. Mark and Stephanie, if there's anything else you want to input, let us know.
Or to put Molly away.
Yeah, you can put Molly away. Look at that. Look at how calm she is.
I know, I worked so hard
You
for
did.
this. She
That was
so
ridiculous.
crazy in the beginning.
She was a very hectic dog,
We should have
guys.
brought Dunna. That's who we should
Oh
have.
my gosh, she's actually really good at it.
Oh, really?
Stephanie said you can feel free to share the Optimist blog post if you want. I think I may have, but if not, I'll definitely, or you could post it.
You
No,
want-
leave that, please.
Yeah,
just real
really
quick.
tie back.
Stephanie,
Yeah.
if you can
Oh, yeah.
post it in there too if you want. I think I'd already shared it, but
Too bright.
if not, I might have to share it again. No, it's okay. All right, so the second to last thing that I want to talk about with the relaxation stuff is tie back. And tie back training is just something that we like to teach puppies. It's really simple. Usually one of the spans that they're awake for that 30-ish minutes is going to be spent on a tie back. And for me, tie back training is truly just letting the dog be in the room watching the world go by. We ignore them. We can give them a soft dog bed. We can give them some chews or toys, and we just ignore them. We go about our daily business, and we want them to just learn how to be, how to watch what's happening, how to, stay settled while things are going on. And tie back training is huge. Like Megan and Bethany had said, they do this with all of their litters. They'll have 7 puppies back tied in their house at once.
I mean, just in this room, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, the laundry room door.
And
that
then
I tie.
the main door.
Well, I usually am just like right here
Oh,
where I
gotcha.
can see everybody. So I use these 2 doors, the bathroom door, the front door, and the laundry room door. And that way, if they're really struggling, I can even support them with some DRR.
Yep. So, tie back training is fairly simple. Every once in a while, you will get a puppy that just really struggles and they freak out. And DRR is the perfect thing to do with them if they're struggling. It doesn't happen very often that I find when you start with puppies. But it makes it really just much easier. Oh, did you tie back Molly too?
Sure.
Hi, Miss Molly. Lighting is really crappy, but oh, nice. Yeah, this puppy Molly has never been even on a leash except for the very first time.
Nessie is very skilled at tie back.
Yeah, Nessie's done tie back a lot. And by the way, we can't really see anything except the very top of Molly's head. So, oh no, I just mean nobody was in the frame. Okay, so I'm not going to get too much into tie back training because there's just not much to get into. Like I said, a lot of times I will leave a dog bed if I feel they need it, especially if it's a short coat. I will leave, a chew bone for them, or maybe a toy. But I want some calming activities, and I'll leave them there for 30, 45 minutes, however long they need to be awake during that time, and just let them hang out.
And I would normally not leave a cord in
Yeah,
their space like that,
don't
but
leave
because
cords.
we're sitting right here and we have to have the computer plugged in.
Yeah. All right. So we are going to kick off this extra screen and go back to the PowerPoint.
Wait,
So,
you want me to turn this off?
Yeah, we're going to turn that off now. Yeah, I just wanted to kind of zoom in on them for a minute. So, all right, let me
Tie
pop
back
that.
training is pretty self-explanatory. But just kind of side note, I started doing tie back training like 12 years ago. And yeah, and I mean, this was before I knew about, even anything close to the relaxation triad. And even just this alone, even though it's a really simple exercise, I feel like really, really helped my puppies early on. Just learn how to settle in the house and learn how to settle when guests came over, when we were making dinner, and when things were hectic, they were on tieback. And when I started pairing the relaxation triad with just tieback, they were like,
instant, like they just get it so fast.
So it's really helpful, really easy exercise to add on with clients and stuff.
Yep.
So.
All right. So now we get into, by the way, back tying is more of a Bethany Megan thing, not a training between the ears thing. Although if you add DRR into it, it becomes super awesome.
Which is oftentimes very helpful.
Yep. All right. So moving into the third and final leg of the relaxation triad is what we call conditioned relaxation. And conditioned relaxation, I know, because we're about to get into a video. So conditioned relaxation is a term that a lot of people have heard, but not many know about or know how to do it, or they've learned various versions of it. And a lot of times they don't really love any of the versions that they've learned. And I know that for sure was me when I first learned about conditioned relaxation. When I learned it finally from training between the ears, Mark and Stephanie, it was like this massive light bulb moment came on, and I was like, holy smokes, this is it. So conditioned relaxation is, oh, hold on, I got to switch the screen. There we go. Conditioned relaxation, as I said, is the training between the ears version of it, is essentially where we are creating a direct two-way connection between muscular tension and emotional tension. So by inducing relaxation in the muscles, we are thereby inducing relaxation in the emotional system. And this is a really important thing. The picture is actually super cool. This is a picture of a puppy that we were working at our North Carolina seminar. And this puppy was just fantastic. What was his name? Pippin? The little beagle-y thing?
Yeah. No, that's Pippa.
Pippa? No, Pippa was the Bernedoodle.
Oh, you're right. From this angle, it kind of looks like her.
Oh, gotcha. No, I would have taken this puppy home in a heartbeat. Just fantastic. But this is, it's just a perfect example. And this puppy just got like butter, just melted with the relaxation, conditioned relaxation. So basically the motion that we're going to be using is what we call the washing machine motion. And as I said, it creates a direct two-way connection between muscular tension, so physical tension in the body, and emotional tension, so being able to mentally relax. And when we induce relaxation in the muscles, right, we can in turn induce relaxation in the emotional system. So this washing machine motion is a circular motion that creates a rhythmic transfer of weight from one side of the dog's body to the other, creating a tension and release of tension in the muscles. So basically, as we move the dog's body around in this circular motion, the weight is being distributed on one side as we bring the dog around. Now the dog's body weight is on this side and has transferred off of the other. And as we come back around in that circular motion, it transfers to the opposite side and releases on the other. And when we have this tension and relaxation in muscles, very quickly it induces even more relaxation in them. So it causes the body to prefer to stay in a relaxed part of the cycle, and releasing muscular tension releases the emotional tension as well. And so I'm not going to lie, when I first learned this, the person that I first learned this from, her name is Casey Cover, and she's actually one of Mark's original mentors who he learned some of these things from.
Yep,
and Bethany, she did her entire certification course. I was incredibly skeptical. She never used the washing machine motion. This is very specific to Mark.
She just does massage.
She does a lot of physical massage, but she talks about it in the same way in terms of the muscular tension and the mental tension, the emotional tension, and vice versa. When I first learned it from her, I bought her DVD. I did all of that, and I was just like, yeah, this is some boo hockey. It didn't. I can't read that. It won't pop up because I have the mode. Do we have people on there asking questions?
There was just one about tieback training. I answered it in there. We can answer it out if you want.
Oh, okay, sorry.
There's a new one. Are we supposed to be able to see your camera right now?
Oh, can you not? That's okay.
I'll show a video right
we're about to
afterwards.
get into a video. That's why it's on this mode. So as long as you can see the screen, we're good. Cause I'm going to be playing a video in a second. I just was a little preemptive of putting it in the mode.
Elena did ask, do you find tieback helpful starting with older puppies or even adults?
Oh,
Yes.
Yeah, and I said
Yes.
dogs of all ages is
Anyone.
very,
Yep.
very helpful with.
yeah.
There are
Absolutely.
times when I still put my adult dogs on tieback if I'm like, dude, stop.
Yeah.
I just need you out of my hair for a moment.
Zora's on tieback in the hall right now.
Yeah. So, I mean, it definitely sometimes can just turn into a management thing when you need them to just go somewhere and like, you just need to go over there. Just go over there. But yeah, I like to start that with dogs of all ages through, whatever I've got them doing. So when I first learned of Casey Cover's style of condition relaxation, it was a bunch of bukkake. I watched a bunch of people try it, people that had gone through courses, and none of them seemed to have a ton of success with it. Some of them had minor success, but never a ton. And I never had success with it either. And so when I learned it from Mark, I was very skeptical until I actually saw it. And I was like, holy smokes,
Yeah, me too.
this is a whole nother game.
It's super cool.
Yeah, Bethany actually did Casey's certification course and was always frustrated by it. And never had success with it. And all of a sudden, when we learned the training between the ears version, it was just a game changer. So we have a video that we are about to watch. This video is of a dog that I have trained, and his name is Bison. He was like an 8 or 9 month old boxer in this video.
1 second, there is a question.
Mhm.
From Nicole. I find that clients are also resistant to CR. How do you present this to clients to encourage them to be on board? These are clients that are great about DR. Her clients are generally great about DRR.
So usually before I teach it to them, I actually show them these videos.
Yep.
And the reason I show them these videos is because a lot of times they have to see it to believe it. And puppies can be a little challenging in the beginning to teach CR because they're really hectic, they're bitey, they paw all over the place. And I need to get them the buy-in first. So I show them these videos of what's possible and what's capable. And I walk them through, all of the benefits of CR. And CR, once again, just not hyphenated, just short for condition relaxation. And then I've literally never had a problem after I started doing it this way and getting buy-in for clients.
Well, and like, I know you're very
Mhm.
similar. Quite honestly, I teach my clients just like we're teaching you guys.
Yep.
And my first session with them is generally like 3 hours long and done without the dog. I usually use one of my own demo dogs. And I teach them all about the benefits of all this stuff, the mental aspect going into the seeking system and, all of these things. And when you go really in depth into why we're really pushing the relaxation triad, at least all my clients, they're like, oh, this is really, really cool.
Yep.
And they're really excited to start learning it. And even the ones that are a little skeptical, they always try it. They're paying you, they're
Yep.
investing in it. Of course, they're going to try it, and they're going to see the results and then be sold after that.
And by the way, I know this is a puppy seminar, but most of the time we're talking about behavioral cases when we have clients that are really resistant to a lot of these techniques. If they don't want to try it, I go, fine. We do some more things. And I'm like, what would get you quicker, faster, better success is if we did this,
Yep.
right? And I keep coming back to that. And then at some point they go, all right, I guess I'm going to try it, because it's like, if you don't, we're not going to get to the point you want to get to with your dog. But once again, I have a few different videos of multiple different dogs doing exactly what you're going to see in this video. Now, let me tell you a little bit about this dog and a little bit of background. Bison, like I said, is like an 8 or 9 month old boxer, really big, hectic, super reactive to other dogs because he was just so excitable. And his owner was this just tiny itty bitty thing that you could probably, blow over. And she would break like a twig. I mean, she was just this tiny little woman. And she was very, she was young. She was probably only in her early 30s. But she had taken him out on a walk. He saw another dog, took off, pulled her down, broke her foot. And she had, brought another trainer in who's like, oh no, he's going to be a backyard dog. You can't trust him. You're going to have to treadmill train him so that way he gets some sort of exercise, but you'll never be able to, trust him with, out in public. And it was like, what? So when she came to us, We did a board and train with this dog, and he had a lot of health problems as well, a lot of really bad GI gut problems that took a lot longer for us to train because he had to keep going to the vet and then back and forth. But we did a board and train with him. And conditioned relaxation was one of the biggest things that we focused on with him. Well, the whole relaxation triad, but conditioned relaxation, we did a ton of, perception modification with him using conditioned relaxation. So I don't quite teach it this way anymore that you're going to see in the video. And the difference that I teach now versus what you see in this video is in the video, I got him to the point where I could cue him to get certain body parts easy. So I could ask him to get his butt easy or his shoulder easy or his head easy. And you'll see in the video his progression of relaxing his body parts. I don't go that in depth anymore. I don't usually cue body parts anymore. I just simply cue the dog to get easy, and I'll help them if necessary. But I no longer do specific body parts. But this is very possible. I have multiple videos of me cueing dogs to get body parts easy without touching them, which you're going to see. And so this is Bison, and he, like I said, incredibly hyper fixated on other dogs because he just loved them so much. And in this room, he's, off leash. I'm not touching him. There's a whole wall of other dogs off to his right side. I'm sorry, it'd be off to his left side. It would be on the right side of the screen. That were in kennels, and those were the dogs that were incredibly anxious, that couldn't go in, the actual kennel room because they had a lot of anxiety problems. So you'll hear them kind of whimpering and pacing in crates, and you're going to see Bison just being super relaxed around that. It is a very loud video where you're going to hear my voice very loud, so adjust your speakers. Oh, whoops. What am I doing?
If you leave it too long,
Sorry, guys. There we go.
Bison, can you get easy? Get your butt easy, very nice. Can you get your chest easy? Good, easy chest. Can we get your hip easy? Good, easy hip. Can you get your shoulder easy? Good, easy shoulder. Good, easy. That's really nice. That's a very good, easy. Good, very good, easy. That's a good, easy. Alert. Alert. Good boy. That's my boy. Very nice.
All right, so a couple things that I want to point out, and I always laugh because, sorry, I'm going to fix this so I can see you guys. Oh, whoops, I still want to share that, just not that. All right, we're back. Oh, what happened? What does it say? Oh, that's still Nicole, okay. A couple of things that I always laugh about with Bison is when I try to bring him back into, a more excited state. When you hear me say alert, you just kind of see his leg kick out. He's just like, no, I'm good here. I actually ended up having to bribe him with food to get him out of that state because he was so comfortable being relaxed. But, a couple of things to watch. His eyes were pretty soft. His breathing was, nice and slow. He wasn't bothered at all. You could see his whole body was really just soft and relaxed through that entire thing. And there was a difference. This dog was trained in obedience as well by me. We trained him in obedience. And this is very different than obedience sits and downs, right? When he was trained, or when we trained him in obedience, it was very expedient, much more precision, sit, boom, sit, down, boom, down. And so, because I've had a lot of people ask me and say, well, isn't that just like teaching him sit and down? Mentally, it's a very different thing for him. Between obedience and relaxation. Now, once again, I don't go as deep with dogs and teaching them specific body parts anymore for conditioned relaxation, but obviously you absolutely can, and they can learn it really well. But I do teach just the idea of that physical and mental relaxation and teaching those muscles to want to relax, which in turn teaches that emotional, mental relaxation for them. And so that's kind of where where we're at in terms of conditioned relaxation. But now, and by the way, also, this was only, a halfway done dog in terms of conditioned relaxation. What do I mean by that? I don't need, when I do conditioned relaxation, for the dog to lay flat on their side. The reason we teach the dog to lay flat on their side is so they get the idea of what fully relaxed feels like. So they learn the difference between an alert and relaxed state. Because my end goal is that when I ask a dog to get easy, they just kind of go, okay, all right, all right, right? And they shake off all of that tension and that stress, and they're like, all right, I'm in a much better place. But they don't have to lay down. They don't have to, do anything special other than completely relax that, that their mind and relax those muscles and relax that tension. Because think about it this way, when you're out walking a dog and, you have a leash reactive dog and they see another dog, and I go, get easy, I don't need my dog to lay flat on its side out on the sidewalk. That's just unrealistic in a lot of ways. All I need is my dog to be able to go, I'm getting a little worked up, and I go, hey, let's get easy. If I have to put my hands on the dog, do a little bit of the washing machine motion and help my dog relax, that my dog, can go from a 60 back down to a 30. Right. And I'm just helping de-escalate and relax those that tension in their muscles and their mind. Yes.
Nicole asked, but Mark doesn't do get easy anymore, I thought.
So from what I understand anyway, is that he doesn't ask for it in the beginning, but at some point he does put the easy cue in there once the dog already has a good emotional response to the relaxation, conditioned relaxation. So basically what Nicole is asking is that in the beginning, if I'm first teaching this to a dog, I say, get easy. I put my hands on the dog and start doing this motion. That we don't want the dog, because a lot of times in the beginning, the dog has a really weird reaction. What are you doing? Why are you doing this? And we don't want to basically poison our cue of get easy with those initial emotions, because the dog's like, what are you doing? This is a totally brand new thing, and I'm really uncomfortable with it. A lot of times, mentally uncomfortable, not physically. And so from my understanding, and Mark, if you need to chime in, or Stephanie, you can, at some point they absolutely do bring back in the easy command.
Stephanie says, we don't put it on cue anymore, mostly because the issues are resolved before we get to that.
See? Well, there you go. All right. So yeah. So it's not called get easy then. And they also no longer alert. We don't actually bring the dog back into an alert state like that either. So that is true. All right.
Lisa Marie is asking, what was that? What do you mean, Lisa Marie?
What was what?
She just said, what was that? I'm not sure what you mean, Lisa Marie. Never mind, she says.
All right. Never mind then. And somebody said something else.
The whole house is shaking because
Right.
it's so windy.
What? Somebody said something else.
She just said a smiley face.
Oh, back at you. All right. So now we want to be able to practice some conditioned relaxation. So if you guys don't mind, we're going to let's just take are you guys cool with taking a little break while we get set up?
Yeah, 10 minutes?
Yeah, let's do 15.
Okay.
We'll do a 15-minute break. It's 3:38 here.
We got a chat.
Let's do 3:45.
Go.
Very much, this is from Mark, very much like I moved away from narrating body parts. I've also, in most cases, moved away from toggling or from cueing.
Yep.
Easy.
Okay. So aside from the cueing easy, everything else I don't teach anymore either. So, okay. So
Which you'll see in the
Yep.
demo.
Yeah, we usually don't say it anymore anyway in the beginning. So let's get back here at 3:45.
None of those are absolutes, but I let the dog work through much more on their own these days.
Cool. All right. So
Well, thank you.
yeah, thank you very much, Mark and Stephanie. So 3:45, we're going to meet back. We're going to just do a small break while we set up for this. And we will see you guys in just a few. You good?
Yeah.
All right. All right, guys. So now we're going to go over conditioned relaxation. And I actually might turn a little more to the side. Be up there. So that way, hopefully, you can see this a little bit easier. So generally, when we do this, we're going to have the dog on a leash, just a flat buckle, a flat clip leash. And, depending if it's a dog puppies are usually pretty easy. But when I am getting down on the ground, I usually like to just feed the dog a little bit as they come down on the ground, just to help them feel a little bit better about the fact that I'm moving into that area. Some puppies are really hectic. They're going to try to jump in your face. Other puppies are going to be like, oh, you're coming down here. And that's really weird and different. And so if you have a really hectic puppy, with that leash, just kind of hold them so they can't jump and lunge in your face. And they're usually just doing it out of excitement. but you want to just protect yourself because, you know, we've all gotten hit in the face with puppies before, and that's not fun. So this here is, oh look, you guys see how good I am at this? All right, just here. So this is my dog Tris. I have done very little conditioned relaxation with her. So I thought she would be a really good dog to use to show you what this looks like. She would be hectic enough that we would be able to see some change in her. And like I said, she's had it like once or twice, but I've done very, very little in terms of conditioned relaxation. So once we're on the ground, a lot of times I just like to make friends with dogs that I don't know. I'll feed them a couple pieces of food. Hi, how you doing? I'm gonna tell them that I wanna touch their collar. So it'd be like, you know, Tris, I'm gonna touch your collar. And come in here, kind of give them a scratch while I do it. Yes, feed them a little bit, just to get them used to the fact that my hands are gonna be on them here. Once we start, I'm looking to create that washing machine motion. And as I move this dog's body around in that circular motion, what I want to be able to see, and are you going to be able to see it good enough, Megan? Where the feet, you're going to be able to actually see the weight shifted on them and then the weight taken off of them. And it'll almost look like a cat kind of kneading, where, you know, the pressure's put on this one side and taken off the other, and then as we shift the dog around, the pressure's on this side and taken off that one. And so we should kind of see the muscle relax and tense as we go around. And so when I begin first, I am going to just start with a couple motions, circular motions with that washing machine, and then I'm going to give what we call a significant event. I'm going to just do a couple of those quick motions and then break the motion. Tell the dog it's a good dog, very nice, thank you. Give it an ear scratch, a pet, something along those lines to let it know that that was a good thing it did. So the significant events are actually pretty important. And they're really important to let the dog know that their behavior is on the right track for what we're looking for. So when the dog gives me something that's really nice, like at the very first time I do this, the really nice thing that it's doing is letting me do it. So I get that circular motion going. I'm always holding onto the dog's collar. And I'm going to create a significant event and say, what a good girl, thank you, that was really nice. When you do this, talk to the dog. Don't be weird. Don't, you know, be super silent, where the dog's like, oh, you're doing this really weird thing and I don't like it, and you're not talking to me and this is just really bizarre. So let them know as you're doing the motion, oh, look at you, that's really nice. Oh my goodness, ooh, good easy neck, thank you. Very nice. And you're just kind of talking to them and creating this conversation of, you were doing a really good job and I really appreciate you letting me do this weird thing to you. So she wants to just kind of crawl in my lap. I'm just going to kind of say, no, I want you to stay right there. All right, so when we begin, I like to hold on to the dog's collar with both hands. And a lot of times I'm hooking my thumbs under it. If I stay on the underneath, especially for these bigger dogs, it really helps create that motion a little bit better. And what I'm looking for is, ooh, right there, very good. That's really nice, Tris, thank you. I'm looking for some sort of relaxation in the dog, or some sort of give to calmer, or something that is just towards better of being softer. So right there, her back actually, and her kind of whole body just got much softer. And when you watch her, you'll probably see her being rigid in her back, and then it'll start to loosen, and this will look much softer, and you'll be able to see all of those pieces. So in the beginning, it'll probably look like a metal bar that's being rotated, and then at some point, it should become much looser and almost look like a rope that's kind of being waved. And you can watch, if you watch the back and you watch your legs, you'll probably see a lot of that stuff start to happen. And burners are notorious for giving pause. So we're going to go ahead and start. Oh, right there, good girl. So she relaxed a lot of these muscles right here on both sides. And so that's what I'm going to create this significant event. I'm going to break the motion. Good girl, give an ear scratch or something to tell the dog they did a really good job. And then I'm going to start right back up. If you look at her back, it's a little bit tense right now. And what we want to be able to see is over time, as we practice this, that gets really soft. Ooh, right there, good girl. Did you guys see her really leaning that way? This whole side of this leg was getting really, really soft on her right side. It was getting really soft, and she started to really lean into that motion with me. So we create a significant event to say, that was a really nice job. You did a really good job there, Tris. The other thing is, when we're doing conditioned relaxation, I always try not to have my arms bent less than 90 degrees, so I want them always open more than 90 degrees. And the reason is, let's say she was a dog or a puppy that was really hectic and really bitey, and I'm doing this, and she's trying to, bite me in my face. My arms can lock really easily when they're open more than 90 degrees. If my arms are less than 90 degrees, one, I'm in her face, bad idea. And two, my arms can't lock, and that dog could easily lunge into my face, and we would have a problem. So always try to think, keep your arms open more than 90 degrees. And the second part, ooh, that's really nice. Look at you, good girl, Tris. Ooh, and that whole neck and head right there, she's about to fall over on me. So that whole neck and head really became much softer there. The other thing is, don't make direct eye contact and stare the dog in the eyes just like this, because then it just gets really, really weird. And you can actually really freak the dogs out by making such strong eye contact with them that way. And I just try to watch the dog, I'll talk to somebody else. But just keeping a really soft eye on where the dog's at and what they're doing without making that really strong eye contact. But you notice this circular motion, if you can see her feet. Oh, that's a good girl. What a nice girl. You should be able to see kind of that tension and relaxation. Good girl. That was a big body that was about to flop down on the ground, so I actually kind of braced her into that. Good girl, there we go. That's nice. I don't want to just reward position, meaning that she laid down, and I don't want to create that habit of just laying down is the thing I want, because that is another way we could train obedience, and I don't want to do that. So I continued with the washing machine motion just a little bit longer until I got her a little bit softer in this laying down position. And if she wants to stay down, that's fine. I can continue this motion, no problem. If she were to want to stand up, I would just continue this motion, no problem as well. I always, ooh, very nice. You saw this, this leg started to really relax into that, so we create significant effect there. We always move vertical with the dog, meaning if the dog wanted to stand up, sit down, lay down, stand up, lay down, sit down, stand up. I would move my arms and my hands with the dog as they went anywhere vertical. Horizontally, I tend to not move so much with the dog because I don't want that dog kind of driving me all over the place from side to side. Ooh, nice. Good job, Tris. So once again, you can see that arm getting much more relaxed. It really went down versus it being straight up that you had. Good girl. That's really nice. Look at you. What a sweet girl. Know it. What do you think? Oh, there you go. Good job, Tris. Good job. Now, one of the big things is now that she's laying down, I have to reposition my hands. I could have them both on her collar. It just gets a little more awkward. So I can put one on her shoulder, kind of one on her back. I could technically put one down here. But the biggest thing is make sure that your hands are in sync. So we don't have like the Mr. Miyagi wax on, wax off thing going. We want our hands moving together. Oh, hi, sweet girl. We want our hands moving together as we create this washing machine motion. Very nice. That's a good girl. Very good job, Tris. So we could keep working her on her side. I could reset her and let her kind of get back up and then teach her about relaxing some more with that conditioned relaxation. And a lot of times I'll let them reset once I get them down on their side if they're pretty soft about it. But that way I can just teach them more about being able to continually relax those muscles. So you see she brought her head up, she brought her head down, she brought her head back up. Right there, it's going good girl. It's going down again. Create a significant event for that relaxing of those neck muscles. And a lot of times this is stuff that it could be hard to see from the outside, but when you have your hands on the dog, ooh, that's really nice. She's about to cave. You can see that she really was leaning on me for support there because she was so relaxing into that. So a lot of times people that are watching from the outside are like, well, I don't see what you're creating that significant event about. And it's like, well, yeah, you're not feeling it. You can see she's like really leaning into that stuff. That was a really good girl. So sometimes it really is just a feel. Like you have to, you've got a big old booty to lay down like that. She just wants to flop. But sometimes it's just something that you actually have to feel versus being able to see it. And, once again, conditioned relaxation is something that, oh, very good girl, that's really nice. Good job. Conditioned relaxation is just something that once again, get your hands on easy dogs, not big challenging problem dogs, easy dogs, and start playing around with it. Work the dogs that don't actually need conditioned relaxation, because then you're getting yourself really good at it. So when you go to work a little bit more of a problem or hectic dog, I tell you, boxer puppies are probably my least favorite thing to do conditioned relaxation with, because they usually can be very hectic, very mouthy. It can become a problem. And I usually will go do more work that you guys will learn tomorrow. Good girl. I'll go do more hands-on work with them before I actually start conditioned relaxation. Very nice. Good girl, Tris. Now, not every session is going to go this way, where we can get the dog to the point that they're flat on their side, because not every single dog is ready for that. I have done multiple dogs where the first 4 or 5 training sessions of conditioned relaxation, all I've gotten was them to relax their head down. And that's it for 4 or 5 sessions, because they were just so tense. Those are usually like your really intense pit bulls that suffer from really bad anxiety and are just so jacked up all the time, of just a ball of muscle of nerves. And after 4 or 5 sessions, all I've gotten was them to be able to relax their head. And then on that 6th or 7th session, maybe they put their butt down. Oh, such a good girl. Very nice. And finally by our 10th or 12th conditioned relaxation session, I get them to the point where, they'll actually lay down. Good girl. So one other thing that I want to point out, you can see that she keeps trying to put her paws up against me or hook her paw around my arm. And usually what I do, thank you, right on cue, is I will just remove the hand that the dog is trying to hook, or the arm, and keep the motion going with my other hand. And when I remove that hand so the dog can't push or create tension against me, then I just bring my arm back and put it back on, and I go right back into it. If she were to try to be pushing off with my leg, it'd be the same thing. I would just remove my knee, relieve that pressure off from them pushing on me, and just settle right back in. So you can see right there is another perfect example. Ooh, very good girl. Good job. Create a significant event so she knows that was a really good choice. And get that motion going right back up. Good girl, Trace. That's really nice. Good job. Very nice. You can see how completely relaxed her entire body is right now. Everything is super relaxed. Good girl. So that is conditioned relaxation. And conditioned relaxation doesn't always go this smoothly. If you have, puppies that are really hectic, bitey, pawty, sometimes I would take a step back from it, do a little more pre-training, getting them on a better sleep schedule so they're not as bitey, doing some what we call name and explain a body parts, which is another training between the ears technique that we'll learn tomorrow, and teaching them about being better being handled and touched. And then I will go back and do conditioned relaxation. Some of them we can just hop right in and they allow us to do it. Others, it's a little bit more of a challenge. I never try to fight a dog with conditioned relaxation. If they are just adamant that it's not happening, I'm going to go back and do some more work prior to forcing the conditioned relaxation, because I want conditioned relaxation to be like this. It's a little weird at first, but I want the dog to learn to trust me, and very quickly they actually find such great comfort and joy in conditioned relaxation, to the point where the dogs that I do it with, I get down on the ground and they just kind of swarm, like, do me, I really want to have conditioned relaxation happen. And that is kind of the goal, is that the dogs get to a point where they just absolutely love it. And very easily, with Tris, I could get her to the point where I was naming body parts and I am putting the sonic cue for easy, because she clearly doesn't have a negative association with being touched and handled. She very much enjoys this motion. Not every dog is going to go like that this fast. So if you have questions about conditioned relaxation, let me know and we can definitely get them answered. So we're going to go ahead and take it off this screen and move back to the original. So weird. All right, I'll have to figure that out. All right.
So,
Sorry, go ahead.
from Robin, a good point to note is that some dogs do better with larger, slower circles, while some do better with smaller, faster circles. You can play around with that as well.
Yep, that was going to be one of my points that I was going to make coming back here. Thank you, Robin.
And then
Really important stuff.
from Elena, what do you like to tell puppy owners beforehand regarding how crazy hectic puppies might get putting up an initial fight? Start with OCR.
All right, so a couple of things that's going on for those of you that have never learned training between the ear system. So with the size of the circle and the speed in which I'm going when I'm moving the dog in that washing machine motion is really important. Generally, with bigger dogs, we're going to have much bigger circles that are going to go slower. And you could see that I had, a good rhythm going with Tris, but it wasn't really, really fast paced. It wasn't really moving her and mixing her, but it was a fairly decent, really nice rhythmic motion, but she did have to have a bit of a bigger circle. She's a bigger dog, and those bigger bodies need more to create that really nice circular motion. One of the biggest things that we want to see is as we make that motion, we just want to get the dog to the point where right before they get off balance, in terms of, so Megan, would you stand up for me? If I were to, I know you can't really see, but if I were to push Megan right there, she's off balance. She had to adjust herself. If I push her right here, she's not quite off balance. But if I go anymore, she's off balance and has to readjust. So when I'm doing these circular motions, if I push the dog in too big of a circle, see, I almost fell too. If I push the dog in too big of a circle, Megan, a really big dog, yeah, in too big of a circle, they're going to have to take a couple side steps. So I want to create the motion for the dog at just the right size circle where it's right before they get pushed off balance. So we get the best circular motion. Now, the speed in which that we go for bigger dogs is generally a slower circle. For smaller dogs, it's generally a smaller, faster paced circle that we're going to see. And every dog is a little bit different, and you just have to adjust it and play with it and see, what that dog needs. Sometimes you will get, more hyperactive, hyper small dogs. If you're going too slow, it's just they don't get relaxed, they don't get settled.
They can't see you, they can only see PowerPoint.
Oh, that's weird. I can see me. Hold on.
Two can't see you, they can only see the PowerPoint. So I'm guessing they couldn't see the thing with Megan.
Well, let's.
So I guess
You need to
show
take,
Megan
did you
again.
take Megan, or we need to unspotlight Bethany,
Okay.
cancel the spotlight.
Yep, there you go. Did that fix that?
Can you guys see us now? Yay!
Okay, cool.
User error. I'm sorry, guys. Okay. Can you still see us?
We need to
Yeah,
demonstrate
you
it.
can see.
Okay, right. All right. So, a lot of times if you got like a smaller, real spunky dog and you're going in these really slow circular motions, you're not going to induce relaxation. They're actually going to probably get pretty annoyed with you. But when you get them going at that right speed, at that right size circle, you're really going to feel them just getting into that motion, and they're like, all right, that's the spot. And you're going to start really finding that the relaxation becomes induced. And then do we have anything else? There was one right after Robin said something.
Just can't see video.
Oh, okay.
Wait, sorry, that was from Elena. What do you tell puppy owners beforehand regarding how crazy hectic puppies might get putting up with an initial fight? Start with OCR.
Yeah. So normally what I say, as I said, if I have a puppy that's really fighting me super hard, I go back to making sure they're on a good schedule, that they're getting enough sleep, because usually when puppies are that crazy mouthy, it's, generally a lack of sleep. I will do some name and explain of body parts, which you guys are going to learn tomorrow, and get the puppy really comfortable being handled and touched that way. And if I'm still really struggling after I've done both of those things, then yes, we can get into what we call opportunistic condition relaxation. And this is something that Stephanie Klingenberg kind of came up with when she was going with Mark to his appointments. And, Stephanie would just start working these circular motions on dogs as they freely came into her body. She'd start with some, petting and some massaging. And then at some point she would add in these circular motions. And at any point the dog could leave. And basically what we're doing is opportunistic conditioned relaxation. So we're taking the opportunities that the dog is presenting and allowing, and we are adding in those circular motions to help the dog get very comfortable with it. And if they get uncomfortable at any point or it's too much for them, they're able to leave. Because when we do purposeful condition relaxation, what you just saw, the dog doesn't have the option to leave. We're working through it and helping that dog find relaxation. So yeah, we can definitely get into opportunistic condition relaxation. To be honest, with my puppies, I haven't had to do that very much because by going back and making sure they're on a good sleep schedule and doing name explain body parts, it usually takes care of that on its own. So, all right. Questions about anything else with that? Oh, is it? Yeah. Holy smokes, guys. We got done a little early today, so
Because we didn't do a
we
social.
didn't do social. That's why. But we do have somebody saying something that I can't see.
A lot of your PowerPoint is cut off now.
What? What is going on? I'm so sorry, you guys.
Good thing it was the last
I mean,
slide.
we're on the last slide, it's okay, it's not a huge deal.
Is that better? Sometimes we just have to back out and then pop forward. Did that help?
It looks fine on my end.
Yeah, it's just your end. I don't know who you are. Who is it?
Elena.
Oh, sorry, Elena.
So should we do Q&A?
Yeah, we can absolutely. Oh, it's not.
Yeah, we're getting done rather early today because we couldn't do the social. So let's do some Q&A.
All right. So, do we have any questions about anything we went over today or yesterday?
You want to check the Q&A section? I don't know if it's loading right on my end.
Nobody has anything
Okay,
new.
I didn't think so.
If you guys don't have any questions and you think of them later, you can always just post them in the support group and we'll be able to answer them there. We had Marie post a question in there about puppies that are dealing with like motion sickness and car sickness. So, she couldn't log in today to ask us. So she, asked it in the support group and, we were able to answer that in there. So don't be afraid to, ask questions in there as you think of them as well. The biggest thing that I want to have happen is whatever questions you have, it's going to go to the group. So it's not a personal question you're asking just me or Bethany or Megan. If you're privately messaging us, ask us either in here or the support group so everybody can see it and everybody can learn from it. That's definitely going to make it the easiest.
I'd like to hear more about utilizing the care and seeking emotion systems from Elena.
Oh, okay, so talking about the emotional systems and utilizing the care and the seeking. So care is honestly just the, I just did something and made something go up over here. I'm sorry. The care system is mostly just being able to create a really nice bond with the dogs. There's some trainers, you can tell, not just trainers, owners whose dogs don't really like them. So that bond, that care system is not active or activated between, the dog and the human. So really just working on, in terms of making that care system activated, is creating a really solid bond with your dog. And you can do that by playing with your dog and activating those seeking systems and doing things your dog enjoys as well. And when we talk about the seeking system, when I utilize my dog seeking system, biggest thing, a lot of the play with the food that you saw is activating both the play system and the seeking system, because rolling that food is, really tapping into a lot of that, out there retrieving and the fetching, a lot of that prey drive where they want to go get the thing. And so we're activating the seeking system that way. When I herd with my dogs, when I play Frisbee disc with my dogs, when I do dock diving, a lot of that is activating that seeking system. And if you, remember the slide, let me pop back to it really quick. The slide with, the seeking system itself, this is my Border Collie Stark dock diving. And, I use this picture very specifically because it's, it's one of those behaviors that is being activated and engaged that is really tapping into the seeking system. And so that is, big time how you can help, trigger those, the seeking system.
Done with that.
Mhm.
So Christina asked, when would you introduce the easy cues while doing CR?
So if you were going to introduce it, of course, it's just dependent on the dog. If you're going to introduce the easy, is when you've done a few sessions of conditioned relaxation, and you get to the point where your dog is not trying to pull away from you. Your dog is really just going with the motion. They're getting relaxed fairly easy. And your dog is just really enjoying it. You'll see with some dogs in the beginning that they're really, they kind of try to pull away from you. They're really hesitant. They get stiffer in the beginning, and you have to kind of really work for that relaxation. Because it's just a really weird, like, imagine somebody coming up and just grabbing you here and doing this. It's just really a weird thing for them. Even though physically it's not, uncomfortable, it is mentally a very different thing for them to experience. And some dogs can be really wigged out by it. And so if you're going to introduce it, it's like you sit on the floor and the dog is coming over to you and saying, okay, do the thing. And you put your hands on the dog and you start that circular washing machine motion, and the dog just kind of starts to melt into it. Cool. Now I can start going easy, or let's get easy, and then put my hands on the dog and work that motion. Because now we're introducing a cue, then the thing is happening. So the next time I go to do it and I go, let's get easy, you might already see the dog starting to melt just because you're saying the cue itself.
Next question, actually, Mark's input. Perception modification 1.0 through naming and touching of body parts in CR are good ways to end up accessing and activating the care system for dogs in which that is not naturally accessible. Especially good for the early separation puppies you were talking about yesterday.
Awesome. So basically Mark is saying that the name and explain of body parts, which is once again a training between the ears thing that we learned, as well as conditioned relaxation, can help access the care, because once again, you're creating a bond with the dog in a very different way. A way in one, you're listening to the dog and being very respectful on what they have to say, not only just trying to impose your will, but you are taking their feedback and listening to it. So you are absolutely creating that bond in terms of that care system. And so, he's also saying that both of those are the touch and the tactile, the proprioceptive stuff that we talked about with the 5-week-old puppy syndrome. And this is a really good way to help puppies with that, overcome it as well. And I absolutely 100% agree. Like, I could not agree with you more, Mark.
Yeah.
We do have a Q&A.
Yeah, I see that.
Okay.
So David's asking, what was the name of the calcium additive for mom dogs? So
Caltrate?
Caltrate, Calzorb,
Tums.
Tums.
I usually use Caltrate, but Tums, Calzorb, is that what you said?
Calzorb comes in like a paste.
Oh, let me turn our speaker back around. Speaker's facing totally away from us. I'm sorry, guys. Hopefully you can still hear us. Everybody but Megan is loud. Megan, you're just too quiet.
Yeah, Caltrate, Calzorb,
Tums.
Tums, ice cream,
Yep.
cottage cheese.
Perfect. Yep.
And then you can get injectable calcium from the vet.
Cool.
For temperament testing, this is from Christina.
Yep.
For temperament testing, have you had men do the testing, and has it influenced the results at all?
I actually get better results when men test.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. And especially if the breeder is a woman, and there's not a lot of men around, or maybe they didn't do a good job socializing with men, you're absolutely going to see different results. Whether it's for the better or worse is TBD, right? To be determined by what the breeder has done, I think, with puppies.
Yeah.
And so, if it's a male that's breeding, like, David, my McNabb breeder, he's on here watching right now. He's probably not going to get adverse reactions if he had a male temperament test, because he is a man. And, he's there. He's got, I think it's a stepson, or, a younger male that lives there and plays with the puppies. And so they're getting lots of exposure to it, and they're not going to have that weird adverse reaction, I think, as if it was only, a female breeder doing it. So.
Second part of her question, have you had pushback from prospective owners who want to know who their puppy will be before 7 weeks? How do you explain it to them?
Yeah. You get pushback and you just explain. You don't know them and I do.
Yeah. I mean, I think a big thing is also how you advertise. I mean,
Yes,
right off the
100%.
bat- Right off the bat, I'm advertising, I pick my puppies for you, before I even approve their application.
I
already
have
become
had
aware of
people
that.
that have said, we just feel really strongly that we need to pick our puppy. And I've said, okay, you can go find another breeder then.
Then I feel really strongly I'm not the right breeder for you.
Yep.
Yeah.
100%.
You just have to explain that once you start getting into, I place puppies based on temperament, not based on anything but temperament. So not based on markings, generally not based on gender, definitely not based on photos or size or what they look like at, 5 weeks or however early. It's all based on temperament and matching with the situation and the style of the home, and when you start saying that, people are going, oh, I guess that's a pretty good idea.
Yeah.
One of the so I just thought of this. One of the things that you could say to them is, would you ever pick your spouse at the age of 5? Like, no. Because once again, they're not, at a point where you can really evaluate the kind of person that they're going to be and if they'd be a good fit for you.
Well, and again, I think we talked about the fact that a lot of people choose and want to choose based on emotion.
Yeah.
Or
looks.
Oh, that one's so cute. It just came to me and it got in my lap and I love it. And we had a connection.
Well, and how many people would want to pick my special needs earless puppy because she doesn't have ears?
Yeah.
There's so many people that just fall in love with that
Story.
Tris. And the disability that the puppy has, regardless of the disability, and those mothering instincts kick in or whatever it is, or they feel sorry for the dog or whatever. And, so I was really picky about who I sent them to, and I think I found, really the right home for her. So, but overall, I think it's ultimately education. And when it comes down to it, if they're still against you, all right, we're not the right breeder for you.
Yep.
Sorry.
Well, and people that even come visit once, and say, we really connected with this one. And you say, yes, but you saw them once, and that's a snapshot because they took a nap and then woke up and were completely different.
And puppies change so much.
It's such a roller coaster as they're growing. They may be, before 5 weeks, really and truly, I tell people there are no specific, you may see tiny little consistencies in their temperaments, but before 5 weeks, they're so roller coasty. Yep. One day they want to try out being that dominant one in the litter, pushy, overbearing, and the next day they're the, oh, I'm so afraid, and everything is, and they're screaming because they're getting picked on and whatever, and they just do this. And you have to tell people, you come and they're either tired or they're hungry or they just ate or they're overstimulated or whatever. You saw them in a snapshot, and I see them all the time, every day, all day, in every situation.
And I think Beth made, though, the best point of it's all in how you advertise and set up that initial expectation. So if you're already automatically, everything is, I pick the puppy for you, we temperament test, we do X, Y, Z, you're going to get very few people that are going to walk in and be like, well, I know it says this, but I want this. And it's like, okay, here's some people that do what you want. It's not me. So just setting yourself up from the get-go.
David asked, sorry, I just
it's okay.
Lost it. Basically, he has a puppy staying with him an extra 10 days, and he wants recommendations up for, keeping a puppy longer between now and when he goes home, what to do with the puppy. And I think more than anything, it's just going to be, do say yes stuff. You can do tie-back training. You can do the relaxation triad and the stuff that we're going to be going over tomorrow, proprioceptic stuff and building that puppy's confidence and socialization. And
Molly is not a puppy that I'm keeping. She's not staying in my home. She's just stayed with me. Her siblings all left at 10 weeks and she's 12 weeks old now. And she's went from the whelping box with her siblings to, if I was keeping her, I am doing everything with her that I would do if she was going to stay in our house.
Yep.
So anything that you would do with a puppy that you're keeping, potty training, crate training,
relaxation exercises,
tie-back training. The only reason I haven't put a leash and done things because I was expecting her to come to this and to be used and to
show real life.
Want to have a totally already trained little puppy.
Yep.
So all the stuff that you would do.
Yep. So
including the extra set of shots and things like that you may or may not hit that timeline.
One of the biggest things, especially, I mean, depending on the kind of home, David, that the puppy's going to go to, if it's, you know, they want to do stuff with the puppy or if they just want to pet, is toggle between relaxation and drive building, you know, relaxation and energetic, you know, training sessions. So the puppy really learns how to settle and get excited. We do stuff and then we settle. And you're just teaching that puppy how to live incredibly successfully in the home, as well as, okay, cool, now we're ready to go do stuff. And that is going to be, they're just going to be thrilled. I'm assuming this is Maverick, Maverick 2. I'm assuming, you know, whatever type of home he's going to go into, they're going to just be thrilled that you've created or helped create a puppy that is just super calm in the house and then is always on the, you know, ready to go do stuff, but then comes home, you know, even more than a McNab already does, you know, and really settles in through those relaxation stuff.
So far, that's everything.
Any other questions?
We'll wait just a few more minutes. We'll wait until about 4:30 here. So that's about 4 or 4. Oh, we do have a question. Thank you, ladies rock. Oh, thank you. You rock too. Appreciate that. Doop-a-doop-a-doo. Doop-a-doo. This is what we do for fun.
You know, we should show what's going on over here.
I know, it's super cute, but if you get up, it's going to distract and, you know, I mean, you could do it. Oh, we got somebody. What programs or training options do you offer that is specific to puppies?
Tomorrow.
Yeah, so Nicole, that's tomorrow. It's actually like the second to last thing that we talk about tomorrow. And we go pretty heavily in depth. It's like almost a full hour worth of talking about nothing but programs, the things that we do now, the things that we've tried, you know, the things that we've tried that weren't successful for us, but how they can be successful depending on the area or the, you know, facility or not facility you have. So yeah, stick around tomorrow because that is a huge portion of what we go over. And we'll spend as much time on it as people have questions for. So, you know, definitely we will cover that, just not right now.
And it's supposed to be windy again tomorrow, so we may or may not do a social again.
Yeah.
It kind of depends on how bad the wind is.
It is ridiculous, like blowing like crazy. FYI, Maverick is going to a nice family with teen home that will let him chicken herding. Nice. Very cool. Oh, I love Maverick. If I needed another boy, I'm sorry, if I needed another dog. Yeah, he's such a nice dog. Really, I temperament tested David's 2 litters of McNabs just recently, and he was my male pick of both litters. Really loved him. And his owner that was going to get him backed out, and so he became available. So super cool puppy. You guys are like missing the cuteness over here with Molly and Nessie. It's pretty ridiculous.
Dang it.
That's okay. Turn it. They'll do something else. They don't want to see our faces. Whoops.
Don't want to lose that.
Let's just set it up there. And angle down, 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 a little more. Right there.
They were. I took a
Oh,
picture.
man.
I'll send it.
They were super cute. They were like laying there playing bitey face and being ultra adorable. It's pretty
David's
ridiculous.
wondering, same time, same place tomorrow?
Yes, sir. We are going to be here. We usually try to be on time, maybe by a minute or two, depending on the coffee. My phone is still in Arizona time, which is an hour behind here. The last time I had it do auto, auto where it changed time zones, it messed up my entire calendar. So I took off that auto setting, and now it's an hour behind. And yesterday I forgot about it and totally almost didn't get up in time for you guys.
Elena is wondering if we will be talking about stopping fighting and eating crap on the ground tomorrow.
We do. We have an entire slide about it. So yeah, maybe not the eating crap on the ground. We don't have a slide for that, but we do talk about it.
Slide.
Yeah. Yeah, so we definitely talk about it. And if we don't bring up the eating crap on the ground tomorrow, just remind us and ask us, and we'll definitely talk about it. No problem. So. All right, so it is now 4:30. Oh, I didn't mean crap literally, and that's a real problem too. I knew you didn't mean crap. I thought I loved the way you worded it, so that's why I kept repeating it. But yeah, no, crap eating is a real and very nasty, serious problem. We don't talk about that in this seminar, but it is pretty nasty. But I did know that you didn't talk about or weren't talking about that. Both are good to talk about. Yeah, they are.
Deborah just says, love the description of hectic.
Oh yeah. Hectic is a really, really good way to describe behavior. That's just kind of, it's hectic behavior, right? So we always want to kind of watch that. All right. Any other last minute questions? Otherwise we are going to log off. We need to rest our brains and see you guys tomorrow. Oh, we have one more. That's perfect. Oh, thanks. All right, guys, it has been fun yesterday and today, and we can't wait for tomorrow. Have a good night and be safe, okay?
See you tomorrow.
Bye.